nze presenting eno zibbayo ngeri eriyona zonna wazitadde mu drive. Ate gyensindikira I don't have it. Ne presentation because there it is, it's here.
Arrange the two independent HistoCore Arcadia modules according to the embedding workflow that best suits your laboratory workflow. The minimum distance between wall and instrument should be 15 centimeters. For comfortable working heights, take care that the instrument is positioned in a way that permits the operator to use it without bending his head. The working surface should be leveled with the operator's elbows. Install the embedding mold tray and the cassette tray, and close the trays with the corresponding lids. Depending on your preferred working direction, the two heated trays can be used for molds or cassettes. Insert the forceps holder that can hold up to 6 forceps. Then insert the paraffin filter holder into the outlet hole inside the paraffin tank. Check that the black O-ring seals the hole. Now connect Arcadia H and C to the power supply. Fill the paraffin tank with either paraffin pellets or with liquid paraffin. Insert standard molds or mega molds. Fill the cassette tray with liquid paraffin. Cassette and mold trays can be stored according to your preferred working direction. Add forceps and you are ready to set up your working parameters and start embedding specimens. Switch on the instrument and control the embedding system with a backlit touchscreen. All relevant information is indicated here, such as working days, current time, and defined start and end time, temperature of trays, paraffin tank and the working surface, a melting indicator, plus setup and light buttons. The temperatures for the instrument different heating areas, such as trays, paraffin tank and dispenser, and working surface and forceps holder, can be adjusted separately from 50 to 75 degrees Celsius in 1 degree Celsius increments. Work days and times can be programmed for automatic instrument operation. The date and time shown on the control panel must be set to the current local time to ensure correct operation of the time program control. An automatic switch-on feature is linked to individual predefined workdays. The preferred date format can be selected. On weekdays that have been defined as workdays, the instrument will be heated up to the required temperatures in time and is ready to operate when needed. Set start and end time of the desired operating mode with the control buttons. The instrument goes into the preheating mode 5 hours before the start time. The instrument switches on or off automatically at the programmed start and end times and goes into standby mode. The Arcadia embedding system is able to run in 24-hour shift mode. Set the start time and end time to the same value, and the instrument will run continuously, even on days that are not defined as work days. When your Arcadia H is heated, you may store your cassette baskets in the cassette bath and start the embedding process.
Has it sensed?
An LED light provides bright, even illumination of the embedding area and the cold spot for optimum visibility during paraffin dispensing and orientation of the tissue specimen. The quantity of paraffin released from the filler tube should be adjusted continuously with a metric screw in advance, depending on the size of the mold. For use with large molds, the pressure clip can be reversed to leave more space under the filler tube to fill larger cassettes. When using standard cassettes and/or molds, simply push the mold with your forceps or your finger against the pressure clip. Pushing the handle backwards will open the dispenser valve. Once released, the handle flips back in the original position and the valve closes. Open your cassette and select a suitable mold, depending on the size of the tissue. Transfer the tissue to the mold and start to release paraffin. The large cold spot is designed to assist tissue orientation even with large super mega cassettes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm most welcome to day 2 of the Africa Test and Treat Initiative Conference. So before we begin, I will request a volunteer.
Place the cassette body on top of the mold and fill it up with paraffin.
Bless this occasion officially, and we have it officially. So a volunteer.
Store your filled molds on the cooling plate of Arcadia C. The cold plate is held at a constant temperature of -6 degrees Celsius. The generously dimensioned cooling surface has room for around 60 blocks. To incorporate excess paraffin, 2 indirectly heated paraffin collecting trays are located under the working surface that can be removed for emptying and disposal. Please do not reuse the paraffin.
And be parted for the glory of our own countries and our own nations. Lord, we thank you as we learn today. We receive everything we know that is meant
To facilitate specimen orientation when embedding, the optionally available magnifier provides a clear view of the work area.
give you glory and honor. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you so much.
The magnifier can be installed in the 2 tap holes on the dispenser with a screwdriver.
Most global ones, our cytologist, student pursuing a master's degree in molecular biology at Macquarie University. And I'm also part of the organizing committee, which has organized this event. So this is the third.
The foot switch is an optional accessory that can be used to activate the dispenser valve, leaving the operator's hands free.
And the theme.
If more space is needed to fill larger cassettes, the pressure clip can be folded backwards and the paraffin flow activated via the foot switch. To connect the foot switch, insert the plug into the connecting port on the rear of the instrument and tighten the screws, leaving the operator's hand.
Needs by enhancing early detection, diagnosis, linkage to care for quality NCD's prevention and control. So we believe whoever in this house is so unique, you have a contribution.
All common laboratory cleaning products suitable for the removal of paraffin, such as xylene substitutes and paraffin remover, can be used to clean the work area. Use the specially designed paraffin scraper to properly clean the surface grooves.
From Zimbabwe, Kenya, and other delegates. So they want so
To clean the paraffin tank, either empty it or clean it prior to refilling with new paraffin. Take out the filter and clean the work tank with paper tissue. If necessary, use xylene substitutes and paraffin remover.
under the CPHL. These laboratories have been operating all over the country, but they want
Once per day, clean the forceps holder thoroughly with paper tissue.
laboratories. So we were blessed that on day 1, our chief guest, who was represented by a pathologist, that is Dr. Victoria Ekesa, was with us.
Regularly clean the light surface.
Official launch. We are also blessed to have the Director General.
Empty both paraffin collecting trays at least daily in order to prevent overflowing into the instrument. For removal, the paraffin collection trays must be warm. Do not reuse the paraffin.
Have graced this event. We are also happy to receive officials from the Uganda Heart Institute, officials from the Uganda Cancer Institute, who made their keynote speeches regarding cancer elimination initiatives in Uganda, that is from UCI. We also had a keynote speech on the current trends of elimination of cardiovascular diseases at the UCI. So we also had 4 presentations, and we also had a presentation from the exhibitors. Fred Hyde Center. She's the advisory director of oncology and also the project manager of clinical research division. She has been at Fred Hyde for over 15 years, working in therapeutics, translational science division, and has got a global oncology as well as a global oncology.
Phylogeny offers research assistance. It's a very busy laboratory. The Bond Max is the easiest machine I've ever seen to train somebody how to do immunohistochemistry or in situ hybridization. The size of the Leica Bond Max is a big plus. It's a smaller, more compact machine. It's easier to not only to use, but it requires less refrigerator space to store reagents.
CPA Lab has been a pathology leader in the Louisville marketplace for almost 40 years. We have a pathology staff, 19 pathologists.
The nice thing about the bonds is they have enough ability that we can constantly move material through the bonds, and it's very, very important for turnaround time. The training of it for the techs is also quite nice, and the ease of use.
No matter which technician uses the process, we get the same result every time.
You're confident of the results that the bond's going to give, and you're going to get it in a timely manner.
Flagship Biosciences is a biotechnology company. We work for pharmaceutical companies. The flexibility that the BondRx provides us means that when we have a customer who comes to us with a request, we know that 99 times out of 100 we're able to fulfill that request right off of the bat.
I would recommend the Bond Max to other laboratories for two primary reasons: ease of use and the accuracy of the results.
Would I recommend the Bond 3s to other sites? Absolutely. The convenience, the reliability, the quality of the immunohistochemical staining.
I would specifically recommend the BondRx because of its high throughput qualities, because of its consistency, and because of the efficiency.
I've used a number of other systems, and I've just not had any that have compared to the quality and reliability of the bonds.
Just a brief overview of some of the topics I'm going to cover and talk today, and just jump right into it.
Hello and welcome to this virtual demonstration of the Bond Max fully automated IHC and ISH staining system. My name is Nigendra Vij and I'm a field application specialist for Leica Biosystems. Today I'll be giving you an overview of the hardware and software features of the new Bond Max system. The Bond Max is the premium benchtop automated stainer available from Leica Biosystems. This compact and agile instrument delivers flexible and efficient tray loading of slides with an impressive and consistent turnaround time of 3.5 hours for up to 30 slides. The Bond Max fully automated IHC and ISH staining system uses precision automation together with the patented cover tile technology and Novocastro reagents to create a high-quality, truly flexible staining system which can accommodate a variety of workloads in busy laboratories. Let's take a closer look at this compact benchtop stainer from Leica Biosystems. The BondMax Stainer is a bench-mounted instrument that consists of 3 separate slide staining assemblies or SSAs. The SSAs run independently of one another and enable different protocol types, including DAB, RED, and ISH protocols to run in parallel. Each SSA can stain up to 10 slides at a time. With 3 separate SSAs per instrument, that's a total of 30 slides. The BondMax uses automation and robotics to aspirate and dispense reagents. When combined with our premium reagents and cover tile technology, this enables high-quality staining with 100 microliter and 150 microliter dispense volumes and less waste for disposal. These robotics on the BondMax system also ensure that all reagents are measured with a liquid level sensor before dispensing, providing peace of mind that every reagent has been applied and measured. The main robot arm also houses the ID imager.
Over the past several years have been genetic data that has primarily been focused only on European and Caucasian individuals. And so it's extremely important to be able to start really having a different representation. And so over the years, we have built up these technologies and really have pushed to make sure that next generation sequencing is something that we are doing here in Uganda locally, and with the motivation to be able to use that as a clinical diagnostic down the road. And so be able to, with something of NGS, you can't leapfrog that technology. You need to be able to really build that foundation strong with not only having the information technology, be able to put behind it the service contracts, make sure that those instruments are working well. And so we thank Medisil big time for that, because it's been a very big help along with Illumina and our support for that. And then also being able to have the training. So in one of these bottom pictures, we held an NGS workshop in our lab. Some of you in this room may have participated in that, and that was a big thanks to Illumina and Medisil to be able to pull that off. And then also to keep up with the technology, being able to do so. And so why am I talking so much about sequencing is we have a lot of active studies that either have currently ended or are still ongoing right now that we have done over the years. And I've highlighted 3 right here in particular because these 3 have really pushed the limits with our sequencing, have focused primarily a lot on something called liquid biopsies. And I know a lot of you in this room have heard about liquid biopsies. And these studies, and I talked a little bit more about it along with the antimicrobial resistance projects that we're doing as well, that uses a different type of sequencing technology, which is portable and also rapid. So why and what are liquid biopsies? So liquid biopsies are extremely important, especially in settings such as Uganda. They're able to use something such as a tablespoon of blood to be able to do sensitive diagnostics using NGS technology instead of snaking tubes, in all different orifices, which are extremely, not only are they not cost effective, but they're timely. It's very hard to find the technologies to do that, the expertise to do that, and also it's extremely expensive. Where something such as liquid biopsies, you can do faster. The sensitivity for detecting when you are looking for NCDs are going to be much more sensitive. There's a lot of different advantages for this, and also it's a blood draw versus something that you would have to try to do a solid biopsy, say on a lung or any other place in the body. And right now, this is common technology that is used around the world. There are FDA-approved tests right now that physicians can order, and this is something that we are aiming to try to do with some of these technologies here in Uganda. And so before we do that, so last year I mentioned this, and before when I did that, we were on the embarking to be able to do something with liquid biopsies, and we had just initiated a study. And so I'm going to give you a little bit of an update from last year in terms of where that study is currently at. So before I get into it, so we have a study on campus right now that are doing a leukemia surveillance here in Uganda. And it's important that why we are doing this is to look at and identify very different fusions and variants. And so just to kind of go back to some basic biology, which is always good for myself to do, is what is the difference between a fusion and variant, and why do we even care about this? And so fusion genes, they're just hybrids. They're due to chromosomal rearrangements, translocations, deletions. Many of you are probably familiar with some of buzzwords and some of them that are very famous, such as the BCR-ABL for CML. There's other ones that you can detect for non-small cell lung cancer, synovial sarcoma. But these are really important because they're associated with oncogenesis and they aid in cancer development. So being able to identify those is extremely important. When we come to variant, that word is often interchanged with mutation. And so a variant is basically an alteration in a DNA nucleotide sequence. These can be anywhere from indels, SNPs, anything from adding and removing DNA bases, duplications, etc. So we really care about those for a reason. And so because being able to identify those, we're able then to understand what is happening in our patients when it comes to different leukemias, and therefore we can potentially use that as targeting those with different therapies that are already available. And so how do we do this? We use technologies such as next generation sequencing to look at this, and we dub these as liquid biopsies right now. So we are using two different platforms. One is called the Archer FusionPlex Myeloid platform. And this is, I like to call sequencing as just very glorified PCR reactions that you put onto a big stage, which is called the sequencer, right? And so we basically start with either RNA or DNA templates and push them through different PCR reactions and clean them up, quantify them, and put them on a sequencer. And we start with either blood or a bone marrow biopsy. And so the FusionPlex is really a great library preparation. We use a MiSeq in our lab, which is great. It usually takes about a day plus to run, and you can use a variety of different input sample types, and it can really detect up to 84 different genes. And these are some of the common genes that we're able to identify in our samples, which is really extremely helpful when it comes to our patients. The same thing with the VariantPlex, it's a little bit faster because we use a DNA template on this, and so we don't have to put it through reverse transcriptase. We end up using, and this one can identify up to 75 genes, same method, same PCR reactions, and also the gene targets are also here listed, which are also, some of you might see some of the common ones such as MYC, we have ABL1, JAK3, some of the big common ones that you would see in leukemias. But with anything, with sequencing, it's not perfect. There's also challenges when it comes to this, which even with these panels, they sound brilliant, in which they are, but they also come with a lot of challenges. You can generate, as I like to say, a lot of A, T, C's, and G's, but you need to be able to analyze that data in order to make that applicable to your patients and to be able to get that back out into the community. And so bioinformatics support and analysis is absolutely crucial. If you don't have the proper support, you can actually interpret this data completely incorrect, and also being able to handle the capacity for it. The availability of reagents, we've talked in other forums, I know this entire group has been a part of this, in terms of being able to access full chain reagents, some of these specialized primers, probes, etc., to be able to get those in a timely manner. Obviously costs, funding right now, which I'll talk about in a minute. Funding is very crucial, especially with current situations going on right now. And of course, appropriate sequencers and support, and being able to handle capacities and the power of the sequencer to be able to handle such assays as this. And then when we try to do, these studies, institutional review board and genomics awareness, I can't stress enough, is absolutely crucial. So right now, some of you in this room I know have been a part of the Uganda National Strategic Plan for Genomics, which has been over a couple of year process, and being able to get this out into awareness of the importance of genomics and how to do so in an appropriate manner for everyone involved here in Uganda. So I like to highlight the African Center of Excellence in Bioinformatics, ACE. ACE, it has been an incredible resource here in Mulago for those who may not know. They do bioinformatics support, especially for sequencing, not only in targeted sequencing, but in long-range sequencing. They're located just over Makeri. They have an excellent track record. Dowdy Django, who's photographed here, and his team work with us, and they have a great collaboration. So those, when I mentioned sequencing, who do need bioinformatics support, this is one great example when it comes to building these assays and techniques to be able to utilize that. And so this is my last slide, and I want to talk about the next steps in the future. So I think it's important for everyone in this room that the Uganda Cancer Institute Fred Hutch Cancer Center is going through a transition right now, and the Fred Hutch Cancer Center is winding down and doing a big transition. And so with that said, I just wanted to take this opportunity for everyone in this room to thank you for your enormous support over the years with our lab, and that we look to continue to build our genomics capabilities moving forward in conjunction with the Uganda Cancer Institute, and also to provide anyone support with genomics as we go through this transition over the next year or so. With that, I look forward to any questions, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. Okay. Let's give another round of applause. Thank you. Yes. So, if anyone has any question, please just keep it. We're going to have a panel discussion. We're going to have all the people, we're going to get a chance to ask all your questions and they'll be answered. Right? So, let's welcome our next presentation. And the next presenter is going to take us through Epstein-Barr virus aquatic PDA1 and LMP1 expression, the ocular surface squamous cell, ocular surface neoplasia at Murago Hospital and Makerere University for laboratories. And the presenter is Dr. Ukiwa Fiona. She's a lecturer at Makerere University and also a pathologist at Murago National Referral Hospital. Let's welcome our presenter.
Yes, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies.
Yes, yes.
I'm presenting Epstein-Barr virus encoded EPNA1 and LMP1 expression of surface squamous cell neoplasia at Murago Hospital and University Pathology Laboratories. So an ounce of cancer prevention is worth a ton of cancer cure. That's because you need more resources to cure cancer than you will to prevent the cancer. So it's always better to prevent than to try and cure. So to that end, you have scientists always looking for possible cancer causes and ways to prevent them. And some of these cancer causes that have been identified include viruses, and of those we are aware, they include HPV, they include EBV, and others. So for that, our current focus is going to be on Epstein-Barr virus. Ocular surface squamous cell neoplasia is the most common tumor of the ocular surface, and Africa has the highest standardized incidence rates of ocular squamous cell carcinoma. The tumor is increasing in aggressiveness, and unfortunately it's occurring more commonly among younger people. However, when we have late presentation and delay in diagnosis, then we can have effects like blindness, and also the cancer metastasizing to other sites and causing death. The cause of this tumor is not yet known, and we are still having ongoing research to establish the cause of the ocular surface cell neoplasia. So it's been noted that viruses, especially Epstein-Barr, could have a positive role or contributory role to ocular surface squamous cell neoplasia. And one of these is the Epstein-Barr virus. However, we haven't studied the expression of Epstein-Barr virus in the ocular surface squamous cell neoplasia. So the virus expresses EBV, nuclear antigen 1, and latent membrane protein 1, and these are thought to be contributory to the malignancy that are associated with Epstein-Barr virus infections. So in this study, we wanted to determine the expression of EBNA1 and LMP1 in ocular surface squamous cell neoplasia, and then its associated demographic and histopathological features. This was a conceptual study, and it was done on formalin fixed paraffin-embedded tissue blocks of cases that had been histologically confirmed to have a diagnosis of ocular surface squamous cell neoplasia. And these were retrieved from the period of January 2014 to October 2023. The study ethical clearance with a waiver of consent or informed consent. We performed H&E and immunohistochemical staining. The immunohistochemical staining was for EBNA1 and LMP1. And then we determined the association, the expression of this with age, sex, biological subtype. Out of the 150 cases that were evaluated, 59% were females, the rest were male. 55% were invasive and 45% were non-invasive. 21% were well differentiated, 1% moderately differentiated, and 3% poorly differentiated. Of all this, we had expression of EBNA1 in 82% of cases, and expression of LMP1 in 65.8% of the cases. We found that expression of EBNA1 and LMP1 were significantly associated with an histological grading with a p-value of 0.03 for EBNA1 and then a p-value of 0.04 for LMP1. So we realized that the expression was higher in the well and moderately differentiated compared to the poorly differentiated tumors. Expression of EBNA1 was the only one that was associated with the histological subtypes of invasive ocular squamous cell neoplasia. Sorry, that is, ocular squamous cell carcinoma. When it's invasive, it's called ocular squamous cell carcinoma. So in this category, the histological subtypes that were evaluated include the conventional spinous cell, spinous variants of invasive squamous cell carcinoma. There was no statistically significant association between the expression of NA1 and LMP1 with either age or sex. So the expression of those things very much according to age or sex. Our findings were consistent with the other findings that had been performed, especially in Africa, also giving higher prevalence. The studies that had been done outside Africa remarkably showed lower prevalences. So then our findings are also consistent with other findings from other studies that we talked about association between the expression of EBNA1 and LMP1. And this is specific for ocular surface squamous cell neoplasia. But when you compare the
mwenyezi wa next.
Again, I said it's done in an oropharyngeal allowance and oropharyngeal show in an association between the expression of EBA1 and LMP1. Then we also had our findings that showed an association of EBA1 expression with pathological brain. We are also consistent with other findings. It was study done by Julius et al., and this was done in a Zambian population. So when you look at what we found, is high consistency with finding other studies done, especially in Africa. So in conclusion, we had high prevalence of expression of EP, NA1, and LMP1 in ocular surface emerson neoplasia. And then the expression of this was associated with pathological grading and some types of ocular squamous neoplasia. However, it was only EP in A1 expression, which was associated with pathological subtype of invasive ocular squamous neoplasia. So further research is needed to determine the exact role of infection in the development of ocular surface emerson.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fiona. Another round of applause. And so, thank you for that presentation. Also, if you have any questions, please just feel free. Just write your questions down. That will reach a panel. The point of panel discussions, you will still remember your questions. At this moment, I want to welcome all those who have joined us on day 2 and we're not here yesterday. You're welcome to this third Africa Test and Treat Initiative Conference, day 2. And like I said, we're having different presentations what we have done as far as cancer, or non-communicable diseases. So, we are going to listen from our third presenter, who is none other than Farida Ghana, and is going to give us her findings from performance evaluation of sanity to control system and identifying high-risk virus. Please join me to welcome Farida Ghana.
Good morning. My name is Farida, and I'm a biomedical scientist. And I have a master's in immunology and microbiology, and I'm currently affiliated with Protean Africa, that is a supply of molecular platforms. And
Because me, I have it. It. Where is it? Pretty extended. We are like that. We have different use options.
Thank you very much. So we were evaluating the performance of slime in detecting high-risk human papillomavirus. HPV is actually the most prevalent sexually transmitted diseases, and it has become synonymous as cervical cancer. And cervical cancer is the fourth most diagnosed cancer and is the cause of cancer mortalities in females. But from yesterday's presentation, we know that cervical cancer is actually the leading cause of cancer deaths in Uganda. And less priority generally has been given to HPV as compared to other infectious diseases. We know that most of the countries in Africa, even in Uganda, mostly do research in infectious diseases like HIV, TB, but less priority is given to NCDs as well as HPV. And as we can see there on our global map, East Africa actually bears the brunt of the burden of HPV. And I think this calls for more actions and interventions. And the World Health Organization and Ministry of Health recommend screening and vaccination as a mitigation strategy for cervical cancer. And we know of the 1970-90 target, whereby by 35, at least every woman should have had cervical cancer screening, and by 45 they should have had a second screening. So that means we need to have more screening platforms and more outreaches, to try to reduce on the burden of cervical cancer. And currently, pap smear and re-examination with acetic acid are the most used, modalities for screening, but they are really specific, and they need, of course, special infrastructure and expertise. Not anyone can do this type of testing, unless, of course, they are pathologists or psychotechnologists, but we have very few of those in the country. And the available molecular tests, hybrid capture 2 and COBATS give good results. Give good results of HPV screening. So if maybe I test and I have maybe HPV 31 or 56, it won't tell me which actual genotype is present. It will just tell me other high-risk genotypes are present. And currently, no molecular test can identify and specify all the 14 high-risk genotypes that are present in the sample. And data, of course, on the burden of the high-risk genotypes other than 16 and 18 is skewed to 16 and 18 only, with little data known to the burden of other genotypes in Uganda. And that's mainly because of the testing modalities we have currently. So our study was to determine the diagnostic accuracy, where we are looking at the sensitivity, specificity, the positive and negative predictive values of the lab evidence line. And we used COBATS 4800 as our gold standard in this study. And so our kit, it detects 14 high-risk genotypes, HPV genotypes. It detects 16, 18, 31, and the rest. And it's based on a patented melting curve analysis, melting curve analysis technology that automatically interprets the results of every strain that is detected in a sample. And the runtime, it takes around 3 minutes and 26 minutes if we are using the Sanity platform. And this is usually the display of the results. So if maybe a sample, we tested a sample and it had maybe 6 genotypes, it will tell us all the individual 6 genotypes that are present in that specific sample. And on these machines, we use ThinPrep cytology test, and which is the pap smear, and it usually does not require sample preparation for the pap smear. And it's a cartridge-based kit, so when you get your sample and it's ThinPrep, you just put it in the extraction cartridge, you load it on the machine, and you run it, and just sit back and wait for the results. But if it's a liquid-based cytological test, because we use those samples as well, in addition to tissue samples, those need pre-treatment. So we pre-treat before loading them into the extraction cartridges and extracting the DNA, and we do PCR at the end of that. And this is the technology we use for analysis of our samples. So generally, in the molecular diagnostic tests we have currently, most of these detection channels can only detect one specific genotype at a time. So giving an example of ROX, usually we shall only detect only one genotype because we are using CT values to detect the different genotypes of the targets we are looking for in the samples. But using this technology, we can actually, So using this technology, we detect the melting curves of every genotype, because we know different genotypes have different base pairs. Let me say the GC content, which is the DNA content of every strain or every genotype, because every organism has an individual composition of the GC content. So that means the melting point of each species or each genotype will vary from organism to organism or from strain to strain. So in one channel we can detect more than one genotype based on their melting temperatures. That's why we are able to to differentiate between the different genotypes just by looking at their melting temperatures. And all our platforms use the same technology. This was a cross-sectional study, and we used archived samples from the Uganda Cancer Institute, and we carried out experiments at the College of Health Sciences in the microbacteriology lab. So just a simple, flow of events. We retrieve the samples from the UCI lab and we text to them. Then we centrifuged and picked off the pellets. And but this is for samples that are not being prepped. So if we have tissue samples and other liquid-based cytology tests, we have to pre-treat the sample. In pre-treating, we pick up the sample, we centrifuge it, pick the pellets, and add our lysis buffer in that sample. Then we incubate for 30 minutes at 95 degrees. Then after incubating, we load them on the extraction cartridge, and after loading on the extraction cartridge, we load them in the Lab 8, which is the next machine there. For genic extraction, and that takes around 44 minutes. Then after extraction, we get our resultant, solution. We add it into the PCR kits and we load it on the SLAN platform. And after extraction after the PCR is done, it automatically analyzes the results. So the SLAN platform is connected on a laptop, so we can be able to visualize our results. And of course, we can always export the results for raw analysis in case you're doing research and you need to look at other parameters like CT values. Yes. So we use a 2x2 table for specificity, and we use that to analyze the data, and we use Microsoft Excel and R to visualize our results. Generally, we had 352 negatives, 146 positives, and only 2 invalids. So we ran 500 samples, and 100 of them were positive, and 400 were negatives, according to the WHO recommendations of validating in vitro tests. And the sensitivity of the platform was 88%, and its specificity was 85.43%, and positive predictive value was 60.27%, and the negative predictive value was 96.5%, and the kappa coefficient was 0.62%, which showed a substantial level of agreement between the cobas platform and the SLAN platform. But we can also see that we had a substantial level of discordancy between the results on the SLAN platform and the cobas platform, where we had around 12 false negatives, and these were positive on the cobas platform. But from studies done elsewhere, it was shown that sometimes, of course, this could have been maybe under diagnosis or detection by sanity, or SLAN, which of course translates to, no treatment for those people in case they were actually truly positive. But from prior studies, it was indicated that sometimes cobas is not able to pick up some of the potential positives due to maybe low viral load or the DNA content in a specific sample. And so that could be one of the explanations why we had actually false negatives. But we also see that we had around 58 false negatives by the SLAN platform. And this could be, of course, an overdiagnosis by sanity. But as I said earlier, there was a study that was done by Wang that was comparing the performance of the cobas 4800 and the hybrid capture 2. And they realized that when CT values were almost next to the threshold, cobas was not able to pick up some of these positive cases, and it always referred to them as negatives. So this could give SLAN a potential, higher power as compared to the cobas, in case it's actually able to pick up, positives even on samples that have a really, really low viral load. But of course, it would have been good to do that test just to confirm which test is actually, giving us the right test or not, but we're not able to do that. And generally, this was the prevalence of the genotypes. We see that genotype 52 was actually the most prevalent genotype present, followed by 16 and genotype 18. And I think this is key because currently we know that when we talk about HPV and cervical cancer, everyone will think of only genotype 16 and 18. And I think that gives us a really, really terrible picture because most of the studies that, indicate 16 and 18 to be the most prevalent genotypes, most of those studies were not done in Uganda. And of course, we know that different people, different ethnicity always have different, different, characteristics genetically, and even predisposition to different infections. So, as detecting that genotype 52 was the most prevalent. First of all, that's interventions to not only concentrate on screening or detecting only 16 and 18, but also other high-risk genotypes. And the fact that the prevalence of other high-risk genotypes is not known. I think these platforms can help us, learn on the distribution patterns of, the high-risk genotypes in our geographical setting. And looking at the genotypes per region, we see that most of the cases were found in the north as compared to the central. But this could be skewed because most of the samples we used were mainly from the north as central. And looking at the distribution of the genotypes per age group, we noticed that most of the positive cases were actually found in the age groups of 30 to 39. That means when we are maybe preparing screening interventions or implementative measures, we should maybe put on that specific age group. And looking at the type of infections, because we know there are certain times when someone is positive for HPV and they're having a single infection, or maybe they are having infections where they're having more than one genotype present in the sample. And we can see that on the SLAN platform, we were able to detect over 39 mixed infections, whereby one person was infected with more than one HPV, high-risk HPV genotype. And this, in comparison to COBAS, I think this gave a better detection of the mixed infections because with COBAS, we're able to detect only 11. And I think that's also due to the fact that the COBAS platform does not specify all the other high-risk genotypes present in the sample. Yes. And in conclusion, the SLAN has a good diagnostic performance as compared to the already validated COBAS 4800. And its ability to specify other genotypes, I think this is a very comprehensive advantage over the already available platforms like COBAS 4800 or the GeneXpert that is used in screening. We had some limitations. Of course, most of the samples we used were screening participants, so we had less clinical information that would, maybe tailor some of the results or explain why some people are having multiple infections with different strains of HPV, which of course could be attributed to different risk factors, maybe HIV, smoking tendencies. But we would not do that because we had less clinical information. And for recommendations, of course, we recommend more implementation research to be done to refine its performance. Because in spite of the fact that the performance was good, but it was slightly below the WHO recommended performance. So we're actually finalizing the report, which we shall share with the Ministry of Health. And we intend to do an optimization phase where we plan to go to field and screen more people in the communities. And that was a validation of the SLAN and the lab aid. But we also have another platform which is called Sanity. It does the same very thing as SLAN, but the advantage with the Sanity is that for it it's a two-in-one system. It integrates both extraction and PCR at the same time. So when you load your sample for extraction, it's after extraction it automatically moves on to the PCR step. So you just wait for the sample and wait for the results at the end of the run. And it has Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connection. So in case you want to export raw data, you can always turn it into a tablet and export the raw data. And it has a storage capacity of over 30,000 attests. And as I already said, it integrates extraction, PCR, data interpretation, all in one. And for it, it's a little bit smaller. It runs only 4 samples per run. So it's a near point of care as compared to the SLAN, because for SLAN it runs over 96 samples. So it's larger capacity and for SLAN it also has an inbuilt printer, so we are able to print out our results. And it doesn't need the laptop since it has an inbuilt tab in the system already. Yes. Yeah, and I want to thank the CPHL because we did this in collaboration with CPHL and Uganda Cancer Institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Farida, for that wonderful presentation. Let's give another round of applause. Thank you so much. Yes. Like I said, I want to welcome those who joined us on day 2 for this conference. And amidst us, we have the Executive Director of Miracle National Women's Hospital, Dr. Ivry Namunya. You are most welcome. Thank you so much for giving us this conference. And I think you should be enjoying something that's connecting HPV, I'm also sure we are going to enjoy the next session because it's dedicated to maternal and child health and we are looking into non-communicable diseases. So our next presentation is from Dr. Irene Nagingo, and we'll be taking us through the factors associated with diagnostic delays in lung cancer in East Africa, and we focus on the role of symptoms and passive smoking. But before she comes, I just wish to confirm if Dr. Apollo Annie is here. Dr. Annie, if you're right, please evacuate the IEP desk. Yes. Here we welcome Dr. Irene Nagingo.
Very many presentations, happening like that. You cannot access.
I'm a medical doctor at the Makerere University Lung Institute.
If you see the complaints online, we are going to artisans very no. Particularization kwako kama kamera atena kukupa presentation.
East Africa study. So this study has been conducted in Uganda and Tanzania, and it looks at lung cancer with its association to HIV-1 infection. Initially, there was an hypothesis that due to the chronic inflammation that happens in patients who are HIV positive, there is a risk of them getting lung cancer. So went ahead and did this study, and I'm presenting some of the findings from the study. So specifically, I'm going to present the factors associated with diagnostic delays in lung cancer in East Africa, the role of symptoms and passive smoking. So lung cancer is one of the leading causes of death. was confirmed that lung cancer contributes 1.8 million deaths, and that is 18.7% of the total cancer deaths globally. So therefore screening is important, as well as diagnostic imaging and diagnosing lung cancer. The symptoms for lung cancer are non-specific, and this has led to delays in diagnosis. So our objective was to identify factors contributing to delayed lung cancer diagnosis in Uganda and Tanzania. Methods we screened adults who were above 18 years with histologically confirmed lung cancer, and we enrolled them. These were screened from cancer clinics in Uganda and Tanzania. We collected their socio-demographic, clinical, diagnostic, and treatment data, and we're following them as they receive treatment from the cancer treatment centers. So the data was analyzed using descriptive statistics. And from 2021, we note that we screened a total of about 600 potential lung cancer cases. These are patients who come in with symptoms of lung cancer and then also have a mass on chest CT scan. So we screened that number, and we've enrolled 289 confirmed lung cancer patients. So to look at the patient characteristics, is like one of the speakers said that Uganda's population is made up of young adults. So we note that majority of our patients, that's 54.3%, are less than 60 years, and they have lung cancer. Majority are females, contributing to 55%. To look at their occupation from our study, majority are peasant farmers. That is 44.8%, followed by those were petty traders who doing business, and the others.
You need access.
Yesterday still we looked at some of the risk factors, and I think we noted that nicotine or tobacco is a risk factor for many of the cancers. Surprisingly, in our study we are noting that 71% of the patients confirmed to have lung cancer report no history of tobacco use, so they are non-smokers. Then we looked at its association with HIV status, and 92.7% were HIV negative. So to look at the factors contributing to their delays in presentation, so we noted that majority of our patients, that's 36.6%, will report symptoms having lasted more than 6 months. So they come in with symptoms that they've had for more than 6 months, and then others, still a big percentage, that is 34.2, will report symptoms for 3 to 6 months. And a very small percentage will report early to hospital. That's within less than a month, and that's 5.2. Then majority of our patients reported their symptoms to have been of gradual onset, followed by those who reported progressive in severity, and the percentages are just there. So looking at lung cancer and HIV status, we noted that there is no difference in the clinical presentation of lung cancer among those who are HIV positive and those who are HIV negative. They present the same. So looking at the histopathological diagnosis, majority of our patients had adenocarcinoma, followed by squamous cell carcinoma, and then 5.3% had the large cell carcinoma, so majority had adenocarcinoma. So at that stage, like all the other cancers, cervical cancer, breast cancer, still patients with lung cancer present late. They present with stage 3 and 4 disease. So we have a big problem with cancer diagnosis. Then among our patients
online they are
that
not
we
seeing
enrolled,
anything.
we followed
Meaning
them
that
up
when
for the
people
duration
presenting,
of the
but
study,
online people are seeing
and
just enough.
majority sadly died.
We did not look into
So
Zoom.
that is the other
Neither
program.
I'm projecting here.
So we define diagnostic delay as seeking care and getting a diagnosis after 90 days.
Maybe you rather
symptom
look
onset.
into Zoom and
And
be
notice that
presenting
this
through
occurs
Zoom
in 30% of
as
the
well.
patients.
And then
So we can
we
see
have
that
an also
70% had delayed diagnosis and 30% it was non-delayed.
Yes, I was projecting
So
on
this is the
Zoom as
analysis
well
of the
on
factors
YouTube.
associated with delayed diagnosis here. So from the statistics
But
and
katika bifaananyi
analysis,
bani
we noted that
abatuulira
all these factors
by'entegeeza
associated with
bo
delayed
babiri
diagnosis are cough, long-standing cough, that is more than 2 or 3
kati yino
weeks,
eri just
then chest pain, then having someone in the household that smokes, it was associated with delayed diagnosis, history of working in mines, and history of radiation. In conclusion, majority of the lung cancer patients in Uganda and Tanzania are young, they are female, they are peasants, HIV negative, and
Or if not, download
non-smokers.
the whole folder, then forward me the folder.
A significant proportion of the lung cancer patients experience gradual symptom onset and diagnostic delays. Then cough, chest pain, history of working in mines, radiation were also associated with delays. Maybe because these patients think, oh, they are used to coughing, so they come in late. You know, they first try the herbal medicine.
Yes, in the same
They try all the other alternatives and they'll keep saying, I'm sorry, I've had this cough for a long time. I'm used to the cough. Yet it's the lung cancer that is slowly growing. So there is need to create awareness about the key symptoms and the non-conventional risk factors, because there are those conventional risk factors that we know that smoking, alcohol use is related with lung cancer. Men are commonly affected, but now here we are, we've done the study and we are seeing majority of our patients being non-smokers and women. So we need to create awareness so that our patients or our community members don't just stay there because they think this is a normal cough, it's allergy, or it's TB, and then they are treated clinically for TB
She has
as the lung cancer.
she has masters in public health.
Then was future interventions
Lab
should focus on
International.
public health education and training.
The 10 years experience
Symptom recognition,
and
even among
she
us.
specialized in laboratory medicine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our presenter. We give another round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are moving on well and we are moving in the right direction. So don't worry, knowledge is still flowing. Okay, let's tap into it. And when we get the panel discussion, we'll be able to get more clarity where things are not clear yet. So we just have 2 more presentations, we have our panel discussion, and we have a tea break. Then we'll come back for another session that is looking at maternal and child health. So our next presentation is from Kevin Nawangi, and is looking at improving cancer and other NCDs diagnostic capacities through effective healthcare governance in Uganda, and she looks at strategy for enhancing patient management. Kevin is a public health specialist and is here to give us some of his findings in the next few minutes. Join me to welcome her for this presentation.
I have 10 minutes, so I have to be as fast as possible. You have to follow through. What's your name?
I requested.
Sorry?
Brian. Brian.
Brian, yeah. Brian says I have 10 minutes, so I have to be as fast as possible. Okay, I'm called Kevin Tekla. Now I'm a public health specialist. I have over 10 years of experience in laboratory medicine. I've worked in various organizations, both on bench and in the field. So today, I'm going to share something about healthcare governance. So that is my topic: improving cancer and other NCDs diagnostic capacity. As the previous speaker said, there is a lot to be done in diagnostics. Through effective healthcare governance in Uganda, a strategy for enhancing patient management. Keywords here, we have improvement is in the positive direction. All protocol observed. Sorry. Diagnostic detection capacity. Are we able? Effective. You've set indicators. Have you achieved what you wanted to achieve? The opposite of effective, if you may check on Google, is actually weak. So healthcare, health, of course, is not merely the absence of what? So there are so many other things that these cancer patients need. They need mental, they need psychological, they need what? Economical, public health. Yeah, I know you know. Okay. Governance. So for governance, as a key word, we are going to look at the general governance. And there are 5 pillars of governance. Who knows? The 5 pillars of governance. We have the rule of law. We have accountability. We have transparency and fairness. And then we have integrity. Okay? And lastly, we have participation. Okay? So that is governance for you, in short. So, non-communicable diseases including cancer, are a growing public health concern in Uganda, with the majority of them being diagnosed in the late stages. Yes? So, statistically, 33% of all deaths in Uganda are attributable to non-communicable diseases. That is according to WHO. And in addition, 22%, there is a probability of 22%, that is 2 out of 10, of you and me dying of a sudden death, a premature death, due to non-communicable diseases. So it is really, really, really serious. We are not here to joke. And then also, we've seen that it is cardiovascular disease in that order. Then next we have the what? Cancer. Okay? So that is the trend of the killing, of the deaths. And this is all over Africa, not only in Uganda. Okay? So, healthcare governance, so it is exacerbated by poor diagnostic capacities in hospitals, like all the speakers have said, and because of the limited healthcare governance. And this is, I have a very important reference here, Katende. I think it was Katende, Nareso, et al. They are the ones who did a study on capacity sustainability. You can go and check them out.
Next.
So, this study that I did, it was a desktop, it was a comprehensive review of literature, proposes effective healthcare governance to improve diagnostic capacity for cancers and other NCDs. And that is what I'm proposing there, the RAT. It's called the RAT IP. Okay, next. So the methodology, of course, may not waste a lot of time here, but there are those databases, Cochrane, PubMed, Google Scholar, all those are used. And I came up with 15 very good articles. Filtered through until when I came to those. So we may not have a lot here. But most importantly is the result. So that is a picture from online. It is not mine, disclaimer. But I want us to look at the results. These results, as you can see, they are showing the challenges and some of the solutions. But some of them, all of them are summarized into what I call the RAT IP. This is rule of law, this is accountability, and this is transparency and fairness. So, IP is integrity and participation. I want you to imagine, we cancel out this word IP, integrity and participation. In other words, as government or Ministry of Health, we are not 100% participating in our health as a country. And I want you to replace it with the word broker, and then also poison. In French, poison, the word poison stands for fish. But here we are now using English. So, I have the rat broker, and I have the rat what? Poison. So, as Ministry of Health, or any other entities under Ministry of Health, that is the government, we have brokers standing in between. We have brokers that are standing between the government of Uganda, or the Ministry of Health, and the healthcare system. So by healthcare system, I mean the structures. We have well written policies on our structures, and it is very well laid out. We have the national referral hospitals. We have the regional referral hospitals. And then we have what we call the general hospitals. Now this is where the Gombe is coming, Gombe Hospital. Okay, I can give examples. For national, we have Monaco. Then I have Health Center 4s. I have Mpigi Health Center 4. Then I have Health Center 3s. I have Nakewanga Health Center 3. Then it continues so on and so on. So we have all these laid out in our policy, and they all came up under the law. Okay? But according to my study and what I found out is that there is limited governance of the healthcare system. And the reason is there are so many brokers in between.
So imagine this is the Ministry of Health, and this is the healthcare system, the staff. So the brokers are making all the decisions for the healthcare system, and they are also making decisions for the what? Ministry of Health. How? They write grants, they do what, they get all that money, and some of this money, or funds, they come with stringent rules. Do not buy that machine. Do not do this. But just imagine if we could get this money from all the donors and we are able to make our own what? Decisions. So there is limited what? Participation of the Ministry of Health in its own what? Healthcare. Okay? So the systems, being the health workers, these brokers are able to go and deal directly with the most important asset of the system. And you know who those are? Those are the health workers, the staff at the facilities. They are going there and giving them gifts, giving them money. And they are somehow corrupting their what? Their brains. Remember, these are the same staff that are going to be promoted to higher levels of the Ministry of Health, and they will take up what? Positions in the big offices. But remember, they are already corrupted with these gifts. They cannot do anything for free. Okay? They even ask for allowances. When you go and ask them, so, what do you want? This broker comes. What do you want? They want bicycles. We want motorcycles. We want allowances for meetings. Even just meeting, they want an allowance. So just imagine, how is that person going to serve? How is that person going to serve the what?
1 second.
No, I beg for some more time.
Thank you so much.
I beg for some more time. Yes. Brian, please sit. So, you let me finish, my dear. We are not in a hurry. And that is the problem. We have brokers. You see, when someone is talking about important issues, someone will always say, I don't want to hear that. Okay? But this is why we came here. Governance. We are placing people at the center of what? Of care. So, these brokers, just imagine, the Ministry of Health, which is the other side, just comes around to launch activities. Now I'm in cancer. Okay, we have cervical cancer project. Ministry of Health comes. Oh, thank you so much. We love you so much. These are the people we want in this country. And then the Ministry of Health goes back to its what? Its big chairs there in the offices. And they wait for reports. Okay? But remember, they are not able to see what is happening the other side. They are just waiting for the 5 years to end and then get a report from broker A. Okay? So just tell me, how is the ministry participating? It is probably participating 20%. And that 20% is launching projects, waiting for the reports, surveilling, using, of course, computers, and all that. Okay? So there is zero to no what? Participation of the Ministry of Health in its own what? System. That's why I carried this. So it is my appeal for the Ministry of Health to carry its own system. And then integrity. If I present a report that broker A has given me and is saying, sir, this is your report, am I really able to explain what is in that report? Of course I will be like, oh yes, this is this, but in reality I will not be what? Responsible for that report. And that is the lack of what? Integrity. That's why you hear Sanko saying, for us we pulled out for some projects, they are asking for accountability. Where is the accountability? So I want you now, lastly, I want you to imagine I have this broker out, okay? And then Ministry of Health is what? Going directly to its what? Its people. What do these brokers have that we can't do? Land cruisers. We can buy land cruisers. We can hire prevention officers. We can hire lab advisors and officers using those brands. Okay? But there should be a rule of law. So we put away the rule of what? Of law. How? We are allowing donors to tell us what we should do. No, this grant there is no buying a machine. But they know when you don't buy a machine, you will fly out and you can't get it somewhere. Okay? Recently I had to collect money for one of my former lecturers. He has throat cancer. Some of you may know him, Naruwini, from Bara University. He's in India. And he has over 22 cycles of cancer therapy. And each cycle is costing 6 million. But why didn't he go to Uganda Cancer Institute? Okay? Why didn't he go there? Meaning that there is a leakage somewhere. We need to stand up as Ministry of Health, make a promise to our people to provide health directly and minimize the use of brokers. All those things these people can do, we can do. We can buy those big land cruisers. We can hire staff at all levels because at the end of the day we are the ones training them using government money. We have scholarships that we are giving them. So this rat, when I talk about the rat, I'm not talking about the rat that you see in our houses, the black one. I'm talking about, for example, there is a rat in China. It is called the bamboo rat. This rat is fed from when it's still young, it's fed on only bamboo. And there's a way it gets fat. You can imagine someone getting fat with only greens. And at the end of the day, it is eaten. This rat is what? Is eaten. So we are allowing brokers to eat our rights, to eat our rule of law, to eat accountability. There is absolutely no accountability. I pay 900,000 and I eat small bananas. Okay? And then transparency and fairness. These people down here need to see you down there in the facilities, so that we trickle down. All this money that is trickling down from these different countries is then trickling through the Ministry of Health to the what? To the health system. And this broker, of course, when you get rid of this broker, don't forget about him. Give him specific rules. For you, maybe you're going to do absolutely research, but there's nothing to do with the cancer management and treatment. So you give them a role, and this role will be given by the rule of what? Of law. Because you have the mandate as Ministry of what? Of Health. Alright, so there's a lot I can say, but because of time, I want my fellow colleagues to also present. I will stop there, but I'll have more publications on the rats. Thank you so much. And for God and my country.
Thank you so much. Since we are talking about mandate and rule of law, I also want to use my mandate as the moderator of this conference to request you to take up one of those seats.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. So I also want to invite other panelists, the first presenters, Andrea, Dr. Fiona, and Farida, as well as Dr. Henry Medino. Please come very fast and have a brief discussion. I know the audience has a lot of questions. Kevin has estimated everyone. Everyone is asking about mandate, rule of law. You know whether you're a broker. So you're selling some points on us. So if the suit is fitting you properly, please just wear it and move. So let us know, because they're all here for the good of our health system, not so? Especially NCDs as well as cancer. So you need to make sure that you remove brokers and also be assigning different roles before the day ends. So thank you so much, our presenters, once again for the wonderful discussion that we had. Let's have another microphone on the other table. Yes. So, just for those, just Erica, we had Andrea presenting about infectious disease research at the Fred Hite Institute. Then we had Dr. Bukirwa presenting about Epstein-Barr virus encoding PPNA1 and LMD expression in nuclear surface squamous neoplasia at Miracle Hospital and Makerere University Pathology Laboratories. Then Farida told us about the performance of Scientist 2.0 in identifying human papillomaviruses. Then Dr. Nike will took us through the, so I didn't get your name. Don't feel offended that I'm calling you. Yes, Joan. Joan told us about the factors associated with diagnostic delays in lung cancer, with the role of symptoms and passive smoking. Kevin has just told us about improving cancer and other NCD diagnostic capacity through effective healthcare governance in Uganda and the strategy for enhancing patient management. So, if you're in the audience and you have any questions for any specific presenters, please feel free to use this opportunity and air it out. I need an assistant, so we move around to the microphone. Please be specific to the presenter so that they can be able to answer you.
Yes, thank you, our dear presenters, for the wonderful presentations. Mine specifically goes to Dr. Andrea. I was so much anxious about what you presented, and it all makes that great hunch. So you showed us the sequencing capabilities that you developed. So we want you to throw more light on how those capabilities have impacted patient care in our country. So is there any impact or there is no impact at all? Because you've told us that you're going to close business and we are worried that maybe when you go, how shall we survive as a country? So lastly, how can private players partner with Fred Hite so that we can help our patients? Thank you.
So we'll be taking these questions in fives. So you can feel free to document and do not write down, they will answer it. Thank you.
I prefer to start. Miguel Hussein is my name. Protocol Tab. I acknowledge and pay respect to the elders under this roof and your contribution to our society. Dr. Andrea, I have like two questions. One is you talked about leukemia surveillance study. Is it a nationwide surveillance or just Sentinel at Cancer Institute? And the other question is I'm seeing 137 trainees, publications of the trainees. What is your view on the evaluation of the trainees' research capacity, real-world research capacity, and ability to execute research, given the fact that you've trained some of them? This goes to Dr. Fiona. I think I have a question to everyone, so you can break them down. This goes to Dr. Fiona. You talked about the associations and you presented p-values. I and you presented p-values. Did you also look at odds ratios, adjusted odds or confidence intervals? Because just a p-value will just tell us the association is there, but it doesn't tell us the strength and the direction of the association. This goes to Dr. Farida. I hope Dr. Fiona has noted that. The one who presented about, hope she knows. Dr. Farida, I'm really concerned. I'm a One Health specialist. I've written a book on One Health basic application and also the diagnosis. This 1970 HPV, what is your opinion on inclusion of schools? I don't know whether it's either in the curriculum or in the structure where there is HPV vaccine. Because I'm looking at this young community that needs to be vaccinated, stays more at the schools. What is your view on the inclusion of this kind of vaccination strategy into the schools? This goes to Dr. John. Dr. John, you presented factors associated to delays. These included smoking, working mines, radiation. They look to be more risk factors as opposed to one that you said of actually access to herbal medicine, which for it looks to be more of a delay to diagnosis. I need clarity on this and your view, because looking at a targeted intervention, targeting what you presented as factors to the delay, it looks more of alleviating the risk factors than actually working on the delay. Kevin, thank you for your presentation. And you did a desk review. Research is knowledge, is new knowledge, and we base on facts. So even when you're presenting results, you base on facts. So you tell us facts. And Kevin, you did a desk review. I'm wondering with the methodology you used to identify the blockers. It is simply not there. So it lacks some integrity in the presentation of the results. Perhaps you could look out for a better methodology that you could actually identify the blockers, but what could be the barriers to perhaps these hindrances to outcome. It's not more of a question, it's just a clarity as a researcher. I'm an epidemiologist and a PhD student for epidemiology. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
Well, thank you very much. Abdul Karim Samba from London School of Hygiene, University of London, specializing in infectious diseases, with a background in critical care. So I'll have a few comments and maybe with three people. One is Andrea from Hutchins. As you talked more about the leukemia and as you are soon leaving the country or the research, my point is, or my question goes to, how reliable is leukemia or the cancer register at Cancer Institute that when it comes to leukemia as well as diagnostic criteria, look at the future, and then what a supportive system exists with these patients in managing their families and undergoing leukemia treatment and support. For Irene, and Dr. John, I think who will represent the Irene. First a comment, I'll appreciate Ivan and Johan for having put up across this for the factors related to diagnostic delays in cancer. We see that there is quite chronic pain, there is chronic cough and chest pain as one of the factors that may lead maybe to lung cancer, as in TB or pneumonia patients. There is need for a better differential diagnostic for this, and also in triaging, as we see in primary health care or in primary care. So my question goes to you, Joanne. Has there been any attempt to use low-dose computed tomograph CT scans imaging of this, as we have low-limited settings in Uganda, and also looking at the high-risk smoke exposed people, for example, women who stay in households and children. How are we going to managing of these diseases, and how do you see if we put in across the CT scans used, then just basing on the ill health or the other symptoms to diagnose this patient with cancer? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think each of our panelists has something to answer. And yes, I'm going to come for another round. Just give the panelists I'm going to put the first answer this one, then I come for another round. Is that okay? Yes. And I'll start with the Andreas, and she has the minute of the questions. Please feel free to respond to some of the comments.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Excellent questions, and thank you for the comments as well. So I will start just kind of in order. So I think the first question was, how are the current NGS assays and practices, and how are they affecting and benefiting the patient care right now? So I think it's really important to note that over the course of the collaboration with the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center and the Uganda Cancer Institute, that the laboratory has been a research laboratory only, and it's not a clinical laboratory. It's not a CAP accredited or CLIA lab. And that actually is really important, because with any clinical assay, a clinical assay has to start with research first. It has to build a foundation, and so therefore a lot of our NGS portfolio and our assays are research, because we do need to make those as the first foundational step to get those assays into the clinical space. And so that is the first step. And so what we are finding, this is a very, very, brand new preliminary study with the leukemia surveillance, because this has never been done before. So this might answer kind of a second question in terms of this is not a national surveillance. It's only 200 participants, and we only sequenced 100 of those participants on both the variant plex and the fusion plex to get an idea in terms of, and also making sure that there's a proper and appropriate power analysis on this as well. So from this initial study, we were able just to see from those who are presenting at the Uganda Cancer Institute over the course of the past couple of years, what we have gathered. We are hoping that when we do the final data analysis, which we just completed the sequencing on, and once we do the analysis, we'll be able to really understand and see what we're in this cohort, and therefore be able to then, from there, start making those steps to bring it into the clinical space. So with that being said, I would not say that the Fred Hutch is abandoning. I think that is not an appropriate term. It's rather a transition. And so none of these assays, genomics, or anything are going away. Rather, quite the opposite. I would say that the UCI has partnered with us for well over 18 years, going on to 2 decades now. The lab is still intact. It's growing. We are planning to continue doing genomics. It's just in a different title. And so I think that the future is extremely bright here in Uganda, especially in Kampala, when it comes to genomics capabilities. And I know myself and the lab team are very committed to ensuring that those practices continue on. It's just a transition at this point in time, and that's strictly due to funding capabilities. So I think a couple other questions in terms of the training capacities and the publication. So the 137. So we have committed as one of the pillars in the collaboration. Not only is there the scientific capabilities that have come from our program, but we have over the years have formed an adult hematology oncology fellowship program, and also have trained PhD and master level students that are gone through a D43 program. And so when we do that, there's a lot of mentorship that comes from that, in which our Ugandan collaborators and students partner with our collaborators in Seattle or other institutes. And so, but the goal is really to mentor, to train, and so therefore those individuals or Ugandan students and physicians are really the ones that are leading these, and they are PIs, co-PIs on a majority of our studies that we are seeing here. So it's it is truly a lot of our investigators in these clinical projects. A lot of our scientific projects are extremely involved in helping in the grant writing process. Hopefully I answered that question, and if not, I'm happy to discuss afterwards. In terms of the individuals that are coming and presenting to the Uganda Cancer Institute with suspected cases of leukemia in terms of cancer registry, supportive care, etc. So the study that I'm talking about, Tumors of the Leukemia Study, it is a surveillance study right now. So it's a small group of individuals that have consented to being a participant on a study for the strict reasons for biobanking specimens for further studies in the future. And we also have just a small cohort of 200 individuals, and as mentioned, 100 of those individuals right now have been sequenced. The standard of care and practices of anyone that presents to the Uganda Cancer Institute when it comes to any type of suspected hematological malignancy or solid tumor malignancy has the utmost care. There's a lot of supportive care. I know a few individuals in this room are with the Uganda Cancer Institute. The clinical side could speak more clearly to that. And so regardless of the study ending or not, there is no change in terms of any inappropriate or any type of supportive care, and it's just rather this is one of the studies in which they have enrolled in addition to participate and have specimens donated to be able to
participate in that study. So hopefully I've answered those questions and
I'll be back. Okay. Hopefully I've answered those questions, and if not, or if I've missed something, I'm happy to talk to the three of you afterwards as well. I'll pass it on now.
Thank you, Andre. Yes, Farida. Yes. Can you make a comment?
Yeah. Thank you very much. You asked for what might be an inclusion of schools in HPV vaccination, right? And of course, I would greatly recommend including schools in vaccination campaigns because from the results we had, we saw that most of the HPV infections were actually in the age group of 19. That means most of these people get exposed to the HPV infections at a very young age, because we know that progression, the natural history of HPV is very long. So progression from HPV infection to cervical cancer takes a really long time. So for us having very many of these infections in a very young age group indicates that these people actually got infected or exposed to HPV at a very young age. So of course, most of the screening is optimistic screening. Not very many people actually want to
n'okumaliriza abstract entaddemu speeches bayoleza abantu bonna different.
So people do not want to actually go and screen because of that aspect. So if we do maybe massive campaigns going into schools, sensitizing these people about HPV, preventive strategies, we screen them, and of course tell them about the vaccination. I think it would greatly decrease the infections and also subsequently reduce on the cases of cervical cancer.
Thank you, Farida. Yuan?
Thank you so much. So I'll first answer the first question. I hope I got it right. I think it was asking whether smoking and working in mines is associated with delayed diagnosis. Is it just
be more risk factors than just delay factors that actually holding from intervening.
okay? Yes. So from our study that we conducted, we noted that smoking is actually not associated with cancer. From my findings, I think we reported that majority of our patients are non-smokers. So these are the non-conventional risk factors that we need to maybe dig out more, find out why is it that the non-smokers are now presenting with lung cancer. Are there some other maybe genetic mutations that are being associated with lung cancer? And then mining is associated because from what we noted in our study, we interviewed these patients, and for the patients who were working in the mines, they would report having the chronic cough, but then they would not mind coming to hospital because they are exposed to the dust, so they would attribute it to the maybe dust exposure, yet it was actually the lung cancer presenting. Then I've answered it. Then the other question was on using the low dose CT in screening. Well, for our setting, we would use it because the minimum we can do for a patient who comes in with the symptoms is doing an X-ray. Low dose CT scan would help us see a mass in this patient, but then we look at accessibility and affordability. We have health centers in our country that don't have a CT scan machine, and then even those that have don't have a radiologist to interpret. So this has caused delays in diagnosis. Knowledge. So a patient does a CT scan and brings it to a doctor, but maybe the doctor has limited knowledge in interpreting. So they cannot really tell if there is a mass, and they end up maybe treating a patient for another respiratory condition. So this has caused delays. Then how are we going to help the women and children living in these households? We need to sensitize the entire population about the risk factors. So women who cook, indoor air pollution, exposure to firewood, cooking in closed spaces, we need to let them know that this is associated with lung cancer or risk of developing lung cancer, and see how to cut out this burden. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joan. Dr. Bukiwan, do you wish to comment about the question that was raised?
Thank you. My question was about whether we keep the old ratios. And what I can say is that the odds of expression of Epstein-Barr virus, nuclear antigen, and latent membrane protein 1 were higher in the non-invasive ocular squamous neoplasia compared to the invasive ocular squamous neoplasia. And also we had higher expression in the well and moderate. Rather, the odds were also higher in the well and moderately differentiated tumors compared to those that were poorly differentiated.
Is there a figure, please?
Well, the figure is there, but I don't have it offhand right now. Sorry.
So in other words, they were done, but maybe we just feel free to better for a better discussion, maybe access for publication. Thank you. Could we just briefly?
Yes, briefly. Why you put in briefly? An objective. Okay. What's your name, sir? The one who asked me a question. Very beautiful question.
Dr. Ayub, it wasn't actually a question.
It was
A comment? Okay, let me comment more. Dr. Ayub? Yes. Okay, thank you so much for that beautiful question. So, Dr. Ayub, as you notice, this conference or workshop is about advances in non-communicable diseases, research and diagnostics. So it is my call for sustainability purposes and capacity. So even when people pull out, we don't have to absorb anyone. We're already in the system. I gave you a publication by Katene et al. About sustainability capacity. You can go and also read more about it. So you were commenting about the methodologies to identify brokers. Sorry, I used the word poison just to put it, to settle it, so I just said it, the right poison. But the real word is the brokers. And for definition, these are people who are conducting, just imagine where I was standing, Ministry of Health is that side, and then healthcare, everything, UCI, UHI is this side. So we have those people that are conducting health business on behalf of Ministry of Health. I don't want to mention names because I don't want to be intrusive. For example, I can give an example of cancer run, and then I have to wait for broker A to come with the money. And yet me, as Ministry of Health, I can ask for these grants. I can have a big grant office under Ministry of Health, and a big procurement and logistics with logisticians and procurement officers under Ministry of Health, prevention officers under Ministry of Health. Everything is under Ministry of Health. And I have the broker may be given another role using the rule of law. So, I know you expected me to talk about gaps, limitations of healthcare governance in Uganda, and then the solutions. Remember, this is innovation. It's an innovation. You will find those. You will find those in all those literatures I've told you about, the 15. You'll find it. But as an innovation, you're not going to find that acronym. It is not there anywhere. So maybe I call on for more support to further analyze that acronym. It's a coin, it's actually unveiled today. Try searching for it, you won't find it. So, and it stands for rule of law, accountability, transparency, and fairness, integrity, and participation. So I would want maybe to take it from the desktop to the field now. And this is actually an outlook. It's a future thing. It doesn't have to happen. Because we have so many government programs running, but there's more to do. More. Let's do more and more and more and more and more as Ministry of Health and the government of Uganda. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you, Kevin. Someone had a question. I just wish to take two so that I don't end up serving you a brunch. You just need to have breakfast and also have lunch. I'll start with this gentleman.
Thank you so much. My name is Sahari Kipi from Kenya, and I have a question for Joanne related to the associated factors to delays in cancer's diagnosis. The study was done in in Uganda and Tanzania. Are there any unique associated factors that you found that maybe you can tell the governments, either the Ugandan government or the Tanzanian government, that this is an area that is unique to your country and you need to focus on it so that delays in cancer diagnosis are not happening? Then when it came to the issue of your results or your outcomes, the non-smokers are the ones that are really suffering from cancer. And I was wondering whether you considered the issue of the passive smokers, that you are not a smoker, you know you don't smoke, but when you stay anywhere near a smoker, you are the one who is smoking more than the smoker. Did you consider that as part of the outcome of your study? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Evelyn Amunya, Mulago Women's Hospital. My question still is to Dr. Irene Najimbo. You mentioned or you informed us that as far as lung cancer is concerned, in your research results, you found that women were the majority of the affected, and the same applies to does it compare with other results? Because it seemed to be a little different from what you had expected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Patrick Edet from the National Cancer Awareness Organization. Now, mine is just a bit of a comment. You see, when you go to Uganda Cancer Institute, they say there are over 100 types of cancers seen in the population. And here we're discussing that there are three major ones that are striking, most people are striking, or most people are succumbing to, are the ones we're discussing here. CS cervix, prostate, breast cancer. But again, I have been hearing that at least these three cancers that most people are dying of, the diagnosis is a bit clear. Why don't we focus first on these three to strengthen the diagnosis for these three cancers? If it's mammograms, why don't we have more mammograms? So that before we even go to other complicated cancers. Now, the question I have is that's just food for thought. It is from Madame Andrea. I think she's from Fred Hatch Research Center at the Uganda Cancer Institute. Now, from 1969, since the Uganda Cancer Institute was established, research has been your resource, and more money has been pumped in the research. I'm going to ask, especially on the HPV virus, what other research findings have been documented to inform us on how to mitigate or even control this virus? Apart from having these, rolling out screening programs, vaccination programs for these young girls and everything, schools and everything. So, women are outside there, perplexed, confused. The virus is spreading through sexual intercourse without having protection. But what other documentation do you have since you took on this mantle? Is there anything documented on how this virus has been mitigated in the community, especially on the side of our mothers? Thank you very much.
Thank you, indeed. Any other lucky person?
Thank you so much. My name is Brenda Adiko, and I'm a student of infectious diseases and global security in Makerere University. I had a question to Farida. Yes, based on your results, as you stated that most of the affected group was of age 30 to 45 years. In my head, I was thinking, of course, you said you collected the samples that you actually analyzed were already archived samples, probably. Looking at the young age that has been vaccinated mostly in Uganda, the teenagers, don't you think there may be need to carry out a validation study on those that have been vaccinated, probably to attest and see the efficacy of the vaccine? Maybe it could be the vaccine efficacy that is fading, and progressively as they age, they are actually being the affected generation that we are seeing having the highest population here of those suffering from HPV. Maybe in the future time to come as you just said. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll invite Andrea and Irene and more of the highest questions. Could start then. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. So, the first question was asking about the unique risk factors that we found out that maybe we need to inform the government and the other stakeholders in Uganda and Tanzania. Yes, we found out that majority of the patients that are affected with lung cancer are women, and they reported use of firewood as the main source of fuel for their cooking. So, and then there are peasant farmers. So we think there is need to inform the governments of Uganda and Tanzania and maybe advocate for clean fuel for cooking. Yes. Then the issue of passive smoking, our patients reported exposure to smoke, passive smoking, either at their workplaces or in their homes. So passive smoking has a role to play in acquiring lung cancer. Then HIV was someone asked if it wasn't surprising to note that our patients were women and then HIV negative, because it was surprising. We thought the cancer could be related with HIV infection, but then it is not what we are seeing. So we think that the development of HAART, that's high antiretroviral therapy, maybe it is doing a way of combating some of these diseases. When our patients adhere to their ART treatment, and then these cancers cannot maybe be found in the HIV positive patients, and we are grateful for that, being that they can get the HAART treatment. We think that is the reason why the lung cancer is not common in the HIV positive patients. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can answer next.
Thank you very much. That's something I had actually not thought of. But I think it's a nice angle to try to look at how efficient are the vaccines we are giving, to the females. And I think in reference to that, one, we know that vaccine was rolled out some years back, but it has not been very efficient, because if you look at the vaccine coverage, it's really low. So maybe some of those cases are from those who are not vaccinated, but also in reference to those who are vaccinated and are still having infections. So the vaccine that is being given out right now in Uganda has it's covering only 4 genotypes. And 2 of them are low-risk genotypes, for low-risk cervical cancer. Low-risk HPV that mainly causes skin warts and other infections. Then the ones that are attributed to cervical cancer are only 16 and 18. But as we saw from the results, we saw that the prevalence of other high-risk genotypes other than 16 and 18 was also high. We saw a very high prevalence of genotype 52, genotype 68, but those are not covered in our vaccine that we are actually giving out right now. So maybe we need to do some more research or screening to find out the prevalence of other high-risk genotypes other than 16 and 18 before we can make more tailored interventions. Maybe we need to increase on those specific genotypes that are regional based in our population, in the vaccination, in the vaccines that we are developing, so that we curb those other genotypes other than the known 16 and 18, because different populations are often are affected differently. Yeah, so maybe focusing on immunizing the girls to only 16 and 18, but yet they are affected by some other genotypes that we are not looking at. So maybe we also need to look at that angle as well.
Thank you, Marina. I think we have some movements to supplement.
Thank you so much, Rita, and the person who asked that question. My name is Natalie Miriam. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Makerere University. Just to supplement a little on what you're trying to answer, we do not need more data about the efficacy of the vaccine. That has already been settled, and actually right now we've moved on to just using 1 dose of that vaccine. So as far as vaccine effectiveness, efficaciousness in preventing premalignant lesions and cervical cancer, that's already been settled. Now, the other point I wanted to clarify on, she's trying to explain why we are finding this infection 30, 35 years and so on. The initial cohorts that were vaccinated, this vaccine was rolled out in 2015 in Uganda, and the initial people who received that vaccine, if they targeted 10 to 14 years, and the rollout was 2015, we see that now we add 10 years. Those people are not yet 32, 35 years, they are still young. So the women who are in that age category are the cohorts that were not vaccinated. So we are not worried that they were vaccinated and then now they're having the infection and whatever. That's not the cohort. And if in her research I asked about vaccine status, she would have found 100% non-vaccinated. And the genotypes that we found to be associated with cancer, just like the rest of the world, majority of them, around 70%, is HPV 16 and 18, which is well covered in our current vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Dr. Judith Ajani, Obstetrician Gynecologist, Women's Hospital. Thank you, Miriam, for clarifying that. For the audience in the room, I just want to say something still about HPV. I work mostly with women who have gynecological cancers, of which cervical cancer is the most common, and it is well documented that HPV, the human papillomavirus, is responsible for the development of cervical cancer later in life. In Uganda, our policy is we are not actually screening for HPV below 30 years. And the reason is the natural history of HPV is that it is acquired within about 3 to 4 years of becoming sexually active. When you start having sex within 3 to 4 years, you're going to pick up this HPV. Never mind who gave it to you, who you're passing it on to, but it's actually the commonest sexually transmitted infection. Up to 80% of people will get it. But our bodies have an innate capacity to deal with it, to clear it within 2 years. So the people who move on to have cervical cancer, it's because their bodies are not able to clear the HPV within those 2 years, and it therefore persists over time, and then it begins to drive the body in a way that leads to abnormalities of the cells in the cervix. Those are what we call the pre-cancer lesions that we screen for and we treat, so that later in life the women do not develop. So that's the thing I wanted to clarify. So I work with cancer patients, and one of the things is that it's very possible that people also acquire new HPV infections later in life. We have seen women with cervical cancer over 65 and even over 70 years, though the screening by program guidelines stops at about 65 years. So it's very possible that people actually are developing new infections later in life. And of course, even if you're vaccinated, you could pick up those other types as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Finally, ask Andrea to respond.
Sure, thank you. Thank you so much for the comment and question. I really appreciate it. So today I just talked about one cancer. Over the course of the several years, the research, so research is our resource, as you mentioned. We have extensively studied 8 different types of cancers and infectious diseases. As everyone in this room knows, 30% of infectious disease, or 30% of cancers are induced by infectious disease. When specifically it comes to the cervical cancer question that you have, we do and we did perform a pretty extensive cervical cancer study, and I'm happy to, after we're done here, due to time, I can send you those papers that have been published. The lab, just right in front of you at the table, performed extensive years of genotyping on those specimens. So there is data out there that has reported on the study and the research that we did. I couldn't present on all the research that we have done. In regards to prostate cancer and breast cancer, we do have currently many breast cancer studies right now, some of them that are quite advanced in terms of studying the tumor microenvironment and individuals with HIV and individuals without HIV that involve sequencing studies, which is great. So those are ongoing right now in terms of many advancements. When it comes to prostate cancer, it is a massive cancer that we do see present at the Uganda Cancer Institute. Unfortunately, with research goes with funding, right? And so we usually work with what we can get funded on. And right now, prostate cancer, we haven't been able to have a study that has been funded in order for us to conduct that research. So Moz, when it gets back to how do private entities, philanthropy, things of that nature, how they can partner, this is an excellent way in which we can supplement when funding and entities all over, not just with the U.S., want to be able to partner with such things as sequencing or to continue these extraordinary research projects. This is a great way to be able to do it because there is a definite need, and we do have the expertise and instruments and resources to be able to do those studies. It really just comes down to the funding when it comes to it, and that is strictly it. So hopefully that answered that question. I'm happy to send you papers on anything that you'd like as well. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Once again, let us give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much for that wonderful discussion. I'm sure we are, as you're still here, please feel free to interact with them more. And right about now, please feel free to please take your seats. Yes. Thank you. So right about now, our tea is ready. It has been ready since we got here. It has been waiting for us. So we are going to have a 15 minutes break, have our tea, and we prepare for the next session. But as we have our break tea, I request all the presenters around, please approach the ID desk so that we have this presentation sorted, and we also get to know who is around and who is not, that we can have a smooth running of the next session of our presentations. So all the presenters, if you are scheduled for a presentation, please approach the IT desk and we have this sorted. Thank you so much. Have a nice break. Break is just behind those the display tables, so feel free to go and pick a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, and you raise your sugar levels to better level.
Okay.
IT.
Yes, Mr. Salim. Morning to you.
We today. You want to finish us with your questions? Yeah? It's good, but then we'll stop.
You want a clear methodology.
You have my diary. So this is my slide for chemical parameters.
I'm sending you the presentation of Dr. Gain. For Cepheid.
So we are noting the presence of all the presenters so that we can put them accordingly. So are we summarizing? We are ticking actually. The presentation is applied.
Good approach this morning.
for all that have been there. We are good.
Well done.
Yes, thank God.
Thank you. So we are taking ourselves here.
So do you want to push me forward?
Most likely. Don't worry. So when we are getting the presence, so where is Cowton? Where is Cowton? Cowton is here. Kenneth, how are you? Next slide. Yes, the session is yours. Have you uploaded? That's why I'm so, can I go ahead? Boys, Medicine is in charge of the next session. So there, do you have the present? So this one is, she's going to present. Actually, bring out even the MCH aspect that attitude is very good. You had people don't. I've seen you, have you have here, we need to get that detail. Yes. No, that has your presentation. Yes, and you're not, you have like another aspect in that. I want you to come out clearly for the kids. And you're also going to have, you said before you, we are going to give them more time. Because you are not. We're thinking of great guidance. You need to propose the configurations. It's time you're putting them together.
It looks like you use a type C.
On the next session, we don't want issues. It's okay. Maybe for the presentation. It's okay. Yeah, let us start with you. And after the cancer, we'll go into diabetes. This one is medicine has diabetes. But we want to give them more time.
What is your email? Type your email.
Such a woman is starting.
Yes. Karen.
Yeah.
Money.
Your next, in the next session, yes.
It's all right. Thank you.
Tandawubeka totushishi nganaloleshe kesabine mwenafite mamu menshi mwafumishe kwisaenda kashakukulile mpili mwaisushe chalo kufuma ku bantu fye babili nganalolesha ife chalo chishibuluka kasuba nganalolesha ifyo impanga yayemba na maluva mwe wakambatike ntanda muwelele kaweni mwe wasakatile chalo mulupilu moyawe nimwe omaka yenu ya mpwisha mano yenu yampesha mano mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe ifife mwifisa kwisaka sulanga katula mwewa ishiboko musungiro mwela nimwe katula mwefioni kyamuwelele sansuleni amashi
which is used to identify the slides and create loaded
palupili mwapanga ifipoma mwebashingurushe fyalomu mwelo kwa bulukuponya ifintutumonalesata vyaipangileyo ishiwilenuwegalanile tityonse fileko omaka yenu yampwisha maka mano yenu yampesha mano mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe shakeshie muselenu epowapela mwesa akutukabumba kwile nechiungwa leso wapangile kyonsefu aisaleso pamekushandi nkama yetu yawe shakeshie mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe shaitotandauweka totushishi singanaloleshe fyesavine mwenafipemamu menshi mwafumishe kwisanda kashakukulile mpili mwaisushe chalo kufuma ku bantu fye babili nganalolesha ike chalo chishinguluka kasuba nganalolesha ifyo impanga yayembana maluba mwe wakambatike ntandamu welele taweni mwe wasakatile chalo mulupilumo yawe nimwe omaka yenu yampwisha maka mano yenu yampesha mano mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kwisa kasuwanga katula mwewa ishiroko musungira mwela ni mwekatula mwifiuni kyamuwelele sansuleni amashi mwifimu titote na mapitulumbe shimwilili mwewetira mishipalupi mwapanda ifipoma mwewashingurushe fyalumu mwelo kwa bulu kuponya ifintutumona lesata vyaipangileyo ishiwilenu elanigatitwonse fileko tukawumba kwile nechiwungwa leso apangile kyonsefi aisala swapamekushandi nkama yenu yawe shakeshie mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe.
I'll send it to that same email. Thank you.
You don't bring that music. You don't bring that music. It is online people watching. Nganalolesha ivyotandauwe katotushishi nganalolesha fyesavine mwenafipema mumeshi mwafumishe kwisaenda kashakukulile mpili mwaisushe chalo kufuma ku bantu fye babili nganalolesha ikyo chalo chishinguluka kasuba nganalolesha ikyo impanga yaimbana maluba mwe wakambatike ntanda muwelele tawe ni mwe mwe wasakatile chalo mulupimo yawe ni mwe omaka yenu yamfuisha maka mano yenu yampesha mano mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe ififisabisa kasuwanga katula mwewashiroko msungira mwela nimwe katula ukiunikyamuwelele sasuleni amashi mwifimu titote na pitulumbe shimwilili mwetira mishikalupi
kipoma mwebashirushe moyo kwangu kuponya ikintu kimona lesataka ipamileyo ishiwile moyamia tichwa safireko umaka yenu yamkwisha maka mano yenu yampesha mano Mungu yonse awe Mungu yonse awe Kaumba wesu yawe Mwe Mungu yonse awe Mungu yonse awe Kaumba wesu yawe Mwe Shakeshie usemu Pepo wake amweza Akutika umma kuilele shirungwa Mleso apamile Josefi Aisala sabamilishani Mkama yenu yawe Shakeshie Mulungwe konse yawe Mulungwe yonse yawe Kaumba wesu yawe Mwe Mungu yonse yawe Mungu yonse yawe Kaumba wesu yawe Mwe Kalinda wesu yawe Mwe Kalinda wesu yawe Mwe Kaumba wesu yawe Mwe Kaumba wesu yawe Mwe Kalinda wesu yawe Nalolesha itotandauye katotushishi Nalolesha kesabine munafitoma mumeshi Mwafunishe kwisanda kashakukulile mpili Mwaisushe chalo kufuma kubantu kebabili Nalolesha ikechalo chishimuruka kasuba Nalolesha ito impanga yaembala maluba Mwewa kambatike mpanda mwelele
Therefore, accelerating the whole process while keeping the same standing excellence. On the bottom 3, 30 slides will be completed in 2.5 hours, allowing customers to complete 4 runs, including an overnight run. Scheduling overnight runs means Bond literally works while you sleep. This means that Bond 3 can complete up to 120 slides in a day. Onboard mixing of the chromogens immediately prior to dispensing can be achieved using the Bond's onboard self-cleaning mixing bar. So users no longer need to worry about the chromogen instability of locations. The Bond 3 contains a total of 4 robots. 3 of the 4 robots are often referred to as BFRs, which stands for bulk fluid robots. These dispense all of the bulk fluids to slides, freeing up the main aspirating probe to only dispense high-value reagents such as antibodies or detection kits that speed up the run. Coupled with an advanced scheduling algorithm, the 4 robots work in harmony to speed up the staining process. Between each of these steps, Bond is programmed to perform 3 washes to effectively remove each reagent before the next step. Each dispense is made by the probe and facilitated by capillary action. This is assisted by the Bond Calaton and a gentle vacuum that allows the instrument to preserve the tissue. The entire procedure is operated with Bond control. This controller is the computer that is used to operate all the attached Bond instruments using the intuitive Bond software. The control system is a part of the medical instrument and is validated in its current state. and therefore cannot be modified like you might a normal PC. The instrument has a larger containers for the bulk reagents, allowing it to function independently for 150 slides. The containers do not have to be removed to top up the reagents, they can be topped up while slides are being run. The Vault 3 has 2 different bottles of bulk waste at a manageable size, so that one can be removed at any time during the run. Each bulk container is situated on a load cell, providing us with an exact reading of the volume of the reagent in each container. The software allows the user to track the level of the reagents directly on the computer. This proves that Vault 3 is a true testament to reliability and the best choice for your automated advanced staining.
But majority ate kati eri little bit
Arrange the 2 independent HistoCore Arcadia modules according to the embedding workflow that best suits your laboratory workflow. The minimum distance between wall and instrument should be 15 centimeters. For comfortable working heights, take care that the instrument is positioned in a way that permits the operator to use it without bending his head. The working surface should be leveled with the operator's elbows. Install the embedding mold tray and the cassette tray, and close the trays with the corresponding lids. Depending on your preferred working direction, the 2 heated trays can be used for molds or cassettes. Insert the forceps holder that can hold up to 6 forceps. Then insert the paraffin filter holder into the outlet hole inside the paraffin tank. Check that the black O-ring seals the hole. Now connect Arcadia H and C to the power supply. Fill the paraffin tank with either paraffin pellets or with liquid paraffin.
use the secretariat. Without Y. Without Y here.
Insert standard molds or mega molds. Fill the cassette tray with liquid paraffin. Cassette and mold trays can be stored according to your preferred working direction. Add forceps and you are ready to set up your working parameters and start embedding specimens. Switch on the instrument and control the embedding system with a backlit touchscreen. All relevant information is indicated here, such as working days, current time, and defined start and end time, temperature of trays, paraffin tank and the working surface, a melting indicator, plus setup and light buttons. The temperatures for the instrument different heating areas, such as trays, paraffin tank and dispenser, and working surface and forceps holder, can be adjusted separately from 50 to 75 degrees Celsius in 1 degree Celsius increments. Work days and times can be programmed for automatic instrument operation. The date and time shown on the control panel must be set to the current local time to ensure correct operation of the time program control. An automatic switch-on feature is linked to individual predefined workdays. The preferred date format can be selected. On weekdays that have been defined as workdays, the instrument will be heated up to the required temperatures in time and is ready to operate when needed. Set start and end time of the desired operating mode with the control buttons. The instrument goes into the preheating mode 5 hours before the start time. The instrument switches on or off automatically at the programmed start and end times and goes into standby mode. The Arcadia embedding system is able to run in 24-hour shift mode. Set the start time and end time to the same value, and the instrument will run continuously, even on days that are not defined as work days. When your Arcadia H is heated, you may store your cassette baskets in the cassette bath and start the embedding process. An LED light provides bright, even illumination of the embedding area and the cold spot for optimum visibility during paraffin dispensing and orientation of the tissue specimen. The quantity of paraffin released from the filler tube should be adjusted continuously with a metric screw in advance, depending on the size of the mold. For use with large molds, the pressure clip can be reversed to leave more space under the filler tube to fill larger cassettes. When using standard cassettes and/or molds, simply push the mold with your forceps or your finger against the pressure clip. Pushing the handle backwards will open the dispenser valve. Once released, the handle flips back in the original position and the valve closes. Open your cassette and select a suitable mold, depending on the size of the tissue. Transfer the tissue to the mold and start to release paraffin. The large cold spot is designed to assist tissue orientation even with large super mega cassettes. Place the cassette body on top of the mold and fill it up with paraffin. Store your filled molds on the cooling plate of Arcadia C. The cold plate is held at a constant temperature of -6 degrees Celsius. The generously dimensioned cooling surface has room for around 60 blocks. To incorporate excess paraffin, two indirectly heated paraffin collecting trays are located under the working surface that can
Institute for Strategies for Lung Cancer Prevention,
child health perspective. As she's making her way to come and present, our session is addressing maternal child health in cancer and other NCDs, prevention and control. I'm Dr. Judy Tajini. I am an obstetrician gynecologist and I work also with women with gynecological cancers. But as an obstetrician, the facility where I work, we also see a number of conditions, non-communicable disease conditions that affect pregnancy. And of course, to affect a pregnancy, the unborn child is also affected. And that is what we shall be discussing this afternoon. Sharon is already here with us. She's an internal medicine physician, holding a Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery and a Master of Medicine in Internal Medicine from Makerere University. And she has almost a decade of experience in the medical and research in TB, HIV, and lung cancer. Her interest area is understanding the relationship between infectious diseases and non-communicable diseases such as lung cancer. Currently, she is working with Makerere University Lung Institute as a clinical care and research physician. I can attest to the fact that Lung Institute is a very beautiful place. I've been there before for myself, a patient and child. So please do go there when you have lunch. Sharon, you're welcome.
I have it.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that very kind introduction. I may actually take less than 10 minutes because the topic that I have been tasked to present, unlike other topics that have been shared today, those that I've been able to listen to, most of them are presenting research findings. However, this topic is unique in a way that we do not have research findings, we do not have information about this topic in Uganda and yet around Africa. So it's an area which I believe was put on the program for this conference to allow us to reflect on this particular topic and see what we can do in our respective capacities. So I'm going to briefly talk about the strategies for lung cancer prevention, focusing on the maternal child health perspective. I think that this was more a pediatric topic, but I believe we shall be able to share even an appreciate even from our physicians' point of view.
She needs help to move.
So I've been introduced already, and I want to introduce myself again. Victor has mentioned
There's more money.
Thank you very much. Yes, so like has mentioned, many of the conditions that affect mothers are ultimately going to affect the unborn baby and even the baby after they have been born. Okay, thank you very much. So like I mentioned earlier, lung cancer in the context of maternal and child health is an area that has not been explored extensively in our setting, Uganda, but also the entire Africa. If you try to look for research publications in this topic, you're actually not going to be able to find any, or if you're lucky to find any, there will be very few. However, there is also information and evidence that suggests that there are some links or there's a relationship between lung cancer and maternal and childhood health, as we're going to see as we go along. So, looking at this slide briefly, I believe we can all see a pregnant mother who is smoking. And this slide specifically focuses on the risk factors for lung cancer in a mother who is pregnant. And they do not differ at all from the risk factors for lung cancer in a non-pregnant woman. For example, we have seen smoking, we have seen exposure to biomass. For example, in our peasant mothers who are cooking with firewood, even the non-peasants are actually cooking with firewood in Uganda and other low-resource settings. We have appreciated from the data that we have presented. Joan has done justice to part of what I wanted to share. We have seen that biomass exposure through use of the non-clean fuels for cooking and lighting, using firewood mostly, is associated with lung cancer. We are also collecting data on air pollution to appreciate the relationship between air pollution and lung cancer in our country and in Tanzania. This has not yet been analyzed, but there is enough evidence globally to show that air pollution, whether it's indoor, for mothers who are cooking in their houses, or if it's outdoor air pollution with the dusty roads, the fumes coming from the old cars, the fumes that are coming from the factories and other dust, maybe in workplaces for people who are working in mining settings, and other places where people work and they're exposed to dust. We see that all these are exposing people to lung cancer and it doesn't change even in the pregnant mother. Other environmental exposures, previously we thought that radon gas is commonly found in the West, and it's not something that should be thought about in our setting. But we have some preliminary data that shows that we actually have radon gas in our country, especially people that stay in hilly places. And hopefully that data will be published maybe in the near future. But radon gas is not a problem of the West alone. We actually have that also being a risk factor for lung cancer in our setting. But of course, not well studied. Yeah? So these are the usually, we would call them the conventional risk factors that have been researched and established, but mostly in the West, or in high-income countries. Looking at asbestos roofing, we have lots of old structures. For example, in the traditional schools, the schools were roofed with asbestos. Those very old structures, some of the structures in the country that are really old, architecture, they were roofed with asbestos roofing. So we still have asbestos exposure in our setting. Silica, for people who are working in mining facilities where they're going down to the mines and drilling and are exposed to dust that contains silica. And also we saw from what John presented earlier on that a significant number of our patients were actually minors. So this is also a risk factor for lung cancer, even in the mothers. We know that in some of these mining places or in these stone quarries, we see mothers who are pregnant, mothers with their babies on the back, and they are crushing stones to earn a living, or they are working in these gold mines or other mines to be able to earn a living and take care of their families. People that are working in, or pregnant mothers that are working as fuel pump attendants are also at risk of lung cancer, and we have this in our country. Of course, I cannot emphasize much the chronic infections. HIV has been an established risk factor for lung cancer, though we are seeing a different picture in our population. We probably have to explore further why our HIV positive patients are actually not coming through with the lung cancer diagnosis as we thought earlier, or like other research has shown. We are now looking into human papillomavirus. I know mostly it's talked about the cervical cancer and genital cancers, maybe some oral cancers. But we also know that there is evidence that human papillomavirus is now associated with lung cancer. That has not been studied in low-income settings. So one of the projects we are implementing at the Lung Institute, we are looking at the prevalence of human papillomavirus in the lung cancer tumors of patients that have been diagnosed with lung cancer. So this is also a risk factor which still affects the non-pregnant and the pregnant mothers. Other chronic lung diseases which also do not leave out the expectant mothers. Exposure to radiation, which could be treatment, radiotherapy, it could be exposure to CTs and X-rays. In this manner, also predisposing them to lung cancer. And of course, genetic predispositions. If someone has, commonly, if your first degree relative has had a diagnosis of lung cancer, then you're at risk of being diagnosed. You're highly likely to be diagnosed with lung cancer. We've seen from our data that we are analyzing that women and most importantly, peasant women are presenting with lung cancer. So, like I mentioned, all these risk factors that are occurring in the general population also impact or are associated with the risk of lung cancer in the pregnant women.
Nobody sure.
I think that's all I know. Maybe I'll go and fix that. I don't know if the slides can move from there. But as we wait for the slides to move, we know that what the mother takes in as she's pregnant is going to affect the unborn baby in their womb. So when the mother is exposed to some of these factors, for example, the air pollution, if she's taking in polluted air, if she's smoking, then this is ultimately going to actually affect the unborn baby. It's going to compromise their lung development and ultimately their lung function. And when these babies are born, there are studies that have shown that later in their life, they're actually at risk of developing lung cancer. So that's the smoking, that's the air pollution, that's the exposures that we have talked about in the environment, but also the genetic exposure, we talked about them. A pregnant mother is highly associated with having a child. I mean, a mother who has been diagnosed with lung cancer, the likelihood of a child actually being diagnosed with lung cancer is higher than that of a child whose mother or first degree that has not been diagnosed with lung cancer. And of course, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, or other forms of radiation, CTs, X-rays, that the mother that's pregnant is exposed to also puts the baby, the unborn baby actually, in utero, but also later in life as they grow up. Yes, so moving on to the next slide. So we see, like I mentioned earlier, one of the things I believe this topic was put here is for us to reflect on what is happening in our country or what is happening in Africa in regards to this particular area that we're discussing this afternoon. And we see that we actually do not have data on this topic like I mentioned earlier. And we are wondering, why don't we have data on lung cancer in expectant mothers, but also why is it that no one has thought about studying a cohort of mothers with risk factors for lung cancer, and maybe studying the children that they are given birth to and following them up for some time to see whether they actually develop lung cancer later in life? Could it be the ethical and the legal implications of conducting research in pregnant women and children? Could it be that the other complexities associated with pregnancy are the ones that are making research in this area almost impossible? Or could it be that we are just not choosing to be interested in this particular population to do research in them? That's a question for us to answer as people that are doing research in different populations. Next slide. Okay, so we wanted to brainstorm a bit on maybe what strategies we can consider for prevention of lung cancer in this particular population. So looking at the individual strategies, we are thinking, should we sensitize our populations better? And the answer is yes. Should we sensitize our health workers better so that they're able to offer the health education to the patients to be able to, as they come for other services in the hospitals, to be able to maybe understand the risk factors and avoid them, or try to do something about the risk factors that they're exposed to. So education of the communities, education of the health workers, so they can be able to educate the community, but also avoiding the risk factors that we can avoid. Can we avoid polluted air? Maybe sometimes we can, sometimes we not be able to. Can we avoid exposing pregnant mothers to unnecessary chest x-rays and other x-rays and other CT scans if we can avoid it? Some things are within our power to do. Others may not be in our power, but we can do what we can do to be able to reduce the burden of the problem. And for expectant mothers who have been diagnosed with different cancers, can they be considered for delay of the initiation of the chemotherapy and the radiotherapy, especially in the earlier trimester of the pregnancies? Can the other chronic diseases associated with lung cancer be identified early and treated early? These are areas for us to think about, so that we can prevent the chronic inflammation that will later predispose to the lung cancer. Moving on to, I think, my second last slide. Yeah, for the policymakers, we can think about how we can advocate for cleaner air. That's in the industry, looking at maybe guiding on where industries should be set up. We should not be having industries in residential areas or in the middle of the city. Can roads be constructed and reduce the dust? Can we advocate for cleaner cooking fuels or cleaner fuels for lighting in homes? Can we advocate for safe workplace policies, for example, people that are working in the mines, people that are working at the fuel pumps? Can we enhance capacity for the labs to be able to screen or even analyze samples for some of these risk factors? For example, the air pollution studies we are doing. Yeah? We collect the particles on filters, but we have to export them to high-income countries to have this analysis done. So if the labs can build capacity for us to analyze and be able to differentiate the particle types in the quality of air, in the air that we are breathing in, then we can be able to do some of this research locally and more affordably. And then also we are recommending that we should be able to do research in this area to be able to understand this problem better and maybe be able to help our population better. Next slide, please. Yeah, this may not be so clear for the people at the back, but just a few pictures of what happens in our community on a day-to-day basis. Pregnant mothers being exposed to passive smoke. Pregnant mother with all her children in there, she's cooking indoors and all of them are exposed to air pollution. Then there's this one with her baby on the back. She's preparing a meal for the family, but she's exposed to all this smoke on the firewood together with her very young baby. Yes, so with that, I think the very last slide is for us to think about. We each can play a role to prevent maternal child lung cancer. What do you think you can do about this? Thank you. Round of applause.
Thank you, Sharon. Very eye-opening presentation. And I just noted a few things that we continue thinking about. We realize that being pregnant is not of concern to non-communicable diseases. Non-communicable diseases will attack anyone and everyone. They don't respect persons. When she talked about the environmental pollution, I remember when COVID took place and there was lockdown. Do you know how clean the air in the city became? Because people went there, someone actually said, maybe we need to make it a policy. 1 month every year we need to have lockdown so that we just clean space. Okay, so I also just wanted to say about our schools, the asbestos roofs, that is really criminal. That schools schools should still have asbestos roofs. So people out there in government, police, but even us, we need to demand that the spaces where our children are living for most of the time in a year, 9 months out of 12, should be safe for them. That's too much exposure. While we were doing this, I was just thinking, some of you might be wondering, why are we discussing cancer as part of the NCDs and pregnancy? Believe it or not, some cancers can be transmitted from mother to child. There are not so many, it's a very rare occurrence. In 1,000 pregnancies, you probably have one woman with cancer, but there are some of them that can be transmitted. Skin cancer, the leukemias, lymphoma, that's a cancer that attacks the lymph nodes, and even some of them, and it takes time. The child may be noticed at birth to have the same cancer that is in the mother, but it will take up to like 8 months when the cancer cells have been transferred from the mother to the child, and then you see the same cancer in the mother developing in the child. When women are pregnant and they have cancer, Medicel, you're up next. Please get ready for your presentation on diagnostics of diabetes, I think. Please do come if you're ready. When women are pregnant and they have cancer, we make a choice, we talk to them, depending on what type of cancer it is, the stage of the cancer, and what treatment we are planning to give. Sometimes if it's very early and you can't wait for her to have the baby, and you need to intervene, then we terminate the pregnancy sadly. Sometimes we can wait for the baby to get to a time when it's fairly mature and you can survive, and then we have an early birth. So those are some of the things that we do when we have women who have cancer. Okay. Do we have Medicel ready? Yes? Okay, you're very welcome. You're going to take us through some of their diagnostics, which impacts the non-communicable diseases that we're talking about now in pregnancy. Welcome.
So, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Great. My name is Lily. Sorry, I just need to make sure my slides are the correct one. So, as my slides come up, my name is Lily Kamande. I'm the commercial lead for near patient care in Roche. And today I'll talk about accuracy of blood glucose testing solutions. If you have a minute to visit at the back there, you'll be able to interact with some of our products. That's the AccuCheck Active and the AccuCheck Instant. So receive greetings from Nairobi. My team said I say hello. Have you received? Great. I will. Great. So we will get into a discussion to really understand whether accuracy is very important when we are testing for blood glucose. Next slide. So does accuracy matter? And maybe I can get by a show of hands. Is accuracy important when we are testing for blood glucose? By show of hands. Is it important? Great. So actually, accuracy really matters because self-monitoring of diabetes is really important in making clinical decisions.
It helps doctors decide how much insulin they'll give the patients. It helps in terms of identifying if there is any hypoglycemic events, and it's really important for therapy change. When we decide whether do we need the patient to start taking oral hypoglycemics, and we engage them to actually getting more probably insulin. So it's really important to have the correct glucose reading, because once the doctor starts the patient on insulin and you don't have the correct blood glucose level, it can actually end up making the patient get into a hypoglycemic event.
You sent me a different one.
So when we're thinking about accuracy, we're looking for a system or for a glucometer that has both high trueness and precision. So when we talk about trueness, this is what we are looking at, the closeness of the average of single results to the true value. And then from a precision perspective, we are looking at the closeness of agreement between single results. So essentially, when you're looking for a glucose meter, or when you're recommending a glucose meter for your patients, you need to make sure that this meter that you have can deliver both trueness, precision, and accuracy. So this is an example of a competitor brand actually tested for glucose, and you can see at the consensus read error, the glucose reading was actually way above the actual reading. So the true reading was actually 10.5 millimoles, but you can see the reading from the competitor brand was actually very skewed. It was actually up with 4 millimoles. So essentially, this glucometer was giving a glucose reading of 14.5, and the actual lab reading was actually 10.5. So the true lab result, like I mentioned, was about 10.5, and the glucometer was actually reading 14.5. So there was a variance of about 38%. So if you think about the impact, and this is where we bring our minds to think about the patient. So a patient wakes up, tests with a meter that has no trueness, precision, and accuracy, and the glucose level is 14.5. The doctor is really aiming to make sure that we bring this glucose or this fasting glucose to 5.5. So the doctor asks the patient to take a bolus insulin of 9 units, because 9 units is the amount of insulin that will bring or give us the desired result of 5.5. So we ask our patient who has tested with an inaccurate meter to give themselves 9 units of insulin for us to achieve an expected level of 5.5. But what is an actual BG of 10.5? But the actual BG actually was 10.5 because this meter gave an incorrect reading. So what happens? We lower the glucose reading, and what happens? The patient crashes. They get a hypoglycemic event because they actually got 9 units of insulin, but the true reading of the blood glucose was actually 10.5 millimoles. So we end up crashing the patient. And what happens? When patients start getting hypoglycemia, they stop testing, they become non-compliant, they use less insulin, they end up with complications. So we keep losing our patients. So don't take accuracy for granted. Not all blood glucose meters in the system or in our market even meet the minimum criteria for accuracy. So we have this study by Freckman et al. And the first study was done in 2010, and they evaluated 25 different blood glucose meters. And actually what happened was approximately 40% of the BGM system failed. They did another study in 2012, and the same case scenario. This time they tested 43 different blood glucose meters, and approximately 40% tested failed of all the lots that were tested. And there was another study that was done in 2013, and they used are 7 different BGM studies, and approximately 85% systems completely failed of the 2013. And ISO standards require today's blood glucose meters to be very accurate. That's a high standard, but what does that mean? So there's a criteria they use, and they look at system accuracy. And with the system accuracy, they look both at analytical and clinical. Then they look at measurement precision. There should be low standard deviation in terms of the results. Then the user performance, how many subjects were actually tested. And then they use interface testing in terms of interference substances. And then they also do hematocrit testing. We know hematocrit is a variance in terms of glucose levels. So a BGM system is compliant 15197 only if it can meet all the 5 criteria. So this is just more about analytical and clinical accuracy. And what actually ISO detects is that 95% of measured glucose values should fall within 0.83 millimoles. All of the average measured value of the procedure of blood glucose of 5.5 millimoles. And at least for the clinical accuracy, 99% of glucose measured value should fall within zones A and B of the consensus error grid for patients with type 1. So we have different factors that can actually affect accuracy of glucometers, and some of them are actually endogenous. That is hematocrit, racemase, cholesterol. We have exogenous, we have paracetamol. But then we have also other external factors that affect the accuracy of glucometers. It could be temperature, humidity, and altitude. So in terms of the testing that was done with our product, we tested with over 23 products, and they're highlighted in red. And with all these substances that we thought would actually potentially affect the test results, our glucometer was able to actually meet and exceed expectations. The other thing is the hematocrit range. We know that glucometers can actually pick very high hematocrit ranges, but what we actually did was actually to test and see whether our glucometer can actually take high hematocrit ranges. So essentially what happened in terms of hematocrit testing, HCT levels outside the reference interval were found in a wide range of subjects. So they picked different cohorts where they had pregnancy, patients with anemia, neonates, people living with high altitude and high performance sports. So you find that the neonates actually have the highest hematocrit range. And we actually tested with neonates to see, is our glucometer still accurate when we talk to neonatal testing? And we were able to see that we were able to meet and exceed these criteria. And that's why AccuCheck is validated even with neonatal testing. I've had a bit around pregnancy, maternal work, and I know we are also testing for mothers who have GDM. So with AccuCheck, you are very confident in terms of hematocrit testing because we actually exceed and meet that criteria. So what happens in terms of, I've actually been given short time, so I'll rush through. So in terms of the ISO, our both systems, the AccuCheck Active and Instant, they meet the system accuracy, they meet the measurement precision, the user performance, and interference testing, as well as hematocrit testing. So you can actually recommend with confidence. But very, very important to understand also the why. So essentially, when you think about the ISO 1597 2013 guidelines, is that we know that there are glucometers that are impacted by partial pressures of oxygen. And we have two enzymes that are used when we look at the concomitants. We have the glucose dehydrogenase and the glucose oxidase. So what happens is that when you have a glucose oxidase, it is actually impacted by partial pressures of oxygen, both in the atmosphere as well as in the blood. So for patients who have, let's say, pneumonia, asthma, TB, what happens is that when they use a GOD meter, mostly from competition, what happens is that there's a variance in terms of glucose reading. However, when they use a GDH system, or what we call our AccuCheck platforms, it's not actually impacted by GOD. So essentially, this is what I've actually been discussing in terms of patients with high partial pressures of oxygen as well as low pressures of oxygen. And our test chemistry, the AccuCheck uses the glucose dehydrogenase, which has zero impact to both atmospheric oxygen as well as partial pressures of oxygen in the blood, making it very accurate. So what happens when you have challenges in terms of partial pressures of oxygen? So for patients who are in ICU intubated on oxygen, what happens when you use a GOD system or a glucose meter that uses the glucose oxidase, it gives a false low result with a variation of up to 17.3%. And then the vice versa happens. So when a patient has COVID, COPD, asthma, pneumonia, TB, and there's an impact where they are getting desaturated and have low PO2 levels, a GOD meter gives a false high result. So there's variance, and this can actually impact clinical decisions and the insulin dosages for our patients. So with AccuCheck, we've tested, and there's no significant impact on abnormal partial pressures of oxygen levels. So in conclusion, the two brands behind there, get a minute and have a look. They have very high levels of accuracy comparing with other blood glucose test results, and we compare with lab referencing, and I'll talk about that next. We have accuracy for all types of blood samples. That means with our meters, you can test capillary, venous, arterial, and neonatal blood. We are validated for neonatal testing. Of course, when it comes to temperature changes, there's no effect whether there is humidity, altitude, or temperature. Real life accuracy, even in the scenarios of either increased or decreased partial pressure of oxygen. A wide hematocrit range, and we've been tested with more than 170 substances. So I want to talk just quickly about our validation study that was done. Just briefly, 2 minutes, I'll just show the first slide. We were challenged by your institutions here, CHI, and they wanted to know that if these claims we actually say about our accuracy is really true. So they actually picked out the computer and they took it to the lab, and they used an independent lab machine to verify whether we are accurate. And then we are very excited to say that we were given the certification and the validation document to show that our product met and satisfied all criteria study what we use in our institutions. Let's work with science. This is our document that has been, you can see the serious stamp of the Republic of Uganda, Ministry of Health. We are very proud to actually show you just that. That's enough. You can see that performance evaluation of AccuCheck active blood glucose meter, which is manufactured in Germany, and it has a serious stamp. Just go down a bit. And yes, so this is the certification, and it has been signed by the leaders. Maybe you can scroll down and you see the signatures. So it has all what was done, and it actually passed, and we are very happy. And for me, because I believe in science and I believe that our patients should always get the results that are correct so that we treat them the right way. I am very happy to actually present this in this meeting and actually say this was done and it was done and signed by the necessary people, the manager of quality and diagnostics clinical trials unit in CPHL, and as well as Dr. Isaac, the RAB director. So you can use AccuCheck with a lot of confidence because it's verified and improved. So thank you so much. Asanteni sana.
We have tea. Can we give her a better round of applause? That is great. I think AccuCheck means accuracy check, right? Yes. Okay, so that's a good one. I'll not ask her to tell us which other brands of glucometer devices that fail the tester. You may want to find out so that you don't have them in your spaces. Okay, so thank you very much. Unfortunately, some of our presenters are not here, and at this point, it would have been nice to listen to actually the presentation by the diabetes specialist from LACO, whom we do not have. And if they come in, maybe we will have them. But I just wanted to comment that there's something called gestational diabetes, and this is diabetes that shows up for the first time in pregnancy. When do I mean? These women are not diabetic before, but when they get pregnant, they begin to have, an impaired glucose tolerance. Their bodies do not handle glucose well. And because the mother's blood has high glucose levels, and the mother's blood also gets to the babies also end up being affected by the high glucose levels in the mother's blood, and we have all kinds of ill health. Babies can be born with congenital anomalies, they have abnormalities of physical form. If you've seen babies who may have like holes at the back of the spine, you've seen that, and then sometimes there's a problem with the baby's head. Then these mothers get a lot of water inside the womb, and typically if you have high blood glucose in pregnancy, you deliver a big baby. An average baby should be about 3.2-3.5 kilograms, but definitely not beyond 4 kilograms. But when mother's blood glucose goes very high, we have big babies, 4 kilograms and above. I've even seen 5.2 kilograms. And when those babies are born, they also have problems because their bodies are used to very high glucose levels. Then the moment they are born and the mother doesn't have enough breast milk to begin feeding them immediately, they go down with blood sugar and they begin having problems. So you can see how the non-communicable diseases actually affect us a lot in pregnancy as well. And for mothers who actually get this gestational diabetes, after pregnancy it may disappear and they go back to normal, but it is also well documented that some of them will develop diabetes later on in life. Currently, the WHO recommends that all mothers are screened for diabetes in pregnancy, which we are doing. But unfortunately, we are doing a test, just one single reading, which is the random blood sugar, and that is not the gold standard. The gold standard is actually to have what we call an oral glucose tolerance test, where the mother is given a certain amount of glucose to ingest on an empty stomach, and then we check the values, what happens to that blood glucose over the next 2 hours. So that is where your AccuCheck device will come handy. Okay, so let's take the opportunity to call in our next presenter. I think that's Professor Miriam. Are you ready? Yes, ready. Okay. So Associate Professor Miriam.
You're not ready.
Her bio comes up. She's
Yes, please.
around HP. The girls, when the vaccine had just been introduced in Uganda, in Nakasongola and Kibanda,
I'm still busy, my boss. I'll send.
At that time, people were not yet, agreeing. People
I did not say that I'm going to send in 2 hours.
Because we vaccinate the girls who are not yet sexually active, about 10 to 13 years. So the parents were afraid.
I'm
wanted to make their girls sterile. So she's Associate Professor of Medicine in the Department of Obstetrics at Makerere University College of Health Sciences. She's a clinical researcher. Main area of interest, cervical cancer diagnosis and prevention. She's leading a study in the community right now using self-collection of vaginal samples for HPV testing and a project to develop a smartphone confocal endoscope to diagnose suspected cervical cancer lesions. Cervical lesions, abnormal lesions. She's part of the cervical cancer prevention task group at the Ministry of Health in Uganda, and she's one of the lead consultants on the Clinton Health Access Initiative and Global Plan projects introducing HPV self-testing in heart clinics in the regional referral hospitals. She's one of the technical consultants on the CDC supported national rollout of cervical cancer screening in over 640 health facilities. She also supports some other research projects in the area of obstetrics. She's a co-investigator on the PROMOTE studies with IDRC, looking at malaria in pregnancy, and she's been involved in clinical trials supported by WHO, Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, among pregnant women. I'm sure that's just an abbreviated CV. So Miriam, you're very welcome. You have 10 minutes. That's your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Judith. I've already introduced. I'm going to, in the next 10 minutes, I will try to talk about cervical cancer prevention in the context of maternal child health, looking at opportunities for early intervention and health promotion. So we know that cervical cancer is the leading cause of cancer death among low middle income countries. And when we come home to Sub-Saharan Africa, it has got the worst hit from this. In Uganda, we currently stand at an incidence rate of mortality which is around 56 per 1,000 cases. And within East Africa, Tanzania is also not doing so well. We see low rates in Morocco and Tunisia when we look at the rest of Africa. So cervical cancer, as we know, just for the, I see this is a mixed audience, I will recap a few things just for the benefit of some people. We know that cervical cancer is, has been recognized to be caused by human papillomavirus. The human papillomavirus induces what we call precancer changes on the cervix. And so cervical cancer screening tests can detect these changes. And we know that systematic vaccination and screening of population can reduce both incidence and mortality from cervical cancer. So as my colleagues have been talking from before, HPV doesn't only cause cervical cancer. It's associated with other cancers, like we heard from our colleague who presented about the lung cancer, and other cancers in the mouth, in the vulva, vaginal, they have an attributable fraction. But from that table, we see that cervical cancer takes a lion's share. Almost 100% of cervical cancers are attributed to HPV infections. So, human papillomaviruses are so many, maybe now over 200, but the ones of our interest are those we call progenotypes, which are associated with cervical cancer, and by the classification from iron, we have about 14 which are labeled high risk.
Yes.
And others which we want to know about, the low risk, which goes into towards very unsightly when you see them. That's 6 and 11.
Let me send you.
So when we talk about human papillomavirus infection and cervical cancer, the cervix is that area of the womb which we call the mouth of the womb, and it has different parts. We won't go into the details of them, but the most important part for us on the cervix is the area of transformation, which has what we call metaplastic cells, which have undergone transformation. That is where our age begins, and that's where our cervical cancer is. So when the virus affects the epithelial cells of the cervix, it goes to the basement membrane and induces changes which go on progressively, coming up to the base up to the upper layer. And when the virus has infected those cells, it incorporates its oncoproteins and they transform the cells into what we call cells that move on to the road to pre-cancer lesions and cervical cancer, just in summary. So these changes take years, and from time of infection to time of the lesions, the period can be anywhere between 10 to 20 years, as you see that diagram. And so with the cervical cancer, with all these changes giving us this time from pre-malignant to the invasive cancer, we have a lot of opportunities to screen and get these people at the stage of pre-cancer so that we save them from cervical cancer. So these are pictures which are showing us a progression when the HPV has infected the transformation zone. We get changes which we grade into CIN1, CIN2, CIN3, or low grade and high grade lesions, depending on how we are grading. So that picture here is showing us a state of a low grade lesion, which we call CIN1, showing us a more severe grade of transformation, which we call CIN2 or high grade lesion, and CIN2 together with CIN3, we call those two high lesions because of their high likelihood of going to cancer and not treated. So, having looked at the epidemiology and a little brief of what causes and what are the changes that are happening to interest the pathologists who are here. Now let us look at the WHO cervical cancer elimination strategy. We see that it's a big issue in low-income countries, being the leading cause of cancer death. There was a strategy which we call the 90-70-90 to reduce incidence rates to thresholds of below 4 per 100,000 women. So this initiative, to us, we are looking at it as one which will lead us there. And the mainstays for this elimination are talking to HPV vaccination, cervical cancer screening, and treatment of invasive lesions, where we want that by 2030, 90% of the girls between the age of 9 to 15 have been vaccinated. 70% of women have received a high performance test between the age of 35 to 45. And 90% of those with pre-cancer lesions have got treated. Now we see that the high rates of this cancer in the low-income countries. For us to achieve that, we really need to come up with significant, innovative ways at prevention so that we are able to achieve those targets. So we see that both programs will be critical. The HPV vaccine was first introduced in the 2000s after big clinical trials proved efficacy against pre-cancer lesions. And over the years, the implementation has happened, and it has resulted in significant reductions of pre-cancer lesions. We see that screening alone will help, but if we are not linking those screens to
HPV vaccination programs and screening programs within the low-income countries, they face a lot of organizational challenges at different levels of the health system and within the communities. So we are going to spend I'll try. From the program, the time was so long, so just excuse me, I'll try. So we see that HPV vaccines, we have 3 on the market, and currently in Uganda we have 1, the Gardasil. Initially we had it in 3 doses, but over years, as they currently the recommendation for us as a country is just 1 dose, and I think that's a current rollout, which is very good news for us because we first introduced this vaccine in a pilot project, which was funded by the Ministry of Health in 2008 and 9, and it looked at what strategies would be best to deliver the vaccine. It has school-based as well as going out in the communities using age-based, locating girls by age 10, and at the end of the day, both results combined and then both strategies. We are going to the schools and we are going to the communities. And the government of Uganda used this vaccine in 2015. The rollout has happened, and currently the coverage is doing very well for the first dose in many places where the statistics rise 70% and above. We were struggling with the second dose. Some now evidence is showing us 1 dose is good enough. So we are well on the road to achieving 90% again for the nation. So I'll skip most of this because of time, and we look at what we have as far as screening is concerned. We have HPV tests, which was rolled out among the art clinics. We don't have it yet available in the general population. Then we also have the VIA, our old age verified, which improved a lot of screening, given our earlier big failures with the pap smear. So the VIA brought in some hope, and it's still going on where it's available in most of the health facilities, and which is good news. So there are disadvantages and advantages involved on all these methods. We have the cytology, the pap smear, which is also applicable in some women who can't have the HPV test and who can't have the VIA. Those are the 3 methods that we currently have as a country. There are disadvantages and advantages for each approach. I'll skip most of these slides. And now let's talk about the VIA, which we have generally available all over the country. It was first momentum and they funded. Now, the Ministry of Health has introduced HPV testing in art clinics, and a lot of not-for-profit hospitals also have that service now. We see we've made progress in the coverage of screening, whereby screening uptake among the people living with HIV, given the nature of their care in the clinics, almost 100% are uptaking the HPV testing, and about 80% are receiving. The prevalence generally in the country for screening is still low, and it staggers between 4 to 20% in the general population, depending on the location of the survey. And currently, with support from partners, Ministry of Health, there is increased awareness and focusing of resources to support screening via advocacy, talking about having a month of cervical cancer, advocating via media and so many different platforms. And there is also a drive now to integrate cervical cancer screening beyond the traditional family planning clinics, but to incorporate this into all service care places so that we reduce on missed opportunities for screening. So
So we also have community-based approach initiatives where they are still in research settings in different with different partners. UCI has an outreach program. We have outreach programs in research setting where we use the village health team providers to go out and mobilize to come on specific days in what we call health fairs, self-collect samples for HPV testing. We test and go back with mobile treatment units and treat them. So for the interest of time, I'll stop there and maybe say something small about our current strategy. Damage also sponsored our revision of the guidelines for cervical cancer screening, and currently the recommended approach where available is to use HPV testing. Where not, we still use VIA, and where applicable, we also use Pap smear. So I'll stop there in the interest of time and hand over back to the chair. Thank you so much for listening. Great round of applause. Very exciting. Cervical cancer should be top on our priorities because it's a great public health concern to us as a country, as a region, as a continent. You saw those very frightening figures for incidents. Over 50 per 100,000 women have cervical cancer in Uganda. Tanzania is worse. We are also not doing well. Okay. So please, I hope you've been writing down your questions as the presenters have been coming up. And I think our last presenter for this session, before we take the questions, is do I have Anna? Natoria? Yes. Please come. So she's going to talk about bridging the screening gap, the urgent need for improved cervical cancer screening and early detection. Chile District Hospital, Southern Region, Zimbabwe. Please welcome her all the way. Southern Africa, you're very welcome. You have 10 minutes. You can see
Good afternoon. All protocols being set. I am a clinical officer. I work at a district hospital in the southern region of Zimbabwe. So the station I'm working at, I started to work there in 2020 during the COVID era. And then I was trained for LEAP in 2021 in February. So from that time, my DMO then recommended that I work with the VIA team. So from that, there was a trend we've been observing. So we really wanted to see how we are doing, how we are going as a district and in cervical cancer screening. We're looking at the number of the cases which had cervical cancer, the deaths which were occurring, and then we saw that at times statistics might be available and you think you're doing enough when you put figures on when you work output, you tabulate it and make reports. But then we use to analyze our data from 2021 to 2024 period. So we're looking at the number of women screened, the HIV negative, the HIV positive, and also looking at how many were VIAC positive, how many were VIAC negative, and how many the suspicious of cancer lesions. And then out of those, we're also looking at our treatment methods which we were implementing during that period. So from 2021, we use cryotherapy as a treatment method for the pre cervical lesions which were being talked about, and then we're using LEAP as a procedure for those cases or for those women who could not qualify or who had a lesion which was more than 75% covering the cervical os. So for those who had to do the LEAP, and then later on we also complement together with surgery where it's needed. At times it's for the high-grade cases, and many times it's for the cases with stage A. So that is what we looked at, the bridging, the cervical, the screening gap, and the agent need for look with the comparison of our demographic population as a district. You can go move on.
Recheck.
So this is Chibi district. So in Mashugo province, the southern region of Zimbabwe, there are 7 districts. So we are one of the 7 districts, and we have 24 health facilities, and out of those 24 facilities, the facility I work on is the district hospital, and we have 2 rural hospitals, and the rest are healthcare facilities. I think there's a slide which I should see first, which has the district demographics, which is the population tabulated. May I kindly that? Okay, thank you. So this is the 2024 demographic data for our district. The total population was 178,207. That was including the males and the females. But then for the women of childbearing age, it was 44,552, and the majority of them being sexually active. And out of those, there was a total of 4,118 screened women in 2024. And then we have an adolescent population of 18,187. And according to the WHO, these are the age range between 10 to 19 years. But out of this group, there's also a group which is sexually active, and we still experience a lot of teenage pregnancies and deliveries, ranging from 15 years, 18 to 18 years. There are still many in that category, though they constitute 7.4% of the population. So the expected deaths were 5,168, but we had total deliveries of 5,695, and these included both the HIV positive and the HIV negative. And of these 5,695, it includes like those teenagers I was saying, they are giving birth, and giving birth, it means someone is sexually active, and it means that they've engaged in sex early. So for the district VX screening, the 2021, that's the trend, the total VX screening 2021, you see we have 1,645, and it went up in 2022 to 4,959, but the curve, instead of going up, it's going down, 4,792, and then in 2024 we had 4,108, and then the HIV positive screened, it's 879, and it went up, but still all the same, it went down again. So the HIV negative population, which was screened 766, went up to 7,000 something, about all those figures, but all the same, it's still going down again in 2024 when we expect it to be going up. So in 2021, there was a very low screening, and maybe it could be an attribution to the COVID era where 1,645 were screened. 2022, there was a gain, but all the same still, we were going down, and then that led to comparison of this data to see where we are really going as a district. So for the 2024, the screening results are the total screened HIV negative and positive, with how many were then VIR positive. We see that the VIR positive still were high. So the ones which were 2024 is the one which has the highlighted figures there. So when we just look at 2024, we see 4,186 screened, 1,820, and then how many did we get out of those? We had 191 VIR positive, we had 170 VIR positive who were HIV negative, and out of those were the suspicion of cancer lesions. How many did we have? 8 were HIV negative and 24 were HIV positive. That is a total of 32. Yet from what we learned yesterday, we are saying we are expecting at least less than 4 cases per population of 100,000. But we are talking of these 24 with the suspicion, with these 32 with suspicion of cancer over just a period of 1 year. With them, just a population of 4,180 women were screened for with. So what we noted is that the total of VIR positive, the cryotherapy 263 of VIR positive, and then the cryotherapy instituted was there, the 191, but from that, what the treatment methods were implementing for the pre-cancerous lesions, there's the cryotherapy I talked about, the thermal coagulation, the lip, and then we are doing hysterectomy as well with our gynecologist. So the suspicious of cancer. So what did we find from this? There's a late diagnosis trend noted with more punch biopsy cases still being reported. In 2024, 25% of those who had histology specimen collected, the 25% were the HIV negative population, and 75% was the HIV positive population. So when we look at it, yes, we can say the 25% is for the negative, but all the same, those are people, those are women who, when we put them there, we really should consider more screening to the HIV negative population as well. But despite that 75% being in the HIV positive population, from our statistics, we just got 4,180 screened out of the total we expected of the women. We have 10,700 something of HIV positive, 15 years and above. But out of those, we only managed to screen 4,180. So the HIV negative positive, VIR positive results, suspicious of cancer, we need to scale up the screening. And then we need to complement other cervical cancer screening methods. We have other, so we have the HPV, DNA, and we do TruScreen as well, but TruScreen is done together with the VIR screening. So it's TruScreen first, then the VIR screening is done. And then the cervical cancer, the treatment methods of all the cases which we treated in 2024 as a district, 28% of them had lip, and then 33% had cryotherapy. Thermocoagulation was done on 31% of cases, and 8% of the population had hysterectomy. We can proceed. So the gaps we identified is that there were no set targets. We are just moving like people. We say, yeah, these ones they come in, we screened. But from that, the HIV negative and the positive in 2024, according to the USAID target, we work with OFID, with the Public Trust, it's under OFID. So the statistics they use for the target for the HIV positive 25 to 49 years, and the district target was 3,664. But we are saying this was the target for the district just for the HIV positive population. Yet we had a total of 4,180 screened out of all the women in the district. So the tracking system from the OI clinic or annual VX screening, like every woman has to be, those who are HIV positive, they should be screened for, like annually, they should, when they come in for their viral load, they should be screened. But from what we noticed, we only managed to screen 2,600 something, which is way below the 3,664, which was expected of the HIV positive population. So what's the gap we have? We have to have facilities offering VIH screening in the district due to lack of. The other centers have trained cadres, but still they are not implementing. So we only have 2 facilities which are offering the screening. And we have a total of 9 people who were trained. So is it my time which is 1 number? Okay, so yeah, some of the things is what we've been discussing here. I'm sorry for the lapse of the time. It's okay, may you show me that? So the recommendation is strengthening of policy, setting targets to improve on patient tracking system. Staff capacitation, like we're saying, we have 24 facilities, but we only have 2 centers which are offering the service, and then demand creation of the screening services. So I hope by the time we leave here, we're going to learn as a facility or as a nation how we can best do it, because this education was being decided or talked about from the beginning. Awareness. But I believe people are doing, but how best can we do it is what we would want to learn from you as well, so that when we go there, we can try to implement that. And then the equipment is still a challenge, integrate. And then the other thing is I wanted to learn from you as well. And there is something about the integration into the postnatal care. How are you tying it? Like when the women come for the postnatal care package, how are you doing it so that we can learn? We have noted, you noted that we had 5,000 and something deliveries, but all the same, the screening, the women we screened were very few. Thank you so much.
Okay. Let's have a round of applause. All the leaders have given us a very good insight into the work that they are doing. And she started off by saying that she's a clinical officer. So the clinical officers in Uganda are not the regular specialists who do the cervical cancer screening. It's usually the midwives, sometimes the nurses. But you can see that it's possible for us to just train people, and they do a very good job. And that's where we need to go so that we can reach many more women with our intervention. Screening for cervical cancer. I am going to request for your permission as the audience to have one main presentation, which was already here, but the person was still coming, and that's the role of radiology in cancer and other NCDs prevention. And then after that, we'd like to do a Q&A session. But our sponsors, Medicel, also had a second presentation to make, which I'm told was brief. So if you give me permission as the chair of the section, then we'll do this quickly and then go on to lunch. Are we in agreement? Yes? Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to call up Jafar from the Women's Hospital to come and give us his presentation. And as he's coming, I just wanted to demystify for those who are non-medical in the room some of the things that Anatolia was talking about. You heard of the VIA. It's a screening method for cervical cancer. The acronym VIA means visual inspection with acetic acid. Acetic acid is your regular table vinegar, the white one, basically that you use for making salads. So that is what we put onto that area, the cervix, which is the mouth of the womb. And if there are abnormal cells, they turn white. That is what screening with VIA in very simple language means. And those abnormal areas that turn white, then we move to treat. And one of the treatment methods she was describing called LEAP. LEAP stands for Loop Electrosurgical Excision Procedure. In very simple language, it just means cutting out that area where the abnormal cells are, but we use a wire loop that has an electric current that passes through it. That's why it's called electrosurgical excision procedure. And then she talked about other treatment methods. The cryotherapy, it's a freeze treatment. We use an instrument that looks like a gun that we put on the abnormal cells, the ones that turn white when we screen, and it freezes them, and then the cells are destroyed, much like a bottle of water, soda, beer in the fridge. When the water inside the bottle gets frozen, it cracks the bottle. So that freeze treatment makes those abnormal cells swell. Once they've swollen, they burst when they become ice. That's the cryotherapy. And the other one is thermocoagulation, which is just treating those abnormal cells with heat therapy to destroy them. Is Jeff ready? Okay. Yes, so I hope that makes it a little clear what happens. And just to remember that those cells, when we go for screening, by the way, people, yes, we say that we are screening for cervical cancer, but we are actually screening for those abnormal cells, which, if not treated, will become cervical cancer over a very long time. So that's what we are screening for. Okay. As he's getting ready to come, is there any burning issue someone wants to make a comment or ask a quick question? Yes. How far we are reached in the 1970-90? That's a very interesting question. If you listen very attentively to Professor Miriam's presentation, you could see that in the HIV positive population, we have done very well. We have actually achieved almost 100% in terms of screening, okay? Where we wanted to screen as many women, 70%, with a high precision test, which is the HPV DNA. As to the other non-HIV positive, the HIV negative population, we are still doing badly. And I think depending on your context, in the urban area, we may be doing very well, but I think there's a disparity in regions and the urban rural area in terms of reaching that strategy. Remember, we said we want to do 90% of girls to be vaccinated by age 15, and we saw that our uptake is maybe 70% and above, which is very good, but we are not yet quite at 90. But yet again, where are these girls where we are saying we reach? That is an average in the whole country of 70% and above for at least one dose. And now, WHO has recommended one dose is quite enough. But you may find in some of the rural areas, almost no girls are being vaccinated. So there's still work to do, a lot of work. This is 2025. We have about 4 years to go. Yes, thank you. Yes, please. Okay, so he's asking, how can we... So meanwhile, Medicel, can we get ready to come up and present first and then? So he's asking, how can we maximize prevention of cervical cancer? The prevention of cervical cancer is going to take everybody, and that's something we all need to know. We believe we're going to leave it to the health workers if we don't work, because you can see many of the things have to do with policy. We know what to do, but we may not have the capacity to do it because we don't have the trained personnel, we don't have the equipment we need. The population is not aware that they need to come. Now, when HIV came came in, you know how when His Excellency President of Uganda threw his weight behind the campaign to get people testing for HIV, we made great strides. So we need champions. This is a very good time, election season campaign. Maybe we need to be walking side by side with the people who are campaigning and tell them, okay, you want to vote? Can you bring a mobile screening van and let's do our campaigns and do a cervical cancer screening concurrently. But it's going to take that kind of, commitment, You might even want to think that we need to think of bylaws about people getting screened. If you're found not screened, you're eligible for screening. But unfortunately, the way those things work, you can't unless you need to make them aware that there is a problem, that there's something you can do about it, and encourage them and support them to go in for screening. Personally, I like to tell the men that if you know anyone who has a cervix, that is your wife, your daughter, your grandchild, your auntie, support them to come for cervical cancer screening. Okay. Ladies out here, ready? Okay, good. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Moses Lutu Subuga. I'm from Medicel. And besides selling or supplying the best glucometer in the field, we also happen to represent Illumina. And Illumina is the best supplier of sequencing reagents and machines all over the world. And to start with, my previous colleagues talked about next generation sequencing, sequencers, MySeq, RedHatch, we have sequencers at CPHL, even at Cancer Institute. But I would say, what are the sequencers? We are talking about sequencers and everything. So, usually I use this story to explain what I supply. No God created man, but he didn't just make him from mud and patch everything like that. He actually used the blueprint. And this blueprint is DNA. And this DNA, put all the information you have, which is nice and good. That's why some people here have a very nice beard. See someone there with very tall, young short. But yeah, it's in my DNA and it's in their DNA. And besides those, also we can go maybe to agriculture. You see some fruits are bigger than the others and everything like that. So besides holding all that good information in the DNA, unfortunately for this conference, also we have some bad information there, which if you look at it earlier, then it can be good information. For example, we are talking about cancers here. It's all in our DNA. The DNA also has even the time you age, start aging, you become old, even after, if you analyze enough, it has the time you die over. And also besides that, it also has the information how you respond to a drug. If this disease, if you get this disease, how the prognosis will be. And even before you know it, you have some variation which make you predisposed to become susceptible for maybe heart attack and other people. That's why studies out there, they say Africans, we are more predisposed to have hypertension than Europeans. in our DNA. So what do I supply? I supply instruments called sequencers which help us to read this information and better prepare us. And this information is very useful such that even before birth, for example, conditions like Down syndrome, if you prepare very well enough, you can go and do prenatal testing. These days, previously it was very invasive, but now it's even non-invasive. And you will find out if your child will have sickle cell or Down syndrome, and everything like that. And you can better prepare and make life-changing decisions. And that all cannot be done without sequencers. And that's what I supply, mainly sequencers from Illumina. We have a very wide portfolio, starting from the ISEC to the NovaSeq. This next slide. But all those brought about things like people out there that say sequencers are very complicated. Sequencers are not common. Sequencers that have a very big turnaround time. They are very slow. People take sequence and take 3 days to get results. That's poor if I have a cancer and I want to be given treatment and you're telling me to first wait 3 days. So, and also expensive. Sequencers are very expensive, reagents are very expensive. So with all these pain points we came with a solution to that. Our first step to making sequencing affordable at the point of care technique. Can go to the next slide. That's where our MySeq I100 comes in. It's a very fast instrument. It takes 4 hours to give you results, so you can compare from 3 days. And besides that, choose the room temperature reagents. That means shipment of reagents and storage are all at room temperature, and the costs are going to be very low. Besides that, it's also accurate, and even the data analysis is on board. Gone are the days when, after sequencing, to give a patient a report, you have to find a informatician to take another day or two to analyze using very complicated tools. Now the machine gives you an actionable report. And these things are not for outside Uganda, it's here in Uganda. And we are doing this at Cancer Institute, where previously even we sequenced some samples from a person with breast cancer, and then we had to know which variants or which changes happen during this cancer. And from the instrument spread, we got an actionable report to give to a clinician with a drug which has been tested and proved to be very effective to that particular patient. And why is this important? You know, we have up to 8 billion drug which is unique to this particular condition. Not generalizing. Breast cancer, get this. After failing, then they give you another one. Something like that. So, next slide. Yeah, so we are mainly now focusing on these sequencers, and these ones are the ones which we are now planning to run for point of care, where the MySeq I100, which you saw, which you can visit at our store behind there, and the instrument is good looking, and also, if you saw me yesterday, I unpacked it without any ingredient. And actually right now, if we had samples and we are ready to sequence. So gone are the days where you need people who have to come and install the sequencer for you, and say sequencing is complicated and the instruments are hard to maintain. Now the MySeq I100 is just plug and play. Remove it from the box, put it on the bench, start sequencing. After, now you just forget about it. Then when you have more runs to run, come back. These days now the sequencer we have brought doesn't need you to take care of it. It wants to take care of you. Next slide. Yeah, so this is one of the reports which we have done at Cancer Institute. And if you look at the report, yeah, we patient report. It says the variants or the mutation they have, and also says the medication which has been proven to be effective for that particular variant. Such that even if you still have breast cancer and then you have another mutation, still there is out there a drug which is being proven to be effective for that particular mutation. So that we don't now do generalized treatment of cancer, but otherwise we do precision medicine. And this also brings about other applications of our instruments out there. For example, JCRC, as we have said, they took an initiative to tackle sickle cell anemia by doing bone marrow transplants. And you can't do that without sequencing, because for bone marrow transplants, you have to be very exact with your typing such that you minimize, you have minimal rejection during the transplants, and that's why people are doing now HLA holotyping, and that's one of the solutions also we provide, such that these patients are matched the right donor beyond reasonable doubt, such that when you do the transplant, you are very sure that you are going to benefit from it, otherwise getting adverse reactions. Yeah, that's what I had for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. Thank you. Very, very exciting presentation. If we can keep things that are taken days and weeks and months, but even more that it's guiding us in cancers and telling us this person needs to be treated with this drug. So I invite all of us really to visit that stall, and Medicell it's one of our sponsors for this session. So we are really very grateful. It's very beautiful technology. So our last presentation for this session will be from Jafar from the Lab of Specialized Women and Neonatal. He's going to talk about radiology and the role of radiology in cancer and other NCDs prevention. Jafar, you're welcome. 10 minutes if you can do it in 7. And audience, please get those questions nice, keep them short and sweet. After him, I'll kindly invite the presenters up and we'll do a Q&A session and then we'll do lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. My name is Tamari Jaffa, and I'm going to briefly, it's going to be a brief presentation or discussion about the role of radiology in cancer and other NCDs prevention. So, next slide. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is what we call radiology, but radiology is, by definition, it's a branch of medicine that deals with the imaging technology, and then with the technology we use it to diagnose and eventually treat diseases. So, among the techniques that we use, we have X-rays, the traditional or conventional X-rays. We have mammography. We have fluoroscopy. We have the now common CT scans. We have MRI scans or magnetic resonance imaging. All these are used in detection, screening, and monitoring of cancer and other communicable diseases. We also have nuclear medicine, but particularly we have PET scan that we use to help us have more sensitivity in as far as detecting NCDs and cancer are concerned. Next slide, please. So, by and large, radiology is further divided into two. There is diagnostic and interventional. So, in diagnostic is what we described up there, which involves CT scans, ultrasounds, MRI, mammography, which are used to identify in terms of screening or the rest of the detection that will be used to look at those abnormalities in terms of screening. So intervention will be using the three modalities or four modalities that I've described up there. But by and large, it's a minimally invasive subspecialty that involves treating of patients in case there is either an NCD or sometime lately in case of cancers. Next slide, please. So we have three major rules as far as imaging and radiology are concerned. One, we have imaging. One, we have screening. Then detection. The second one is we have to follow. If we have really detected the problem, that is a cancer or an NCD or black matter, a communicable disease. So, in as far as cancer is concerned, we have screening programs. You will know very well that majority of the cases we've been using chest X-rays for screening. Even when people are going abroad, we first screen them, and that's what we use usually, chest X-rays. Although lately people are more interested in CT because of its high resolution, in order to pick or screen the very minute disease conditions, especially in the lungs. We have ultrasounds that we use both in as far as screening for the prostate, breast, and then the other internal organs, liver, spleen, kidneys. We also use MRI. MRI is highly sensitive, majorly in prostate and ovarian cancers. So usually we detect prostate and ovarian cancers late because their presentation is slow but sure. Whereas when you use MRI, you easily detect the upcoming either cancer or a non-communicable disease. Next slide, please. So, in as far as NCDs are non-communicable diseases that cannot pass from person to person. For example, you have cardiovascular, that is hypertension, stroke, atherosclerosis, then with radiology, we majorly use ultrasound, CT. Ultrasound helps us to exclude atherosclerosis at early stages. Why? You know that we can look at the blood vessels, major blood vessels, such as the carotid arteries. And once we see that the carotid arteries have got thick walls or calcification, we know that this person is a victim or is at risk of having a stroke. We also use CT CT lately is used in looking up for what we call coronary angiograms. So coronary angiograms will look at the coronary arteries. And once we have calcifications in the coronary arteries, then that means that person, sooner or later, is likely to have coronary artery disease. We also look at, also use CT to look at the major volume arteries, that is the femoral, common iliac, then the tibial, posterior tibial and anterior tibial. So we look at those arteries and we see their sizes, how they take up contrast. Remember, there is something we call contrast, the dye that we inject and we follow as we do the scan. So once we see that those vessels have been narrowed, then that means that that person is also at risk any time of a peripheral arterial disease. So we also use cardiac MRI. It is literally a new technique, but it's also very important because it has advantages of less ionizing radiation for the patient as opposed to CT. So they do the same function, but the advantage is we lessen the effect of radiation. So in as far as systems are concerned, moving to the respiratory system, we noted up that we can use it. People these days going up to international places like China, they don't want to look at just X-ray. They want to look at your CT because it easily detects the smallest, we call them nodules, the smallest lesion can be in the chest. For example, if someone had issues with the respiratory system, again, we will use the CT to ensure that maybe you don't have COPD, maybe you don't have fibrosis. That is when we bring in CT scan. So it's like this, as far as it's given. So diagnosis and characterization, we know very well that we might not be the pathologists, but we give a picture in line with the patient's condition. So radiology, as far as it is concerned, helps in diagnosis and characterization by type, location, and extent of the cancer or any other non-communicable disease. So the modalities, again, I've talked about them previously, and they are there. We can always note them. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the third role is guiding treatment and intervention. So how we guide treatment is by doing the biopsy, taking up the tissues, and then we send to the pathologists. You can also do some procedures which include ablation, stenting, and angioplasty. Next slide, please. So, in summary, role of radiology in NCDs and cancer prevention. We do early detection and screening, diagnosis, monitoring, but perhaps research. Next slide, please. So that is monitoring and follow-up, because sometimes in cases like cancer of the breast, we might think that the patient is okay, has overcome the cancer, but we need to be sure by doing those radiology procedures, mammography, CT, MRI, again, and we are convinced that our treatment is on track. Next slide, please. I think research and public health helps us inform the community and then supports immunological studies. Basically, that's what I will talk about radiology and as far as cancer and NCD's treatment is concerned. Thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you so much. consultant radiologist Jafar. He has given us just a brief, but you can see that radiology is very important, one, in early detection, making a diagnosis, in the treatment of non-communicable diseases, and also monitoring, the response to treatment thereafter for cancers, even for other non-communicable diseases like hypertension, diabetes, So we have come to the end of the presentation. I would like to invite our speakers. Sharon, are you there? Please come up. Professor Nakalembe, come up. Jafar and Anatolia from Zimbabwe, just take your seats up here shortly. And can I have the mic to move around? So can we begin to get those questions? I saw something in the live chat about the electric current that I mentioned when we are treating the abnormal cells that we find when we screen for cervical cancer. Yes, it is an electric current, but which is safe to use, and when we use it, we actually insulate, we protect the person whom we are working on. We have special instruments that do not conduct electricity that are used. So there are many other procedures in medicine when we use electric current. Even in surgery now, we are using electric current to minimize blood loss at surgery, and we always insulate the patient so it is safe, but the machines need to be looked at, and the circuit needs to properly be checked to make sure it's safe, so that there is no injury to the patient or even to us, the health provider. Okay. Yes. Go ahead, please.
My name is Dr. Yakub. Thank you for your presentations. My question is for Professor Nakalembe, cervical cancer. I think the fact that we have come to appreciate our secondary healthcare and the tertiary healthcare is very poor. It looks like primary healthcare probably is not enough for us to sustain this avalanche of cancers. Knowing that early sexual exposure is one of the main risk factors for cervical cancer, what role do we as clinicians, as scientists play in the cultural, even the legal framework to use this early exposure? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Acknowledge and pay respect to the elders and the bishop. My question, Professor, is we've seen that cervical cancer from the presentation that it really takes long in terms of progression, and also there is vaccination, which is an initiative for prevention. My question is where are we failing, because we are having it as one of the most prevalent cancer. Then the other question still goes to from the presentation that I've seen. It seems like it could be just hypothesized that the incidences and the prevalences that are sometimes presented are not a true picture of what it is. Do you perhaps agree to that, and what do you think we could do about it? Then this goes to Mr. Jaffa. Some of the imaging equipments are really inaccessible in terms of their prevailing, in terms of their existence in some facilities. Give an example of there are only 4 cardiac catheterization labs in Uganda, and yet we have a 45.9 million population. Do you think public-private partnership could be one of the initiatives that the public would benefit from? And are there forums where there is this public-private partnership in terms of referral, management, training, and research? Thank you.
My first question goes to Professor Makalenge. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation regarding cervical cancer and the treatment. Now, as speakers, every time we talk about the risk factors, one of them we talk about HPV, then the way it is transmitted, and we talk about multiple sexual partners, male sexual partner was multiple partners. So my question is, as an expert in this area of HPV and cervical cancer, do you think male circumcision has a role in preventing this cervical cancer? Second one, still in the same line, we are targeting girls for all these vaccination programs, but still we fail to achieve the 90%. And so, do you think are we missing a link by not vaccinating the boys who at in the future turn out to be the transmitters of this HPV virus? The other question goes to Dr. Jaffa about the role of radiology in NCDs and cancer. We understand as a country we don't have enough radiologists, just like it is to the pathologists, but we have, at least for your case, we have sonographers who try to cover some of the gaps. But we are seeing an increasing trend of these lower cadres editing a single template report and sometimes giving wrong information. As the Association of Radiologists, we can know that is in place. What are you doing about that to ensure that the clinicians get quality reports without anything being missed out? Because it's so embarrassing to see the report of the male being when they are reporting about the uterus and the fallopian tubes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Uza Gusto. I just wanted to, in my question with regard, of course, but I want just to give the background. We all know that the Nine community continues account for over 40% of all deaths in our country, and of course that's just a mere statistic. And for those who have been talking about cancer, we know that what is happening in our country, probably the number of the patients that are seen at the cancer institute becoming at the 5 stage of advanced disease. But also know that 1 in 4 adult Ugandans have elevated blood pressure. And for diabetes, we know that for every diabetic that is diagnosed, there are 2 others who are due to multi-month. And of course, so that's how bad the situation is. But when I look at all the investment that has been put in here, we want us to look at doing an effort, putting an effort where we actually go and look at those that we do not have. Now, every effort has been made to ensure that we look at the quality and the accuracy. So I'm driving at the lady who was talking, she from Excel. And I found making a presentation and telling us about how accurate the commenter is and how good it is. So, getting from what she was presenting and how assertive she was and how she was convincing the room how good the machine is, I also thought that there could be another machine that's not good. So, what is your role in protecting our community or our society against those machines that are actually not as accurate? I'm not saying that we should talk, but what's your role? Then the other one is, from where I sit, I've interacted with a number of health facilities. When you go to any center today, right now you can just go anywhere. You find more than 4 glucometers or even 3 blood pressure machines that are lying idle, that have been supplied from different brands that can either not work for glucometers, either the glucose strips are not available on the market. The last time they got the glucose strips are those that are supplied with the machine, or they are for the patients to afford. And as we sit in this room, are we doing anything to ensure that we protect our community from that kind of exploitation or that problem? Then the other one is, for your accurate machine that you told us, is it good for screening? Is it very good for diagnosis? good for all the three. So that's why if we are going to get it, we should be able to use for the three. Because I'm told by the lab team that these machines are good for either of the three. And then on the other issue was on the Dr. Jaffa just presented about the role of radiology in prevention of cancer and other NCDs. Yeah, it's a very good initiative that I've also presented to us and also like the service. And we know that the service is a very good penetration against cancers. How many in our community can afford that service wherever it's available? Forget about affording, how many can access the service or the services? The very good services that we presented to us. So I think as we sit in this room, this is the third time we are organizing the Africa Test and Treat conference, and we speak about all this. Do we really think or do we further find out how the bigger community that somebody mentioned about the population, our population in Ghana according to the census is close to 50 million as we stand. And every person in the community is affected. When you talk about the community like many people are talking, I also want us to draw our eyes here. Because we are part, we represent the community. I bet there's none of us here who is not affected by non-community communities. Either you have a relative to take care of, or you yourself, or probably you are next to know, or probably you do not know, but you potentially. So, with that, I would want to think and find out how we get to the bigger part of the population and also how we serve everybody in this country. Otherwise, the good services that we have on the ground, all the science that we talk about, at the end of the day, we are talking about an individual and how do we get this individual served from the best knowledge and technology that we are running for country.
Okay, thank you, Chris. We'll just have 2 more questions. Is this wrong? Please keep it short.
Yes, mine is actually a response to one of the questions that was asked during the presentation. And it was asked by this gentleman here, I don't know your name. I usually want to address names, but for time's sake, he was driving us in the solutions direction. Yes, we are here for this, we are seeing all these results and all, but what are the solutions? And he was asking, how can we, and Dr. tried to answer actually, how can we maximize prevention using cervical cancer, using screening, cancer screening? And actually, Dr. When such questions are asked, as the health workers will, okay, health workers, yeah, they're the ones going to do all this. But she said they cannot do this actually alone. They cannot fight cancer alone. It is not their role. So, 90, I've had so many people talk of 90. So what is the solution? I'm still in line. One of the strategies, is to gain control of these programs, especially cancer screening. So who is in control right now? Is it Uganda Cancer Institute under Ministry of Health? Is it the private labs and companies? Who is in control? Yeah? Why do we have so many brokers? I don't want to say. Like in southern, western Uganda, there are so many people doing cancer. So the funds are somehow disorganized. This one is doing this in cancer, this one is doing this in cancer. So can we gain control? Is it true that we have southwestern cancer? We have western cancer. In the west, there are others, they are doing their cancer things there. Okay? We have eastern cancer. There are others, those the IPs in the eastern world, they are doing their own cancer screening. We have northern cancer. So many are up there. So can we gain control as one of the strategies? And after these people fail, we always get new ones. Then we bring another one. So we are losing sustainability, number one, and then we are also losing monitoring and follow-up. They are also what? Interrupted. So this is, yes. So instead of saying NCDs, we can say non-committed. Not committed to disease prevention, not committed to disease treatment, not committed to care as Ministry of Health and the government of Uganda. So let's move away from profitability, always thinking about how I'm going to gain, and then somehow, because we are looking for profitability, we are always getting the wrong statistics, getting wrong information. And then when we go on ground, it is totally different. Thank you so much. Let's gain control for God and my country.
Thank you. Now also gain control of the microphone. We're going to keep it short and sweet. So we have just two more. Yeah, please, very quickly.
Okay, my question goes to Prof. Thank you so much for the presentation. So you hinted about the Gardasil, which protects against 16, 18, 6, and 11. And in the previous presentations, we saw other strains of HPV which are now emerging. So what approach is the Ministry of Health taking so that they put those other strains into consideration? You also say that you shifted from a 2-dose to a single dose. So which evidence did you use to shift from a single dose from a double dose to a single dose? Then lastly, we see our curve for cervical cancer going up every year. So what approach should we really take to see that we see a significant change in that curve? Thank you.
Very briefly.
Thank you, Dr. again. I would like to thank Anatolia from Zimbabwe. I would like to question you or inquire a bit. As Zimbabwe, also the region, district hospital in Zimbabwe, as we find it is in a far place, another sandy place. How have you formed referrals for those cancer in cities for early detection, maybe to implement management and diagnostic criteria? Then Professor Nakalembe, thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to ask you, Professor, what role do you think digital health or maternal health could really play in advancing cancer awareness and screening maternal health care and maternal care? And how do you see, if this is implemented in the new curriculum, how the new curriculum for secondary school, etc. Then for Dr. Jafar, can you please share any example of maybe an imaging snap or significant area that can alter the patient's diagnosis? You see, I quote an example from Nakasero Hospital we have in Uganda, that it has radiologists who are based in UK and radiologists who are in Uganda. You do a scan and you find that you get reports from those radiologists from UK, not the Ugandan radiologists. How do you differentiate this? As we see that there are many patients in Uganda who have gotten maybe an accident, they need to do a quick intervention, but a CT scan, the report comes out after 24 hours or more, or without even radiologists having taken caution on this. So, don't you think this could really alter here?
Okay, so
excuse me, I have had the mic for like 5 minutes and not given a chance.
Okay, so please keep it short. They're already wanting to close the restaurant. We might go without lunch if we spend so much longer. So please just have 2 seconds so that the participants can begin. We'll start with Professor Nakalembe since she has the majority of questions.
Yes, I'm Aisha from Hindu, so Parliament. So I have some concerns and maybe requests if possible.
it's about the prevention of cervical cancer. So my first request is if the testing of cervical cancer procedure is final change, maybe it will help us have a bigger coverage of women coming to test for cancer, because with the community that I work with, women are not always like brave enough to expose their bodies if they are not having babies, and the second thing, if they are not really critically ill. Then the other thing is, if that is implemented, maybe, then at least facilities should be equipped with the new procedure of investigating for cancer of the cervix. Because you talked about women collecting their own samples and having it tested using the GeneXpert machine to detect any cancer cells that could be around the cervix. Then the other thing, you talked about women of 30 to 49 years highly affected by cervical cancer. So my request is, actually, it's a request from my boss, but she told me that cervical cancer has been eliminated in America because the vaccination is not only for girls, but for all women who have been tested and declared free of its cervical cancer cells. So I think if that is done, then the 90, 70 and what? And yeah, 90, 70, 90 could be achieved in our country. Then the postnatal screening for mothers who go back for the 6 weeks immunization of their babies, it's not really implemented. We end on studying about it, but in most facilities it's not done. So maybe if the policy could be a bit strengthened, then maybe we would achieve our goal. Thank you so much.
Okay, wow. The questions are quite big, but I'll try to every person who has asked the question has a question for me. So I'll try. The first person who asked the question was about initiation of sex and what is the government doing about this and whatever as a risk factor for acquiring HPV and so on. The government, through the Ministry of Education, has incorporated into the school curriculum sex education, which is helping to equip girls with knowledge and skills and so on about dangers of early sex, issues of and STIs. So I think they're doing something. And also there's a lot of sensitization to parents about having open talks with their children concerning their sexuality. So that's what is being done in that space. And
I've sent you some.
There was also a concern from that very first person who asked about statistics that we are seeing. I think this came from the second person. That
okwerezaanga ssaawa 9:30 kati teziri mu 8:40 kati kujja kuweereza kale ne bwe ziba 9:20 ojja kuba nze mmaze okusindikira byonna.
They pick this data from cancer registries from different countries and compile. Is it accurate? Maybe no. We may be underreporting the incidence and mortality, given the fact that not 100% of people are registered within the cancer registry for their pathologies and their mortalities when they happen. There was also an issue about why is our rates of cancer still high. The answer is clear. Our screening is mainly opportunistic, meaning if a woman shows up when and where they show up, they may be given the opportunity, and that depends on the woman showing up and it depends on the health person they find in the health facility. When they are not overwhelmed by the lines, the numbers, and
whether they have the equipment and resources they need to screen. So that makes opportunistic screening very unreliable, and it may not achieve for us what we want. As we have seen over the years, we are not anywhere near achieving compared to high-income countries where the screening is organized for women to come in at particular time intervals to do the screening. Now, the second person still asked about, I think this was the third one, about male circumcision. Yes, male circumcision, as I've spoken to HIV prevention, can make a difference in reducing cervical cancer incidence via reducing HPV infection, and this is well documented with evidence in literature. However, unlike with the HIV prevention, where impact can directly be seen, for cervical cancer, this is a long loop and should wait at public health interventions to achieve for you immediate results. Should we put our money into circumcising males for this kind of thing? Maybe for now not. We want to put our money in HPV vaccination, increase uptake, and increase uptake of screening. Then we can think about other. We want to get the low-hanging fruits, and that's the vaccination and the screening. But that doesn't mean that male circumcision is also recognized to make an impact. It has been recognized. And still the third person talked about boys, and since the boys transmit and so on, yes, in high-income countries, boys and older women are being vaccinated for HPV. For us who are still struggling to achieve targets for the age group where we have the direct public health impact, the girls, we are still only vaccinating the girls. However, if resources are there, boys are welcome and they are being vaccinated in high-income countries, including older women. Even here, if they can afford the vaccine, it does not hurt for them to get vaccinated, but we emphasize they should be screened. That is their main approach to prevention. The fourth gentleman, Chris, made a lot of points. I think all of us can chew on that and digest, and we all have different solutions to what he talked about. The fifth person also had a comment, and I think that one will leave it at that. The fifth person was talking about the vaccine. We have a vaccine which is covering only 2 types for oncogenic. Yes, there are more types which cause cancer. Yes, the 2 types we are targeting cover almost 80% of cervical cancer cause HPV 16 and 18. There is another type, the 9-valent. It's not yet available here, but it's available in high-income countries. It covers much more types beyond just the 2 types. It has 9, 2 of which are covered genital warts, so that has a broader spectrum of coverage. Whether the Ministry of Health is planning for us to get this one, I don't know whether we have a vaccine person from the Ministry of Health to enlighten us where we are on that one. Then he also was asking about what approaches are we putting in place. We are talking about cervical cancer. Every year we are talking about cervical cancer. And the rates just keep going up. The answer to this is within all of us. We know that preventing cervical cancer is going to take not one bullet. You know, it's going to take a lot of innovative approaches at different levels, right from the government, aligning priorities for funding and advocacy, Ministry of Health, the health systems, and the individuals themselves. The barriers are at different levels and they are real. So it will take a collective effort to enhance, especially what have been the proven ways to prevent the vaccination. We are not doing so badly, yet we are not yet there, but that is something that is not hard to scale up.
given that this vaccine is given to girls who are still in school, we have the universal enrollment in education, universal education, primary education. If schools are targeted with a plan, the Ministry of Health has a very beautiful plan in place whereby each school is attached to a health center. They have child days plans where they go out. They have weekly posts, community posts, outreach posts, where they go out to do the I think monthly, they go out to do immunizations in the community. So with HPV vaccine, even without looking for so much resources to put in, we can achieve our targets. However, for us to recognize the impact of the vaccination of cervical cancer incidence and mortality reduction is going to take a lot of years. So we have to intensify our efforts. Right now, what the Ministry of Health is doing, they are doing what they call integration of services, whereby even if the woman has come for refill drugs for hypertension, she's given information about cervical cancer. If somebody comes in the art clinic, they're given information about. If somebody is coming to attend diabetes clinic, they get information about cervical. In other words, this information should be everywhere within the health facility, so that it's not just left to postnatal clinic where only women, family plan, where women needing that will only get the chance and the rest are left out. So those are some of the innovations that the ministry is trying to do. And within this, there is this question of digital health. Digital health can do a lot. We have WhatsApp groups, we have SMSs which can be used to be reminders for people. This can also be an innovation which can be incorporated within the advocacy and preventive messages. The women can be reminded, hey, on their birthdays, we see on our birthdays, the banks, the NSSF and other people, they send you a text message, happy birthday and whatever. So instead of that being just a happy birthday, it can go on with a reminder that, hey, by the way, have you ever screened for cervical cancer? So there's a lot of opportunities which can be harnessed without calling for a lot of resources to all fight this. The seventh person was talking about self-testing. I think that's one of the last comments I got.
Where is that?
Yes, pelvic exams have been known to be barriers to screening. Many women don't feel comfortable to undress and go through VIA and the pelvic exam. And this is where the self-testing component for HPV testing comes in handy to help. However, this does not go without the challenges that this cost is still expensive. The DMX part is still expensive, and so we still are stuck with the VIA that needs the pelvic exam and so on. But as we come down from testing, costs coming down, self-testing will go a long way. And this doesn't even need a woman to necessarily come to a health facility. The village health workers can give out these self-testing swabs, and the women can collect them and return them to them, and also have the hub system in the lab which can bring. So all these are opportunities that are just waiting to be harnessed in our fights against cervical cancer and see in the next 10 years what are some of the innovative ways that we can look at, and those are some of them. Now, she also talked about 35 to 45 years affected by cervical cancer. And yes, this group is affected. We are seeing it even in younger people with HIV, and we are seeing the peak age being around 44 years in the woman's most productive life. Why this elimination? We are talking about, she talked about the high-income countries. The high-income countries have managed, not because they are vaccination, not because of HPV vaccination. The reason high-income countries do not have cervical cancer as a problem is because of their organized screening programs. They are actually the women, you're not allowed to get insurance cover if you've not done certain screening services like cervical cancer screening for the men, prostate, and so on. You want to be, the insurance companies want to take you up to cover you for a health cover. So it is that strict. Meaning they have very few, if at all, missed opportunities at screening. But when you compare with us, if you're looking at an opportunistic program, it's up for problems because it's up to the mother, it's up to the health provider, it's up to the work. So that's why we are still grappling. For the vaccination, we will realize the impact of that in some years to come, but not now. So I'll stop here and hand over back to the chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right. Can we continue? Please just go around the table and Victoria, sir. Keep your responses as short as possible.
Thank you for the question about the referrals facilitating in Zimbabwe. So I'll talk about the referrals in two parts. Like I said, we have two facilities which offer the district hospital is in the Northern region district, and then there is another hospital which is the rural hospital, so it's in the southern region. So people from the southern region who see maybe the local clinic, they are sent to that rural hospital for screening. And the unfortunate thing is that at times for most of them they would need money for transport to go. Like when someone comes to a clinic and then she needs to be screened, but then they are told to go to the other facility, and then instead of having the screening done right there, they still waiting for money for transport to go there, of which someone will be able to do. And then the other thing is, for those who have been diagnosed with the other lesions which can be managed with the cryotherapy, those like the real-time thing, the result comes out, and then the treatment intervention is just done that very time. And then the thermocoagulation is just done the very time. The challenge we have is for those who need the lead service. It's not like you come in and you need it and it's just done there. At the moment we are relying with the partner, Jerry Catholic Trust under the OPET, who they are the ones who organize for us the lead camp. So normally we do them quarterly. Some of the clients because when you say they are the ones who provide the coupons, the reason why they are done quarterly is because the aspect of the storage fee. I'm so proud of you as Uganda that I read that you offer the screening for free. It's just done like the specimen taken, it goes out. But for now, for us, yes, the electoral representation is there, but the turnaround time for the results is so what we are doing is that our customers, they have prepared reports from Lancet Laboratory or from Siemens Laboratory. So the ones which we rely on, the storage fees, so some of the people will not be affording that money, so we just have to wait for that. But through that, we miss many cases as well. And out of those, and the other thing is that the GF company, it works with the HIV population. That's according to the memorandum of understanding. That's how they operate. But we still have the HIV negative who still need the people, who still need
nesimanyi mbuoba abantu benina mukama wange because we basina ndiyamu kopi kaba kaweddemu.
Yeah, those are the missed opportunities to check many times, and then they come in complicated cases. But for those who have managed to be screened, to have the specimen collected and send those who have managed everything on their own or whose laboratory costs have been paid by the partner. For those when the results come, normally the turnaround time for the results is about 10 working days. So when the results come, we refer them. If there is a confirmation made of an adenocarcinoma, we refer them to the gynecologist. When the gynecologist will visit at the facility, we liaise with them. He comes at times twice a month, or at times he can come maybe twice a month, but the minimum time that he is expected to come is at least once a month. So the gynecologist is the one who sees those patients, and then they are then referred to the cancer institution in Harare. But then the other thing is still, when the gynecologist is not around, the results are there, and then you tell the patient that you travel to the next level, that is the provincial hospital. You tell them to travel there. Sometimes it's about money as well. They don't even get the money to get there. And yeah, that is very true. We have many lost follow-ups. Some of them you just see them in an advanced state. They then in the end try to do the traditional remedies, and what will be cause of that? It will be the lack of money. So our referral system is from our facility to the provincial for the compilation of the forms and the other things to be done to the national referral center. But all the same, yes, many cases are used to follow our case. Out of that, we are missing many women. That's just how it is. And I think that have you been answered, sir? And then, sorry, may I ask something? It's about the 30 to 49 years age group, which has been granted by the WHO. When I came in March, I came with a client who is undergoing cervical cancer treatment at the United States. But there, I associate with people, I talk to people, and I've seen some cases, like some women who are in below 25 who are coming in advanced cervical cancer state. So I don't know if there's been a study done on this, or people are just relying, or was it the statistical basis or what? But from what I have noted and what is there, like from the period that I've been there, I've seen some women who are below the stage of 30, but who are coming in the advanced stage with cervical cancer. So maybe it's a question to you. And the other thing is that for those women, I really want to appreciate you as Ugandans, that you are really doing a great thing on management of cancer. But to be honest, there are so many cases which come. But as time progresses, like I said, I came with someone for treatment on the end of March. From the time she started treatment, or from the time we're following processes and seeing things happen, the treatment really works, the radiation and the chemotherapy, they really work, and you say this person came in such a state and they are really getting better. So my other issue is that, yes, yesterday was said Uganda is a center of excellence, and I really support that. Those I have seen, and that is why I brought that client I came with. It's not that the treatment is not being offered in Zimbabwe. It's there, but at times you pursue and say, when someone partakes a journey, you have done like a calculated cost and see how much it will be. And then, so my request is that as the center of excellence, and with cervical cancer being a condition or a disease which affects many women of the poor socio-economic status, like it has been said from my findings as well. So when someone comes from somewhere, it's like someone maybe would come and say, I'll be assisted. Like for this client of mine, we are not related. She's a client of mine. the one I'm assisting, but I'm the one who actually recommended the relatives to say Uganda can do, because they, out of the cost, they had really considered the cost and said, we are giving up, because the government route was long, the private route was very expensive. So from the inquiries that we did, as someone, I once came here in 2022 for a short program at Makerere University. So it's okay. So I'm saying, may you kindly consider those people will be coming like from far. It's not like they come in, they have the resources. Because I have been informed that I've seen something which has been signed. It's just about not us being Zimbabwe, but it's about every other nation. Because we say we are a family, we are brothers and sisters. So may you consider us as when someone comes, it means for someone to come from far, it means they really have hope. But then in the end you see something which was not there when you start to begin. And then out of it all the hopes are shattered. So when you've been blessed by being the center of excellence, may you please try to consider us your foreign brethren, that when we come, you don't multiply the cost like maybe times 7, times 9 from the ones you charge here. We are coming to you to be saved, but please don't close the door for us, don't close the hope for us, because it will be like a center of reachable, it will just be reachable for the elite. But when this condition doesn't affect the elite only, so it's just a plea to you as the Ugandan population, because most of the people here are from Uganda. So may you hear us, because when you say, oh, this is so much, and they say, because you're a foreigner, but diseases don't know that. So may you consider us, that we will be costing you so much.
Thank you very much. Are you able to answer your questions in 3 minutes? Please do.
The first question was about private partnership. I think this is partly ministry question, but what I can say is training has been wrapped up, because if you have people who can afford the skills, then the facilities are available, questions can be worked upon. So
na presentation is big.
UHR and IR, intervention radiology,
this one is there.
They are up and running. So I think that can be my response to this. But other than that, I may not have much to say. Although I will thank you that I'm going to take this up to the association.
Aina meka. Ona inana ya presentation is big. Ona ya wada ina presentation is big.
Second question was
ate ya integrating the
diagnostic accuracy,
improving
geographers versus neurologists. Still,
because improving
initially we had one institution training,
not integrating.
over 5 institutions training neurologists. So
then waliwo no nabukera sisi
in a short while we shall have many more
nabukera sisi
wherever they are needed in different parts of the country. Apart from that, there is also training in terms of CSPs. There's also focus. We realize that people are training SHOs, they are always training these skills. So, by saying that, you can sit down with the technologists and no matter
presenting the way I'm
come up to the specialists you want. Then there is another thing that involves radiology. Which radiology will also help us as humanity. You can also exchange ideas. UK, US, Kampala, between Kampala and Kampala. So basically, the
this diagnosis,
Kasakaire Joel.
diagnostic accuracy will be improved. The third question was about service accessibility, if I got it right. Yes, previously it was a big issue, but I would say it's 50-50 because right now we have latest equipment, CT scanners in all regional referral hospitals. And then with in combination with the radiology, I think accessibility is not a problem. Besides, we also have additional prices that we would think will be skyrocketing, but the ministry caps the prices for all those procedures. So I think that one would be, for me, compared to the previous time, it's much better. Then the turnaround time for between different places, radiology, UK, that works for all cases, but for emergency cases, no. Also, the private places have their in-house radiologists. They should be able to provide configural diagnosis. If not, diagnosis that might arrive, might bring you to over-management of the patients. I think those are my
Chibunya Simolina.
So a round of applause to our presenters. Now all of us deserve lunch. I am giving us 40 minutes at most, but if we can fit in 30, please do come right back here for the last session. We were hoping to close this ceremony today, but that will depend on how fast we get back and how we proceed with the next session.
Excuse me, Secretary. Just less than a minute, there was some concern, I think it came from Roman, about the evidence of, yes, let me just answer that in less than a minute, yes. So, why we switched to the one dose, the evidence came from clinical trials digested by experts in WHO and introduced. Where did it come from? For us to go to the 3-dose vaccine, it came from clinical trials that were done in many different parts of the world that showed that the vaccine will work to prevent. Now, among the people who participated in the clinical trials, there are those who did 3 doses and those who, as you know, people did come up to complete the 3 doses they were supposed to. They were all followed up in cohorts over the years, and they showed that even those people who took just 2 doses did as well. So the evidence went on to do clinical trials using 2 doses, and they confirmed that it works. Now, within those clinical trials, there are those who just took 1 dose. Following up cohorts, it led to the understanding that even 1 dose may work. So clinical trials were done where people were given only 1 dose and followed up over time, and they saw that they sustained high antibody levels and they were effective at preventing premalignant lesions. So digesting evidence of clinical trials in summary led to the experts coming up with a recommendation through the WHO, and thought that was not concerned.
Thank you. So welcome everyone for lunch. I hope we all got coupons. If you haven't seen the secretary, what a pleasure. Please clap for me.
Erinnya lyo President John ya President is Joe TZ manya ngo Zimbabwe njikuwa What's the name of the other gentleman who presented yesterday?
Tendai Pride.
Tendai,
yes. Then Pride, that's the other name.
Pride.
Pride is in Pride.
We shall check up. Pride.
Pride, yes. Zenda is
So we are the next week.
Z-E-Z-Z. Yes, I know.
Okay.
days.
Hmm?
I'm saying this time we have certificates. it's a good thing. It's a good thing. No, last time we
This
did
one?
it. That's why I'm
last
saying
time we
that.
did.
It's a plastic.
Internet and online.
No, I didn't. Mr. Mew.
Yes?
She's saying
You must have got.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
I did not get it.
By
No.
then, we are not good friends with him. By then,
How you yet
there is a
I know in one
presenter.
by then.
There is a presenter
I was
called.
communicating with Mr.
I
Kowal
sent a
last
message.
time.
Now it
It's
was
the only
his
person I knew.
abuuza anasobola opurezentinga
Yani.
ndaba obudde bugenze
Auntie Yanni.
nkuweereza amaanyi bagenze kati saawa zino mba nkyagajjukira njala nnyo ye Kevin Sisi omukyalo yalina kyakubuuza ne tumuwadde attention.
Yes, madam.
Sorry, when you're done, I've got a link to a video in my presentation. I just want to check that it will work.
It cannot.
It won't work.
It won't work because when you copy into the presentation, it is obtained from your desktop.
So how will I get the video to play?
Now you just need to share the link, and then when that time reaches, just put it there.
Okay, so I'll ask you, if I send you the link, will you be able to click on it to play?
That's fine.
Okay, I'll send you the link.
No problem.
The other thing, can you tell me which of the presentations are actually going ahead this afternoon? Do we know? Or do we, as chair, do we just call the person and if they're not here, we move on?
No. It's just within.
Is everybody here this afternoon?
Because she presented before, you understand? She's
Yeah, she's
here
done,
up,
so she's
up
not
before.
going to be in the afternoon session. But I don't know from here, is that person here?
Now, I think that's the task I can have, is to make sure that I confirm whether they are on.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Then I'll
And
get.
you'll just let me know after lunch. Who's
Yes.
here and who's not.
Yes, that's fine.
And then this session, so I'm presenting the keynote, but I'm also presenting on behalf of CEFA, so I should wait, right? The slides are in there, but I've hidden them. So I'll unhide them when it comes to...
But I think you can present at once.
Do you think I should do it at once?
Yes.
Then I'll have to unhide them.
It's fine.
Can you do that for me?
All of them?
There were just a few that I've hidden. So I'm making it complicated.
My books.
You want me to eat? You want me to
You
eat?
can't eat. I know you complete that. I wanted to ask about those books.
Not now. But get to know yourself. Hey.
What did you say?
Okay, so that one you can leave hidden. Don't worry, don't unhide
They're
that.
not now
Leave that one.
unhide, but the other part.
This one
Leave
I
that.
leave.
No, yeah, leave that.
This one?
You can. Yeah, leave that one.
Maybe you did not close. Okay, okay.
That one. That one. That one.
All of them?
No, just that one. Yeah, you can unhide that, and then you can leave these. You can leave these. Actually, unhide that one. Okay. Let's see. Note down. Yeah. You see the video link was in this slide, but you say it won't play from here. Eh? If there's time, I'll ask you to play it. We're so far behind time.
So what's the best way for a woman over 40 to lose belly fat?
Skip ads. I think so. It's not mine. I'll ask you to play it. If there's no time, okay. Thank you.
Because if they don't get
tandawe katoto shishi nganaloleshe kesabine mwenafipema mumeshi mwafumishe kwisanda kashakukulile mpili mwayisushe chalo kufuma kubantu fye babili nganalolesha ike chalo chishinguluka kasuba nganalolesha ikyo impanga yayembana maluba mwe wakambatite ntanda muweletaweni mwe wasakatile chalo mulupilu moyawe imwe omaka yenu yampuisha maka mano yenu yampesha mano mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe yonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe yonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe ififisabwisa kasuwanga katura mwewaishiroko msuniro mwewanimwe katura ufiunikamwelesa sueni hamashini mufimu kitote na mapitulumbe shimwili palupili mwapanga ifikoha mwewashingurushe fyahumu mweyo kwa ulukuponya ifintutumona lesata vyaipangileyo ishiwilenoweyalandia tichonsafireko omaka yenu yampwisha maka mano kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe yonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe shakeshile usenu epowapelamwesa pakutikamba kwilele shilungwa Pamile Josefi, Aisala Sakamishani, Nkama Yawe, Shakishie, mulungwe konse yawe, mulungwe yonse yawe, kabumba wesu yawe, nimwe, mulungwe konse yawe, mulungwe yonse yawe, kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalinga wesu yawe nimwe kalinga wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe Tandawe katoto shishi nganaloleshe kesabine mwenafipewa mumeshi mwafumishe kwisanda kashakukulile mpili mwayisushe chalo kufuma kubantu fye babili nalolesha ike chalo chishinguluka kasuba nalolesha ike impanga yaimbana maluba mwe wakambatike ntanda muwelele tawe ni mwe wasakatile chalo mulupilu moyawe imwe umaka yenu ya mpuisha maka mano yenu ya pesha mano mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe ififi muifisa kuisaka suwanga katura mwewa ishiriko msungia mwela nimwe katura ukiunika mwele sasueni hamashi mufimu kitote nakikitulumbe shimuli palupi mwapanga ikipoka mwewashirucheka mweyo kwa ulukuponya ifintutumolesa tajaipangileyo ishiwilenuwelanigatichonsefileko umaka yenu ya mpuisha maka mano mulungu konse yawe mulungu lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungu konse yawe mulungu lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe shakeshie msemu epo wape amwesa kakutikamba kuilele shiungwa mweso wapangile Josefi aisala sobamemushambi mkama yenu yawe shakeshie mulungu konse yawe mulungu lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungu konse yawe mulungu lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe
nani
nganaloresha ikotandawuwe katotushishi nganaloresha kesabine mwenafitema muneshi mwafumishe kwisaenda kashakukulile mpili mwaisushe chalo kufuma kubantu fye babili nganaloresha ike chalo chishinguluka kasuba nganaloresha ikyo impanga yaimbana maluba mwe wakambatike ntanda muwelele tawe ni mwe wasakatile chalo mulupilu moyawe ni mwe omaka yenu yampuisha maka mano yenu yampesha mano mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe ififi mwifisa kuisaka suwanga katula mwewa ishimoko msungira mwela nimwe katula ufini kya mwele sansueni hamashiri mwafimu vitote na mapitulumbe shimwili mwetiranishi palupi mwapanga ifipoma mwewashingurushe fyarumu mwelo kwa ulukuponya ifintutumona lesata vyaipangileyo ishiwileno egalandia tichonsefileko omaka yenu yampuisha maka maro yenu yampesha mano mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe shakeshie uliselenu ekolapela mwesa kakutukamumba kwile neshiumbwa leso apangile kyonsefi aisala sobamebushandi mkama yenu yawe shakeshie mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nganaloresha itotandabule katotushishi nganaloresha kyesabine mwenafite mamuneshi mwafumishe kwisainda kashakukulile mpili mwaisushe chalo kufuma kubantu fye babili nganaloresha ike chalo chishinguluka kasuba nganaloresha ikyo impanga yayemba na maluba mwe wakambatike ntanda muwelele tawe ni mwe wasakatile chalo mulupilumo yawe ni mwe omaka yenu yampuisha maka mano yenu yampesha mano mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe ififisa kuisaka suanga katula mwewa ishimoko msungira mwela nimwe katula ufiunika mwele sasuleni hamashi mwafimu kitote na mapitulumbe shimwili mwetira mishipalupi mwapanga ifipoma mwebashingurushe fyarumu mweyo kwa ulukuponya ifintutumona lesata vyaipangileyo ishiwilenuwegalamnia tichonsefileko umaka yenu ya mpuisha maka maro yenu ya mpesha mano mulungu konse yawe mulungu yonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungu konse yawe mulungu yonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe shakeshie uselenu eponapea mwesa akutika mumba kwile nechiungwa leso apangile kyonsefi aisala sabamebushandi mkama yenu yawe shakeshie mulungu konse yawe mulungu yonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungu konse yawe mulungu yonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe Nanaonesha ichotandao ekatotushishi Nanaonesha kesabine munafipewamushi Mwafumishe kwisanda kashakukulile mpili Mwaisushe chalo kufuma kuwantufye wabili Nanaonesha ike chalo chishinguluka kasuba Nanaonesha ityo impanga yayemba na maluba Mwe wakambatike ntanda muwelele kyawe ni mwe Mwe wasakatire chalo mulukilumo yawe ni mwe Omaka yenu ya puisha maka Mano yenu ya pesha mano mulungu konse yawe mulungu konse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungu konse yawe mulungu yonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe ififisa kuisaka suanga katula mwewa ishimoko msungira mwela nimwe katula ufiunika mwele sasuleni hamashi ipanga ikipoka mwebashirushe byarumu mweyo kwa ulokuponya ifintu tumona lesata byaipangileyo ishiwileno eralanira tichonsefireko umwaka yenu yampuisha Tushishi naloleshe kesabine munafitoa muneshi mwafumishe kwisanda kashakukulile mpili mwani makuwantu naloleshe ike chako shinguluka kasuba nalolesha ikyo impanga yaimba na maluba mwe wakambatike nkanda mwelele tawaini mwe wasakatile chalawa mpukilu moyawe mwe umaka yenu yampuisha maka manu yenu yampesha manu Mulungwe konse yawe, mulungwe yonse yawe, kaumba wesu yawe, nimwe. Mulungwe konse yawe, mulungwe yonse, kaumba wesu yawe, nimwe. Sakasu katu welele samashi mufimu kitote pitulumbe shimuli mwele tukeni shipa mwa mwelo kwa ulukuponya Ifintu tumona sata ya ipani chonse fireko umwaka yenu yakwisha mwaka mano yenu yapesha mano Mulungu yonse yawe Mulungu yonse yawe kaumba wesu yawe nimwe Mulungu yonse yawe Mulungu yonse yawe kaumba wesu yawe nimwe shakeshie usenu epo wapela mwesa kakutika umma kuilende shiungwa Leso wabangile Josefi Aisala soka mishandi Nikama yenu yawe Shakeshie Mulungu yonse yawe Mulungu yonse yawe Kaumba wesu yawe nimwe Mulungu yonse yawe Mulungu yonse yawe Kaumba wesu yawe nimwe Kalinda wesu yawe nimwe Kalinda wesu yawe nimwe Kaumba wesu yawe nimwe Kaumba wesu yawe nimwe Kalinda wesu yawe Nganaloresha itotandabule katotushishi Nganaloresha fyesabine mwena fipema mubeshi Mwafumishe kwisainda kasha kukulile mpili Mwaisusha chalo kufuma kuwantu fye babili Nganaloresha ife chalo chishinguluka kasuba Nganaloresha ife ipanga ya imbala maluba Mwe wakamatike tanda mweleka weni mwe wasakatire chalo mulukilu mwe weni mwe Umaka yenu ya kuisha maka Manu yenu ya kesha manu Mulungu yonse yawe Mulungu yonse yawe Kaumba wesu yawe nimwe Mulungu yonse yawe Mulungu yonse yawe Kaumba wesu yawe nimwe Sakusakasuanga katula Mwela nishima komsungira Mwela nimutatula Ukimifya mwele sasule namashi Mwimu kitote na pitulumbe shimwi Mwetira nishipalupi Mwapanga ikiponga Mwela shirishikiralo mwelo kwa mkuponya Ikintu kumona esatalia ipanyeyo Tandawuleka totushishi Nganaloleshe fyesabine mwenafipema mumeshi Mwafumishe kwisanda kashakukulile mpili Mwaisushe chalo kufuma kubantu fyebabili Nganaloleshe ike chalo chinguluka kasuba Nganaloleshe ike impanga ya impana maluba Mwewe wakambatike tanda mwelele yawe niwe Mwewe wasakatile chalo mwukile mwewe niwe Omaka yenu ya mpisha maka Mano yenu ya pesha mano Mulumbwe konse yawe Mulumbwe lyonse yawe Kabumba wesu yawe nimwe Mulumbwe konse yawe Mulumbwe lyonse yawe Kabumba wesu yawe nimwe Sakusaka suwanga katura Mwena chima konsinya Mwena mwetatura Uchiwika mwele sasule mihamashi Mwaki mwitote na napikiumbe shimwi Mwetira mishipalupi Mwapanga ikiponga Mwewa shingulu shikialo Mwelo kwa ulu kuponya Ikinti kumona lesata ya ipanyeyo Ishiweno egalandia ticho safireko Omaka yenu ya mpisha maka Mano yenu ya pesha mano Mulumbwe konse yawe Mulumbwe yonse yawe Kabumba wesu yawe nimwe Mulumbwe yonse yawe Mulumbwe yonse yawe Kabumba wesu yawe nimwe Shakeshile wase wenu Epo wabe hamweza Kakutika umma mwile neshiumwa Leso apangile Josefi Asala salame mushani Nkama yenu yawe Shakeshile Mulumbwe konse yawe Mulumbwe yonse yawe Kabumba wesu yawe nimwe Mulumbwe yonse yawe Mulumbwe yonse yawe Kabumba wesu yawe nimwe Kalinga wesu yawe nimwe Kalinga wesu yawe nimwe Kabumba wesu yawe nimwe Kabumba wesu yawe nimwe Kalinga wesu yawe Nganalolesha ifyotandawuleka totushishi Nganalolesha fyesabine mwenafipema mumeshi Mwafumishe kwisanda kashakukulile mpili Mwaisushe chalo kufuma kubantu fyebabili nganalolesha ikechalo chishinguluka kasuba nganalolesha ikyo impanga yayemba na maluba mwe wakambatike ntanda mulwelele taweni mwe wasakatile chalo mulupilumo yawe imwe omaka yenu ya mpwisha maka mano yenu ya mpesha mano mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe ififingu ifisa kasuwanga katula mwewa ishimoko musungira mwela nimwe katula ufiulifya mulwelele sasuleni amashini mwefimu kitote mwana pikulumbe shimwili mwewetira nishipalupi mwapanga ifipoma mwewashingurushe fyalumu mwelukwa ulukuponya ifintu tumona lesata fyaipangileyo ishiwileno eyalandia tityonsafireko omaka yenu ya mpwisha maka mano yenu ya mpesha mano mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe shakeshile ulusewenu ekolapela mwesa kakutika mumba yafuile neshiungwa leso apangile kyosefi aisala sobamebushani nkama yenu yawe shakeshile mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungwe konse yawe mulungwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalenga wesu yawe nganalolesha ifyotandawuye katotushishi nganalolesha fyesabine mwenafipema mumeshi mwafumishe kwisanda kashakukulile mpili mwaisushe chalo kufuma kubantu fye babili nganalolesha ifye chalo chishinguluka kasuba nganalolesha ikyo impanga yayemba na maluba mwe wakambatike ntanda mulwelele taweni mwe wasakatile chalo mulupilumo yawe nimwe omaka yenu yampwisha maka mano yenu yampesha mano mulumbwe konse yawe mulumbwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulumbwe konse yawe mulumbwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe ifife mwifisa kwisaka suwanga katula mwela ishimoko musungilo mwela nimwe katula mwefyuni fyamulwelele sansuleni amashi mwefimu titote na mapitulumbe shimwili mweletila mishipalupi mwapanga ifipoma mwebashingulushe fyalumu mwelu kwa bulu kuponya ifintutumona lesata vyaipangileyo ishiwilenu wegalanilya tityonse fileko omaka yenu yampwisha maka mano yenu yampesha mano mulumbwe konse yawe mulumbwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulumbwe konse yawe mulumbwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe shakeshile uluse lwenu epo lwapela mwelesa akutika lumba kwile nechiwungwa leso apangile fyonsefi aisala sabamembushani nkama yenu yawe shakeshile mulumbwe konse yawe mulumbwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulumbwe konse yawe mulumbwe lyonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalina wesu yawe nimwe kalina wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe kalina wesu yawe nganaloresha itotandawuwe katotushishi nganaloresha fyesabine mwena fipema mubeshi mwafumishe kwisanda kashakukulile mpili mwayisushe chalo kufuma ku bantu fye babili nganaloresha ikyalo shinguluka kasuka nganaloresha ikyoipanga yaimbala maluba mwe wakambatike tanda muwelele tawe nimwe mwe wasakatile chalo mulukilu yawe nimwe omaka yenu yampwisha maka mano yenu yampesha mano mulumbwe konse yawe mulumbwe yonse yawe kabumba wesu yawe nimwe mulungu Mulifipona Mwelashingulu shikiralu Mwelo kwa mulifiponya Ikititola Sataya ipanyeyo Ishiweno elani Yatichosakireko Omakaye Muya Puisha Maka Mano Muya Pesha Mano Mulungwe Oseawe Mulungwe Oseawe Kaumba Wesu Yawe Mwe Mulungwe Oseawe Mulungwe Oseawe Kaumba Wesu Yawe Mwe Shakeshire Museno Epo wape amweza Akutika umma Mwilende shiumwa Mwezo wapangile Josefi Asala sabame Mushani Mkama yenu yawe Shakeshire Mulungwe konse yawe Mulungwe konse yawe Kaumba wesu yawe Mwe Mulungwe konse yawe Mulungwe konse yawe Kaumba wesu yawe Mwe Kalenga wesu yawe Mwe Kalenga wesu yawe Mwe Kaumba wesu yawe Mwe Kaumba wesu yawe Mwe Kalenga wesu yawe
So he's on. Cool.
No, it's okay with this.
Alright, so we ready to start. Presentation. Maria, I'll have to introduce myself. So I'll just introduce myself.
Mwanaloresha ikutanda mubeka totushishi Mwanaloresha kesabine mwanafipema muneshi Mwafumishe kwisanda kasha kukulile mpili Mwayisushe chalo kufuma kubantu kebabili
Good afternoon.
Mwanaloresha ike chalo kishikuruka kasuka Mwanaloresha ike impanga yayimbana maruga Mwe wakambatike mpanga muwelele tawe ni mwe Mwe wasakatire chalo mukirumo yawe ni mwe Omakaye
Point.
Okay, we're good to go. So good afternoon, everybody.
HDMI.
And I hope you had a great lunch.
Since I'm presenting one of
It's,
them.
very late for lunch for me.
Ujirina.
But I hear some alcohol in Uganda. You work
Eh,
hard.
jingine presenting presentation hii.
Really good
Syndicate.
speakers, delegates, value partners in health. It's really a great honor for me to join this meeting in Uganda. Really and I really extend my gratitude to the organisers as well for the invitation to provide this keynote address this afternoon on cervical cancer elimination. You can just put my slides to the start, please.
Thank you.
Slide one. So I'm very lucky to petition, but really to solidify what we are considering in terms of elimination of cervical cancer. So, just a brief introduction of who I am. So, my name is Dr. Gwen Stevens, and I am the Director of Medical Affairs at CEPHE, and CEPHE are the manufacturers of the gene expert technology, which you are very familiar with here in Uganda. Sorry, I'm just waiting to get my slides up. Okay, so the title of my talk today is Unlocking the Power of Prevention and the Use of HPV in our fight against cervical cancer.
A minute.
So just as a reminder, cervical cancer is really a disease of inequity. I think we've heard that many times today. It's not a different HPV virus that is related to cervical cancer in the United States or in Europe. It's the same HPV, it's the same HPV high-risk types that are associated with cervical cancer in low-income countries. What differs is the access to health services in our countries. I'm born and bred in South Africa, and we face just the same terrible epidemic of cervical cancer in women in South Africa as you do here in Uganda. What boggles the mind is cervical cancer is really the only cancer that we know what it's caused by. We know how to prevent it, yet there are still thousands of women dying from cervical cancer every day in our countries. If you have a look at this mortality again, here we are number one. Sub-Saharan Africa are number one again, not in a good way, right? The dark red shows the mortality related to cervical cancer in low-income countries, particularly in Sub-Saharan Africa. And you heard about that earlier today, that, every year there are more than 500,000 women that are diagnosed with cervical cancer, and around 340,000 women die of the disease. And it ranks the fourth most frequent cancer amongst women in the world. But that changes a little bit when you look at Sub-Saharan African countries. Next slide, please. So, Sub-Saharan Africa really bears the burden of cervical cancer. We harbour 90% of cervical cancer cases, and you've already heard about the incidence of cervical cancer in Uganda being well over 50 per 100,000. It is the first most frequent cancer among women in Uganda, only second to Tanzania in Sub-Saharan Africa. So it's still a huge burden in your country. And although the vaccine program has been implemented very successfully early on as the primary prevention tool, I think we're still falling way behind when it comes to screening, which is our secondary prevention modality. You heard earlier from Professor Miriam that, on average, screening coverage in Uganda is between 4 and 20%. So when you take an average IARC point of around 10%, you're doing really well in certain population groups. We're still falling way behind the WHO targets. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to labour on about the clinical background. Next slide. Around cervical cancer. I think through the sessions we had earlier today, I think everybody's very aware of what cervical cancer is, where it manifests, and the main cause, we've heard about this many times today, the main cause of cervical cancer is a persistent infection with a high-risk type of HPV. Also mentioned earlier today, there are many different HPV types, but we now know that 14 of those types are considered high risk and are associated with cervical cancer. Next slide. So HPV is this group of viruses that infect the skin and mucous membranes, and we have to get our minds around the fact that when we talk about HPV screenings for cervical cancer, we're talking about managing a risk, a woman's risk of eventually developing pre-cancer, which leads ultimately to invasive cervical cancer. HPV is not diagnostic of cervical cancer. What HPV allows us to do is to early on get a warning sign and determine a woman's risk of ultimately developing cervical cancer if left untreated. If we don't follow these women up who test positive to high-risk HPV, they have a much higher risk of developing pre-cancer cancer. We cannot cure HPV. There isn't a drug we take or, there's nothing to cure HPV, but it's a warning signal for us because we know left undetected, it ultimately makes those changes in cellular morphology which lead to pre-cancer. So it's an early warning signal and detection for us. I think we've got an added burden living in countries that have a very high HIV prevalence because we know that women with HIV have a 6-fold higher risk of developing cervical cancer related to HPV. The reason for that is women who have HIV are immunocompromised, so they're unable to very readily clear an HPV infection, like women who do not have HIV or are not immunocompromised. So if you have any immunocompromised comorbidity, you cannot clear HPV infection, which leads to a persistent chronic infection, which is ultimately what leads to pre-cancer and then, if untreated, to cervical cancer. As we said, and as we pointed out this morning, HPV is STI. 85% of girls after sexual debut will be infected with HPV. And that's, anything from, and that's why we vaccinate girls really early, because, once somebody has had sexual intercourse, the risk of acquiring HPV is extremely high. But 90% or even more than 90% of girls who become infected with HPV during sexual debut are able to clear the virus, right? And it takes anything between 12 and 18 months to clear the virus, and there will be no clinical consequence. It's only women who are unable to clear the HPV infection that then becomes a chronic persistent infection that are at risk of developing pre-cancer and cancer. Next slide. You can have a look at the little graph at the top right-hand quadrant of this slide. It shows you sort of this life cycle of persistent HPV infection. So it's not very clear, but if you have a look at the top line, that's the blue line there, you see the bottom x-axis is age, so the age, say around average age of 15 after sexual debut. Girl acquires HPV infection, 85% of people will acquire the infection. However, that infection clears in almost 90%, upwards of 90% of people. Then you get a drop in the number of cases over age. However, those that remain infected with HPV can live along their timeline. By the time they reach the ages of sort of 25 to 30, they have been infected with HPV for a number of years, already 8 to 10 years. And it's here when we start seeing the consequence of that infection, where we see precancerous lesions, particularly in the constipation zone and the cervix. And then, of course, if those aren't managed, so if you don't detect the woman who have those lesions and you don't treat those lesions, over time, that's what results in the development of invasive cervical cancer. And again, that can take, 5 to 8 years. Also, depending on the HIV status, often it's more rapid. It's an accelerated time to invasive cancer in women with HIV. Now, it's been very well established that there are certain high-risk types that are more virulent and more closely associated, as you heard this morning, with cervical cancer, and that's 16 and 18. across those two types, if we're able to prevent infection with HPV 16 and 18, we prevent 70% of cervical cancer. If we add 45 to that, we over 90% of cervical cancers can be prevented. So there are very few, although we say there are 14 high-risk types, there are only 3 really that are responsible for 90% of cervical cancer cases. Next slide, please. Also, I think you've heard a little bit about the different stages of pre-cancer, and it's very important that we catch women really when they still have mild dysplasia, because those are the lesions that can be treated very readily and can be treated sort of near patient. You've heard a lot this morning about different strategies of how to, number one, detect precancerous lesions, and number one, to treat them. But it's really important that we follow women, particularly women who test positive for high-risk HPV, that we follow them up frequently to detect these lesions that may result as a result of that persistent HPV infection. Because that's preventing cervical cancer. We have to be able to detect precancerous lesions. We have to be able to treat them so that we prevent invasive cancer. And we take a step ahead of that. We now know that we need to pay more careful attention to women who test positive for high-risk HPV. Those are the women that we need to. Okay, next slide, please.
Ethiopia.
You heard a lot about the WHO. It called for elimination for cervical cancer in 2010. And really there are 3 pillars of that global policy. The first one is primary prevention. We're not going to talk too much more about vaccines. You heard all about vaccination, but of course that is the most effective public health tool. If we could vaccinate all girls, and optimally, if we had the resources, we could include boys as well, but if we can vaccinate all girls, even if it is just with a bivalent vaccine, which contains 16 and 18, we'll be able to prevent 70% of cervical cancer cases. So that's really the primary pillar of prevention of cervical cancer. But we cannot forget the second pillar. Secondary prevention is all about screening. We cannot eliminate cervical cancer if we only vaccinate girls. Because number one, we know that coverage of vaccination is not 100%. So there's still a whole lot of girls who fall through the cracks, who are not vaccinated. We need to make sure that we are paying attention to them later in life. In addition, there's a whole cohort of women who were never vaccinated, including myself. Right? We missed the rollout of the HPV vaccination. So there's this huge cohort of women that still need to be monitored very closely. And if we combine vaccination of girls between 9 and 14, and we implement a very comprehensive screening, cervical cancer screening program, that's the only way we'll ever eliminate cervical cancer. Okay, and then of course the pillar 3, I think this was mentioned by Dr. Judith and Professor Moran this morning. It's irresponsible of us if we are screening for high-risk of HPV and then we do nothing about it. Right? If we are screening women with high-risk HPV, they turn out to be positive, we have to have something in place that can follow those women up to look for pre-cancer and ultimately prevent them from getting cancer. And that's what the third pillar is all about. Once we've identified somebody with pre-cancer, we need to make sure that those women are treated effectively and efficiently. Next slide. Okay, we've spoken a lot about HPV as a screening tool, which is now a global trend. Everybody's moving to HPV screening. It's been definitively shown over the last 15 years that HPV screening is more sensitive and more specific than any other cervical cancer screening methodology. And the ones that we're all familiar with are cytology, so the PAP test, right? We now know that HPV screening is definitely more specific than cytology and pap tests. When you have a pap test, you're asked to come back every 2 years, right? Because the specificity demands that and the sensitivity demands that. However, if you have a test for HPV and you're shown to be negative for high-risk HPV, you do not have to come back as frequently. The WHO are even being as bold to say you only need to be screened twice in your lifetime. So the frequency of screening is extended when you test for HPV as opposed to cytology. VIA is a very effective triage tool, right? Because you still, even if you detect a woman with high-risk HPV, you still have to examine her cervix to see if she has any precancerous lesions. But the combination of a high-risk HPV positive result and a VIA looking for any kind of lesion really is what will drive elimination. VIA on its own has shown to be suboptimal in terms of specificity and sensitivity, right? And needs, of course, the WHO not suggesting we throw all the other modalities out. They can be complementary to each other, and it also depends on the context and the resource available in your country. But really, molecular HPV testing with an HPV DNA test that identifies the 14 high-risk types and calls out specifically the 3 top high-risk, 16, 18, and 45, is really what is required for a comprehensive screening program. Next slide, please. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, we're falling way behind in terms of screening in our countries, in low-middle income countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, where our average screening coverage is between 5 and 15%. So we've still got a long way to go. You can just push that a couple of times. I think there's a little diagram that comes up there. So just the facts of what I've already said, just to solidify that in your brain. Number one, HPV is necessary for the development of cervical cancer, right? We now know that cervical cancer screening with HPV is more sensitive, more specific than either cytology or VIA, particularly when we talk about the detection of SIM3 precancers. And the fact that with HPV we can lengthen the screening intervals, right? We don't have to call women back annually if we're dealing with VIA. Every 2 years if we're dealing with cytology. If we're dealing with HPV, we can call women back 5, even 10 years, right? Which certainly helps to unburden our healthcare system, right? We don't need to see those women as frequent anymore, which has a cost implication to that as well. Okay, a reminder that HPV is not diagnostic, right? We are now managing a risk for the development of a disease rather than the disease itself. It's not a diagnostic test. It's a test that waves the red flag, gives us an early warning signal that this woman is at risk for developing cervical cancer. We need to watch her. Okay, so we need to just get our minds around the fact that HPV doesn't, because you have HPV doesn't mean you've got cervical cancer. Okay, it means you're at greater risk of developing cervical cancer if you are unable to clear the HPV infection. Okay, next slide please. Alright, and then treatment options again. I have to stress, if you're testing somebody for high-risk HPV and they're found to be positive, you need to take action. You need to screen those women for cervical lesions. If you find some form of precancer, whether it's mild, one, slightly more developed like SIM2 or 3, you need a treatment modality that is appropriate to the situation. And you've already heard about a lot of these treatment modalities today: thermal ablation, cryotherapy, LEDs or LEAP, cone biopsy. So there are many different treatment modalities that can be implemented. A lot of these can be implemented near patient, same day. And that's really what the WHO are driving at. Because cervical cancer is really a disease of not having access, so inequitable access to health care, if you are able to offer a woman a test and a treatment on the same day, as our Zimbabwean colleague pointed out earlier, that loss to follow-up is a huge issue in these countries. So if we are able to implement technologies that allow us to identify women at risk, to look via VIA whether she is or has been precancerous lesion and treat her on the same day, it takes away the risk of losing that woman to follow-up and never returning to the clinic. Some of those treatment modalities are more appropriate in that kind of situation, like thermal ablation. So thermal ablation is a very portable treatment modality. It's handheld, and a nurse or healthcare worker can be trained to very safely ablate those precancerous cells on a woman's cervix, for example. So there are different ways of implementing. There's not one solution that fits all contexts or all environments. But there's certainly the tools and the technologies now exist to implement these very effective programs that provide access. I think the theme of this meeting is putting patients at the center, and this is exactly what these new kinds of technologies and programs are able to do. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to belabor this, but you've already heard around the WHO call for elimination, the very lofty targets, 2030 targets, 90% of girls being vaccinated, 70% of all women who are age eligible to be screened with a high-risk HPV test, and then those that are detected as having precancer need to be treated effectively. We are pretty far off any of those targets, and as Dr. June pointed out this morning, we have about 4 years left. So I don't think we're going to make the targets, but I think countries like Uganda are really the shining example of just getting in and taking action and doing something about it. Okay, next slide. The testing algorithms that WHO are suggesting here is that there's a difference between the general population and women living with HIV. So remember, we only start screening women after the age of 25 or 30. Why? Because he is not a risk unless you have the infection for a very long time, because it's a consistent infection. So if we were to screen young women, we'd be diagnosing 80% as being positive for HIV, right? And that's certainly not what we want to do, because most of those women will clear that infection without any clinical consequence. So that's why we only start screening women later on in life. Now, because of the additional risk that is posed to women with HIV, they tend to be screened earlier. And that's what the WHO is suggesting. That for women living with HIV, they are screened with HPV, they are triaged, so that means you have to look, you have a high-risk HPV diagnosis, but you still have to look at the cervix to determine whether any lesions. Okay? Now there are different triage modalities. I'm not going to talk too much about them today, but partial genotyping, so the ability to detect certain genotypes like 16, 18, and 45 over and above the others really helps you also to risk stratify. Because remember, it's those women that are at the greatest risk of developing cervical cancer. Out of all 14 high-risk types, if you're positive for any one of those 3, you are at a greater risk than any of the other 11 types. Okay, and those are the women that we really have to pay serious attention to. But there's a little difference in terms of starting age of screening between the general population and women with HIV, and then the screening intervals also differ, right? If you are in the general population, not HIV infected, they say every 5 to 10 years is good enough as a screen. If you're testing with HPV DNA, if you have HIV, you're at more risk, so let's bring the screening intervals a little closer together, so 3 to 5 years. So that's sort of what the WHO are putting out there. They're also suggesting and recommending that we do this decentrally to provide access, right? Again, cancer is a disease of inequity. because women don't have access to healthcare services. That's why they develop cervical cancer, no other reason. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and there's now, next slide, there's sufficient evidence, I think. I'm not going to go into any of these, but HPV testing and it's associated with cervical cancer is not new, right? We've known this for the last 15 years. And there is a building, sort of the evidence base is huge now, showing, the performance. There are way over 250 different HPV tests. There is a growing body of evidence to show that if you're able to do a test centrally and you're able to screen and treat a woman on the same day, that's really what makes the difference, right? Is in providing access and ensuring that women aren't lost to follow. I'm not going to go through these, but there's plenty of clinical evidence around the performance of the gene expert, particularly in HPV detection, but many other technologies as well. Next slide, please. Okay, also there's been a lot of work around ensuring that these tests for HPV are appropriate for screening. Remember, the screening test has very different requirements to a diagnostic test. Remember, we are using HPV as a screening test. It's not diagnostic. It's a risk stratifier. So there's certain criteria, including the Maya criteria. I see on the back something's talking about the Maya criteria, but numerous technologies now have been shown to be adequate and tick all the boxes to ensure that they are a good screening assay as opposed to diagnostic assay. Next slide. Okay, and this is a particular publication that I wanted to point out, and this is all around point of care testing, right? The ability to test and treat women on the same visit really has the greatest impact. Okay, they showed this very conclusively in a large trial that was done in over 3,500 women in Cape Town in South Africa, showing that if you're able to test and triage women for care on the same day, that's where you see the impact. Women leave the clinic having been treated, right, and they don't need to come back until their next visit. So a lot of work has been done around this particular scenario for screen and treat and point of care testing, putting the patient at the center. Next slide. And of course, the biggest question that is on all of your minds, well, this costs a lot of money. And I think Uganda have already crossed that obstacle, right? You've already decided to implement HPV DNA testing as your cervical cancer screening modality. And it has been conclusively shown that if you do that, it is actually cost effective. And it has a lot to do with the fact that your intervals of screening are so far apart, right? You're not calling women back every year to have a BIA, every 2 years to have a cytology test. You're calling women back every 5 to 10 years to be screened. That unburdens the health system, and it's, of course, cost saving from a whole different number of perspectives. So don't be alarmed. The benefits and the cost effectiveness of HPV testing has been shown and well documented and published. Okay, next slide. So I'm just going to take 5 minutes here to present on the expert product. I was going to, there's a slot later on in the day, but I'm afraid we may not get there. So just so that people are aware, I think it was mentioned this morning that Uganda, in addition to some centralized platforms, has adopted the Gene Expert HPV assay to roll out to a lot of the less centralized hospitals, health centers, etc. So just a little bit about the test. So the Expert HPV test has got IVDR approval, of course. It targets the oncogenes, E6 and E7, which is, of course, the genes that are causing the problem, right? These are the oncogenic genes. These are the genes that are leading to the development of precancer and So we target those oncogenes in the PCR reaction. We detect all 14 high-risk types, but we call out 16, 18, and 45 separately. So we call this assay a partial genotype assay. The other 11 types are distributed amongst 3 other channels that are resulted as pooled results, right? So we don't call out individually all 14 types. We call out the top 3. And that's the term that we use, partial genotype. I think Uganda chose to implement GeneXpert HPV in a lot of their centres because of the ease of use. It's really a plug and play. It takes an hour and you get a result of these 14 high-risk types. And I think you're all very familiar with the GeneXpert technology. It's all cartridge-based. You're very familiar with GeneXpert for TB testing and a lot of the others. And the HPV assay is no different. Actually, it's probably one of the most simple GeneXpert assays. It's truly plug and play. The sample type is a cervical swab or brush that's put into a preserved site, LDC, and you simply take a mil of that, you put it into the cartridge, and you load the cartridge onto the and it's DNA based, so it's very robust, and can, all these reagents are stored at room temperature. Okay, and of course, one of the big benefits is that it works on the instruments you currently have for TB, and Uganda must be commended for their efforts in integrating testing on these already existing platforms. I think that's really great understanding effort. Next slide, please. Okay, that's just a little bit more about its clinical sensitivity and specificity, well documented and comparable to all other centralized platforms. Remember, it's a screening assay, it's not a diagnostic assay, so that's why the specificity is lower, right? It's not lower because it's not a good assay. The specificity is the same for all screening assays for HPV. Okay. I think that's it. Let's move to the next slide. Just a couple of times. So we know the need, right? Acutely aware of the need. Next slide. Again. Okay. And we know what impact a technology like a test that can be done decentrally in under an hour can have on the cervical cancer epidemic that we face. So we position this as an assay that can be certainly used to try and address this sense of the fact that cervical cancer is really a disease of inequity. The only way we're going to eliminate it is we couple a very comprehensive vaccine program with a good comprehensive screening program that provides access to all. Thank you. Next slide. And just in closing, a quote from Nelson Mandela. I don't want to remind everybody who Nelson Mandela is from my country. It always seems impossible until it's done. And I think Uganda are proving that moving ahead very rapidly with the introduction of HPV, and big congratulations to the country. Thank you. So I'm also chair of the session, and I'm hoping I've got it right. Things are a little bit jumbled around in the program, but I'm going to introduce our first speaker, and I think it's Dr.
This
one?
This one.
Who's the presenter? Kenneth. Christian
Yes.
Kenneth. Okay. All right, I'd like to call my next speaker, and the title of the presentation is Advancing Machine Learning for Early Detection and Monitoring myocardial infarction, and I presented tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, welcome. Okay, so which name do I use? Tomorrow? Christian. So Christian is a Ugandan, born in Gulu, and he really has had a passion for engineering, and he studied physics, chemistry, and maths.
Hizo ndo zasura zake sisi
I'm going to let him tell you about his passion for AI with myocardial intervention.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. It's an honor to stand before you today to discuss issues affecting Uganda and much of growing prevalence of cardiovascular diseases. So our focus, this was a project we did for our project. So it was on mainly heart attacks. So the heart attack issue in Uganda heart attacks are responsible for about 10% that we get. This is exacerbated by the fact that 76% of Ugandans live in rural areas where they cannot access some of these specialized healthcare systems. So, as we have been here speaking about it, throughout this conference, some of the factors that are contributing to cardiovascular diabetes and obesity, smoking, and alcohol consumption. Now, the existing solutions are there. There are diagnostic devices that are used to detect these things, like the ECGs, cardiobiomarkers. They are effective but not accessible to everybody. So our solution was to design a machine learning-based algorithm and a system to be able to detect this heart attack before it happens. So our primary objective was to develop a scalable machine learning system that can be used for detecting before it occurs. So how we approached it, we first identified the literature that was there, development, and establishment. So I'm sure some of you are wondering what machine learning is. Machine learning is basically a way of teaching a computer to learn from experience, just like how math humans learn. Instead of programming the computer step by step, they feed you a lot of examples and to establish patterns and learn from there. So how our system works is that it uses very distinct data. It uses clinical and ECG data. So we trained the model initially using clinical data from an open source dataset. So what it does is clinical XG boost and an SPM to establish the pattern that would lead to heart attack. So those are the tools we use, SLM and AD8232 sensor. Actually, I have the prototype here, but because of the time, I don't think I'll be able to show it to you. So for the current progress, we have a working model that predicts actually very well. We managed to extract the ECG signal from the human being and store it in an online database. Now, we use the chemical to be able to predict if this person, let's say, age, cholesterol levels, and those other factors can contribute to the person having a heart attack. But some of the challenges we found is that the data sets we got are non-representative of the African setting. The lifestyle, environmental differences, and so on. So we specifically the model just available data. So the model actually works. I would have showed it to you today, but because of time, I will. So the model achieved an accuracy of 85%. Well, this is promising because of these other features that I feel are more specific
which we communicated.
Precision, for example. Precision is a portion where we identify so our model receive both a precision. That means out of 10, it predicted 6 correct heart attacks. Now, this is useful in that we do not get a lot of false. So then there's also another metric called recall. Recall, on the other hand, is called the true positive rate. So it measures how many of the predictions that were made are actual heart attack risk. So we have to find a balance between these two, precision and recall. Now this is the trade-off that we found a problem. Because by increasing recall, we increase space for more false values to be. By making the model more sensitive, by increasing recall, we increase the number of false positives that can be sent to the model. So it would overwhelm the system. So that right there is the upper picture is the system that we designed, the website that integrates everything. Then down here is the real-time database that houses all the ECG data. So from our study, we found out that most patients that get heart attack have noticeably higher systolic blood pressure. They also show higher cholesterol levels. Then we found out that while smoking really does affect heart, it's more than intensity. How much you smoke in a day. So you can smoke a cigarette a day, but the person who smokes more per day has higher risk of getting cardiovascular disease. So some of the key insights found, let's discuss cigarette smoking, diabetes, and age, major factors. All the individuals showed higher risk of getting heart attack. Then the one I wanted to focus on, the higher BM values predicted to increase myocardial function, especially in young people. So if a young person is obese, you have a higher probability getting a heart attack, and if not all possible. Then another thing is risk factor clustering. That means if you have more than one risk factor, you stand a higher chance. I would not like to show you this factor because so for future work, we want to integrate the ECG system that you extract from the body and also feed it to the model for it to be more. Other than that, I think this is a step ahead to diagnosing heart attacks and cardiovascular disease.
Thanks, Christian. I love all these new innovations that are really warning signs. Making sure we understand things and do something about it before they happen. So I've got a few questions for you, but we'll keep them for the panel. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Nabukira Sissi, and the title, can I just make sure that the speaker is here? No? Alright, we'll move on to the next, Dr. Hashim. Okay. So Dr. Hashim is going to talk about the role of wearables, and that was one of the questions I was going to ask Christian, and fitness apps in the management and prevention of incidents. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. To the slides. My name is Dr. Yakub. I'm a medical doctor as well as health psychologist and health coach. My presentation today is to do with wearables. Do we know what wearables are? Yeah. So actually our smartphone is a wearable. The fact that you have a phone with you is a wearable because it keeps on taking data. Anytime you move, it shows data. I'd like to start with a story when the slides are coming on. There was a lady, I think a few years ago, who ended up breaking up with her boyfriend. And the reason why is because his Google feed showed around 4 a.m. that he was having heart attack. And he came back home when he was having hangover. So from there she could deduce that heart attack was because he was doing other activities. So this data, which is very sensitive and it can show, can do more, especially in this conference who we're talking about. So yeah, can continue, next slide. So yes, there are multiple types of wearables. We can have, so we know maybe the smartwatch, there are smart rings, there are smart shirts, smart shoes. So anything can be smart. Smart room, smart doors. And that's the future we are in, that's the future we are going. That data is the data which we are talking about. And somehow it connects with my former presenters with AI. Okay, you can continue. So of course, this is our densities. Densities are real. There's a lot of mobility and mortality, but as we have seen, the traditional healthcare is not yet enough to be able to handle it, especially in these low and middle income countries where we do not have access to these resources. So the only saving grace we have is early detection and prevention. Secondary care, not much. Tertiary, yeah, that's one I don't think we can even talk about it. Okay, so this is a figure, it's a bit of a dated figure. I think Mr. Chris Kuisera, they're the ones who have done that research on diabetes. And he even mentioned out of 80% of people who have diabetes in Uganda are not aware of it. So it's quite horrible. And even the ones who are aware of it, I think only 5% are on treatment. Yeah. So this was a study which was a systemic analysis, a systemic review from 2015 to 2024, and mainly it was assessing physical activity, diet adherence, glucose monitoring, and cardiovascular health. continue. The outcomes out of those 45 studies with more than 330,000 participants, it showed when someone is using these wearables and the fitness applications, the physical activity rates increase and the BMI comes down. So there's a phenomenon which is within management, it's called the Pygmalion effect. If you are someone who runs a business and the more you are around that business, or if you install a camera in the shop, the staff are likely to behave better, which is a behavioral element of the human mind. The more we know we are being tracked, if you know someone is following you, you're going to act better. And that's the beauty of these wearables as clinicians. So this led to the improvement of glucose as well as the cardiovascular. So the challenge is, yes, there's a high levels of dropouts. I mean, no one wants to be followed all the time because it's quite sensitive. As I mentioned the story before, a lot of that data can be misused. So even the concept of data privacy becomes crucial. And then, of course, limited access, financial access, accessing devices, smartwatches, phones. Though the prices keeps on coming down and maybe the access to internet, they are becoming, but they're still a high, expensive commodity. Last slide, I think. So the conclusion is this supports self-monitoring and behavioral change, and that is the aspect of self-care. We're trying to promote self-care, so through these devices, all of us can just put our phones, get our application, we have our application, even Google Fit, Samsung Health, Apple Health, and it monitors how many steps you have made in a day. Sometimes these apps today can even measure your heart rate, so in case someone's having a condition, a heart attack, you can actually detect, diet, all the kind of different amazing things. And this contributes to effective NCD prevention and management. So lastly, AI. I think AI is the future, of course, the future of precision medicine. I was really impressed when I came across this Illumina next-gen sequencer online. So if the precision future we are going to has to have preventive, so the 4 P's of precision medicine are going to be preventive, going to be participative. So the clients, they have to be the ones who are actively involved. It has to be personalized, like the representative of the machine was talking about. Not one size fits all. And lastly, it has to be predictive, just like my colleague who presented AI. And that's the future of health. It has to be more holistic, just like we are talking about wellness. So lastly, the cost effectiveness and scalability of these devices. Being, especially with a phone, maybe a smartwatch can be expensive, but the fact that almost all of us have a smartphone of some form, the applications are mainly free, they can be used, the internet, they can be accessed. A lot of them actually work offline. This is the future which is cost effective and very importantly scalable. So, yeah. There's a quote up there which shows the future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed. So, different societies are already living in the future. Some of us are lagging behind or we're ahead of others. So, I'm happy to be in this conference, and as Vigilant Living, we're doing a lot of work, especially with healthy aging, with the insurance, because that's the way we are scaling our service, but also using things like the future for us to over genetic counseling. If we can assess your genes and we know you have this high risk factor of getting maybe breast cancer, perhaps we should have counseling, personalized counseling, we should be able to prevent. Otherwise, we should keep on overwhelming our limited infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there's been a suggestion by the organisers that we close today's session just with a question and answer session, the speakers who have spoken this last session, and then move the other speakers to tomorrow. But I want to know if there's any objection to that from the speakers that we're still going to present this afternoon. Is there anybody who really needs to present today who won't be around tomorrow to make their presentation? I think there are 3 or 4 speakers. Okay, everybody's okay if we we do the last panel Q&A with the speakers and Christian, I think it's just the three of us then, a Q&A session, and then we will close for today.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening once again. Yes. So, as the speakers are taking up the podium, on behalf of the Secretariat, allow me to thank all of you for the great work done. I want to appreciate all the presenters, and we are having some very important abstracts with regards to the test and treat in NSD prevention. And we realize our time is much fast spent. We didn't want to just rush. We need to learn a lot. So because of that matter, the agenda of tomorrow has been extended. Is it favoring all of us? Yes. So tomorrow's agenda has been extended by another session in front, as well as the opening ceremony. I think all our certificates are ready. So this is going to help us to dig deep and we understand. We have a lot of questions. So let us handle this, and tomorrow morning by 8:30 we start with our remaining abstracts, and from that we will continue to the most important session of the action plan, which all the people around are going to. We have seen a lot of issues we must close, a lot of unanswered questions. We must live here with tangible solutions from all the respective countries, so that we shape the Africa continental agenda with regards to test and treat. We shape our national, at the same time we'll be able to eliminate non-communicable diseases. So let us all be here. We welcome our regional teams who have, a number of you have joined us today, the Yumbe, Asili Kabalole, Mbale. Please, you're most welcome. And so tomorrow is a very important hour which we must live with. So all of you come ready, we work. And then the Ministry of Health will close in a closing ceremony, and we initiate the next year's conference, which is going to be in Kenya. Yes, so Kenya is taking up the next, but this year we are still having a symposium in Zimbabwe. So tomorrow we have a number of things to discuss, and you and me, we are the stakeholders to move all this. Thank you very much. Allow us proceed on the agenda. So I see our chair is on the panel. Interesting. So Dr. Brian, you can take over for Godman my country.
Thank you so much, Annette. And to the presenters, thank you so much. To our dear audience, thank you so much for being patient up this time. We don't take your patience for granted, but as we are wrapping this up, please feel free to put up your hand. I just need 3 or 4 questions, 1 per person, and we wrap this up. Any question to any of the presenters? If you've asked it, I would wish to give a chance to the first timers. Please be specific and in summary.
Yes, Kasara Daniels. I'm a cervical cancer service provider at Kawaii National Hospital. My concern, I think I have concerns to, I've forgotten the name, the lady from South Africa. This year, we've come across 2 cases of younger women with cervical cancer, they were, one is 22 years old, and another one is 23 years old, and they are both HIV negative. Do we need to do some changes in our guidelines after seeing these cases? Then secondly, a lot of emphasis. Yes, it is true. 18 and 45 is accounting for 70% of the cancer cervix. But this, I think, some of our colleagues, they are understanding it. I'm a national trainer and a mentor, so I move all around the country mentoring my colleagues. But I found it a very big problem and country whereby if somebody is tested and is found to be having HPV others, positive, they are not given, they are not tried, they are not, the HPV others is not reported as negative. In fact, they are reporting it as negative. And yet, in my same clinic, this year I've come across 2 women with HPV others positive. They are both HIV negative, and they reported with advanced CS service recently because they were having HPV others positive, and they were being reported as negative. So no intervention was done to them, and they are later on they reported with advanced CS service. Do we need to do something about this? We are emphasizing so much about the 1845, and we are like not putting any emphasis on the others, which is most of our colleagues are not understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Who has your hand? Please read.
Yes, mine is just an extension of our question about these genotypes. We realize that the platform covers 16, 18, 45, and we as scientists, researchers, we are so much interested to understand the contribution of these other genotypes. So are there innovations by Cepheid to add on these other genotypes on the platform where we can see them independently occurring in the population? Then regarding the HPV, the HIV and the positive HIV negative, you realize that more emphasis in this screening is on the HIV positive. So is there a package that you're planning as Cepheid to cater for these HIV negatives? Because most of the emphasis, most of the planning has been on the HIV positives. But HIV negatives have been ignored, and yet cancer is increasing in this population. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other person?
I've been told to be brief. Doctor, you talked about I didn't get the pricing of the GeneXpert, but I saw somewhere where actually clients benefit from samples being taken by manufacturers of those machines. Is there a chance that in Uganda we could have such initiative where samples are taken by the manufacturers of machines, like the GeneXpert machines, and perhaps maybe the price is reduced? Could there be a platform for such to reduce the prices? Then to Dr. who presented about the AI, you talked about the harmful effect whereby somebody changes behavior because of knowing that it's monitored. Don't you think this could have an effect on the results of the devices? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'd forgotten something. 2 weeks ago, we married a midwife who has been working at Kawempe in a project. She died of cancer of the cervix, but Earlier, she had screened with HPV and it was negative. And also this same year, I got an ED referral from Masaka. She was, and this HPV was initially collected, at least for this lady, it was initially collected and it was negative. So when the results showed the negative, the intervention was done, but the woman persisted with the symptoms. She made a separate referral to our facility. I took the initiative and I took off a biopsy because the cervix was not so obvious, but it was hyperemic. And the results came out to be quite differentiated carcinoma, but HPV was negative. I need to be heard in these cases.
Yes, thank you so much. Of course, it's cervical cancer taking the lead. So I would like to get some clarification on how to differentiate the precancerous cells that may need thermal ablation from the lesion that will be obvious of cancerous cells already.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you about the machine now. I would like to point a question. As we are talking about the MI, are you basing on one type of ECG or different capability? Because we see there we have a 3-leg ECG, a 5-leg ECG, a 12 and 14 EKG or ECG. So on this machine, what is the capabilities for this machine to give us a clear, maybe can I say diagnosis, because we can't really diagnose with such a machine, but we can use it to look into what is maybe trying to lead to what we have. Then I would like you to also expound on the effectiveness of this machine regarding the different agents, different people who have, for example, diabetes and hypertension, blood pressure at the same time.
Thank you so much. Since we have the mandate over time, I wish to ask the panelists to answer, starting with the Dr. Stevens. Can you just answer briefly, and then we can have further discussion with the different people.
Thanks to all of you who asked such very valuable questions. I'm hoping to do them justice, but I am also hoping to put Dr. Judith on the spot because she's closer to the Ugandan program than I am. But just quickly, in answer to the age of screening, I think it really is determined by the prevalence and burden in your country individually. What the WHO recommends is not always appropriate or relevant for your situation and scenario. So I think, that is very contextual. So, from a public health perspective, Uganda has implemented a certain age at which screening begins and a certain testing and treatment algorithm that has context for the burden of the cervical cancer epidemic in your country. So it varies, and it's not one size fits all, but I'll hand the mic to Dr. Judith when I'm done here. The other question from you was around the woman who presented with cervical cancer was HPV negative. The 14 high-risk types of HPV cover 90% of cervical cancers, right? There are very rare occurrences of cervical carcinoma that are not HPV related, but they are extremely rare. So when we talk about a public health intervention and a screening program that has impact on a public health perspective, we talk about what is, what impact across the country rather than what's good, particularly for each individual. Okay. I hope I answered, but I'm sure Dr. Judith can add to that. And then there was a question around the HPV types, genotypes. So you correctly point out that CEPHAD is a partial genotyping assay. It calls out 16 and 1845 independently, and then the other 11 types are distributed across 3 channels. So on average, there are 3 to 5 types per channel. So we don't drill down to each individual genotypes of those 11 others. We do detect them, but we can't pull them out individually. And we developed the assay particularly in this way to serve the purpose of cervical cancer screening. Again, it's not a research assay, it's a screening assay where we're looking to detect those high-risk types that are responsible for more than 90% of cervical cancer, that we can identify them in the population and that we can monitor those women. So it wasn't developed as a research tool, but rather, what was the most cost-efficient way we could use our technology as a screening intervention. And there is currently nothing in our pipeline where we're going to look at full genotyping. Okay, I think there are other technologies like next-gen sequencing, whole genome sequencing, that sort of are complementary, and that at the moment are more research assays, but that are moving into sort of precision medicine, and those technologies may be better placed to do really full genotyping, really from a research perspective, get down to the nitty-gritty. Then I'm going to take the Fifth Amendment on pricing. I'm not in the commercial team at Cepheid. I'm in the clinical scientific team, so sometimes I don't even know what these things cost. But we do have a commercial lead here, Mr. John Legebe in the corner, so if you've got any queries or questions around pricing of the Gene Expert assets, please feel free to go and pick up Job there in the corner. And then the last one was around the differentiation between precancerous lesions and invasive cervical cancer lesions, and that I will definitely leave to Dr. Judith.
Very well. I don't think I need to go back on some of your answers. I agree that those 2 patients were outside what we call the normal distribution curve outliers, and this was probably HPV negative cervical cancer. So I also wonder whether people who have, when we see cervical cancer in the very young, I wonder whether there could have been defilement at an earlier age in life, which could have passed on the HPV infection, which was never taken care of. That's some food for thought. And regarding the difference between the precancerous lesions, right, and the invasive cancer. So usually the precancerous lesions, just like for invasive cancer, it depends because it's in 2 parts. You could have the earliest stages, the very early stages, where you see nothing. It's microscopic. But the greater majority of invasive cancers are what we call macroscopic. So you definitely see a lesion which will look like a wound. There is some kind of abnormality that is visible to the naked eye when you do screening, and then you can take. So for the precancerous lesions, what we actually see precancer is basically abnormal cells that will turn white when you apply vinegar. Now, because sometimes the difference between the precancer lesion and the very early invasive cancer, which is microscopic, is not obvious, when we do see the white lesion, sometimes we actually take the biopsy, and then the microscope will do the differentiation for us. It will tell us whether it's just precancer abnormal cells the other thing we use for differentiating sometimes to be more accurate with the spot where we take biopsy is something called colposcopy. The colposcope is just a simple machine. It's like a camera mounted on a stick. It just magnifies the cervix for you into greater detail so that you can look at abnormal structures, abnormal vessels, and abnormal patterns of the cells, and then you still do a targeted biopsy in that microplace. I hope that makes sense.
Okay.
Yes, so I had one question about behavioral change. It's a good point, and that is why however much we might like to believe that we do the work of healthcare workers, but that's why we need healthcare workers, specifically health coaches. To be a health coach is someone who assists that person, who motivates them, who gives them the guide, because that's why there's a high level of dropout. Yes, there's a motivation in the first maybe one month, but people normally follow. But if there's a consistent guidance and system, in a sense, so yes, health coaching, I'm a professional health coach. We also train health workers, nurses, clinical officers to also be health coaches, because you can't just rely on the machine to do the work. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening again. I think I had two questions. The first one was about the type of ECG and if you can tell me. So for the sake of the prototype, I used a 3D ECG just to be able to extract the ECG features that will help me determine if it has a STD pressure. But it is not a diagnostic type of ECG that really is. So for scalability, we thought about making it a 5D ECG so that it will capture these things better. But as of now, I just use a 3D ECG. Then you asked about the effectiveness. You said something about diabetes and hypertension. Now, the data set we used captures some of this information that patients they either have or they don't have. So it's one of the features that the model we train uses to predict if there will be heart attack or not. Have I answered the question?
Are you satisfied?
This patient represents an emergency room, okay? And we look actually as a physician emergency patient in the emergency room. We may not even get the history of this patient, but looking at just the ECG, and we have diagnosed MI, and since the patient directed has this for intervention, or if, for example, the patient had an accidental case or history, we take the patient to the hospital immediately. Otherwise, the patient will die in 5 minutes.
Once again, let's give a round of applause to our families. Thank you so much for joining the full session. And sit down. And another round of applause to the students who are here. Thank you so much. I think we've come to the end of the lesson. Our presenters are not. Let's be here tomorrow. Where yes, keeping you waiting by so this will get more money that we have
those who attended, they will be there.
Thank you so much once again for coming, and as we come to close this session, please feel free to pick a cup of tea and a snack behind there. Thank you so much. Again tomorrow, 8:30. Let us know the focus will be around. We are available so pick your certificate for this conference. It will be one thing for you to present when you go back home. You feel like I was a 5 See you tomorrow. Please pick a cup of tea and also interact with other colleagues as we wind up. Thank
you. Thank you. Eh? Oh no, I like I'm coming off from more scientific, you know, I'm coming off. Bisobola okuwonoonekamo naye email tebisobola kuwonooneka ayinza okuba atambula waneeno ayinza okutambula waneeno. Yes, Anna.
Evening, brother.
It's a good evening.
Good evening.
Yes.
So, when can I get them?
The what?
The books.
Which books? Anna. Okay, I get you. Hi. Just bigenda sigala
I didn't hear you.
Right?
Your response.
About?
I only want one thing. The books. The abstract books, yeah.
Mwafumishe kuisanda ukupile mpili mwansishe chalo kufumba kuwantuke wabili nawe shaike chalo chishiuruka kasuba nawe shaike impanga yaimba naluba mwe wakambatike ntanda mwelekawe ni mwe mwe wasakatie chalo muluki moya wekimwe omaka yenu ya mkuisha maka mano yenu ya mkesha mano mumbwe konse awe mumbwe yonse awe kaumba wesi awe niwe mumbwe konse mumbwe awe Fisa kuisaka suanga katua Mwela ishio konsilia mwela katua Ukini kama wewe sisweni hashi Mwefina kitote na pitumbe shiri Mwete alishika lupi mpana ikipoha
ebintu bino bisigalawo tugenda biteekawo jo byasize wanako
They don't know that because we are here. They are
Sebenarnya